When I came to, I was slumped over the steering wheel, arms numb from the weight of my own body. I lifted my head and stared blankly out the window. Endless, dead yellow grassland on the left, the same on the right, and a dead straight highway running ahead and behind with no end in sight. No road signs. No other cars. Nothing. My head was full of question marks. Before I could even figure out how I'd gotten here, an ice-cold mechanical voice detonated inside my skull. Highway survival system. Finding successful. Welcome to Zone 7891. Population, 200,000. This is an evolutionary feast for all humankind. Your illnesses have been cured. Your body has been restored to peak condition. Rich or poor before, you now have nothing. You start with one vehicle and one life. Gather supplies. Upgrade yourself and your vehicle. Think the word system to open your interface. Highway survival for the whole human race, huh? I slowly chewed on the information. Honestly, I could live with it. I'd grown up in an orphanage. There wasn't much back in that other world worth missing anyway. System, I thought. A pale blue screen materialized in front of me. Rules of the road. 1. Your vehicle is a safe zone. No one can hurt you inside it. 2. As long as the player lives, nothing inside the vehicle can be stolen. 3. Passengers must obey the vehicle's owner. 4. You must continuously strengthen yourself and your vehicle. 5. If your vehicle is destroyed and you fail to find a new one, or become someone else's passenger, within 7 days, your entire body will rot away within 24 hours, killing you. Rules read. I pulled up my personal panel. Name, Chen Xiao. Level 1. Spirit, 5, human average. Physique, 6, slightly above average. Then the vehicle panel. Vehicle grade, 1. Armor, 20. Durability, 78%. Body inexplicably covered in knife marks. Fuel, 7%. Range, 30 kilometers. 30 kilometers. I let out a breath. Knowing how systems like this operate, I'd expected either a bone-dry tank or maybe 10 kilometers if I was lucky. 30 felt like winning the lottery. Done with the stats, I opened the chat window. Holy crap. If you're gonna ice sky me, at least do it right. I won 1,000,000 yuan yesterday and hadn't spent a single cent before getting dumped here. 1,000,000 is my monthly allowance. Shut up, moron. Nobody's buying it. Does any big bro have an RV? I'm a streamer with 500k followers. What a minivan do, sweetheart? Get lost. WTF. Why is my vehicle a pair of roller skates? Suddenly I'm feeling a lot better about my tractor. I quietly typed. My vehicle is a Toyota Hiace. Damn, bro's a legend. The system straight up rolled you a triad boss's mobile office. I shook my head, grinning. The van's reputation really did precede it. I'd barely set the phone down when the system chimed again. Newbie quest. Collect and turn in items worth 10 road coins within 8 hours. Failure results in automatic erasure. Navigation assistance provided for your first quest. Simply follow the arrow dot. A waypoint arrow appeared in my field of vision. Huh, the system's actually being decent for once. Then I read the fine print and immediately retracted that thought. Printed right on the arrow. Distance, 30 kilometers. Exactly enough to squeeze my tank bone dry. I opened the chat window, and sure enough, is this system sick in the head? I've got 15 kilometers of fuel left and my objective is exactly 15 kilometers away. Count your blessings. My bike can do 100 kilometers. Objectives 100 kilometers out. Same here. Seeing everyone else in the same boat did wonders for my mood. Then another message popped up. Have you guys checked the shop? A single sausage costs 1 road coin, and the quest wants 10. This system is highway robbery. Damn, put that way, 10 road coins is a lot. Watching the screen fill up with wailing, I couldn't help cursing under my breath too. 10 road coins. I didn't own so much as a single screw right now. The only thing I had with any value was that sliver of fuel, and I had to burn all 30 kilometers of it just to reach the quest site. The system had me calculated down to the decimal. The chat had moved on to classes. D-rank archer here, got a starter pack too. C-rank heavy armored warrior. Why the hell am I an E-rank auto mechanic? Haha. B-rank apprentice mage. Big bro, drop your location. Carry me please, boss. I scrolled through a bunch of them. Most were C, D, or E. B rank was already rare, and not a single A rank or above had shown their face. Of course, some people were probably holding their cards close to their chest, but it still said plenty about how scarce anything above B was. I rubbed my hands together, closed the chat, and tapped the class button. Class, unawakened. Awaken now. I took a deep breath, wiped my palms on my shirt, and pressed yes. Golden light flashed, and 4 blazing gilded characters appeared in the class slot. Shadow Monarch. Shadow Monarch / SSS-Rank. Skill, Shadow Extraction. Strip the shadow from a deceased target and convert it into an absolutely loyal shadow soldier. Retains its combat power and skills from life. The higher the original level, the stronger the result. The longer the target has been dead, the harder the extraction. Targets above your own level may only be extracted 3 times total. Targets more than 10 levels above you cannot be extracted. Shadow subordinates will never betray you, and their shadows can be recovered and resummoned after they fall. Talent, spirit, and mana increased by 20%. I stared at that absurd SSS rank class and got so worked up I slapped the steering wheel with both hands. Bang, bang, bang. I love you, system. Sorry, that came out louder than I meant. I opened my personal panel again. There was a new line, mana 12, and spirit had gone from 5 to 7.4. My heart hadn't even settled when the system spoke again. SSS rank class awakening detected. Exclusive starter pack issued. A gift box icon appeared in the center of the screen, framed in dark, intricate patterns, clearly high-end. I swallowed hard and opened it. Choose one of the following shadow soldiers as your starting follower. 1. Cobalt, small and nimble. Excels at digging, traps, and tight terrain. 2. Boorman, powerfully built. Excels at head-on charges. 3. Goblin, cunning and quick. Excels at ambushes. I propped up my chin and thought it over. Knowing how this system operates, there's no way it'd hand me something worth 10 road coins that easy. There's definitely a catch, probably a monster guarding it. So the Boorman, with the highest straight-up combat power, has to be the safest bet. Boorman it is. The second I hit the option, its info popped into my head. Boorman / level 1 / spirit 1 / physique 8. Summon cost, 1 spirit, 5 mana. Physique 8. For where I'm at right now, that's seriously strong. I doubt many players can put up numbers like that. I couldn't wait. I hopped out of the van, threw out my hand with maximum Chinibu energy, and yelled, "Come forth, Boorman." A massive black shadow welled up out of nowhere in front of me, like a puddle of ink coming to life and rising off the ground. First came a head crowned with coarse, bristling mane, 2 tusks jutting up past its lower jaw, then a thick, heavy torso, bloated-looking, but radiating real, solid power. The Boorman planted its feet, a little over 5'7", head bowed low, like a loyal soldier awaiting orders. I looked it up and down and nodded. Physique 8 was no joke. Ugly as sin, sure, but you could tell at a glance it could throw down. Not bad. Ugly, but you clearly know how to fight. I'm gonna call you Porky from now on. I pulled open the back door and let it climb in, then got back in the driver's seat and turned the key. The highest engine coughed once, and we rolled out onto the highway. The sun hung dead overhead, and the road looked like a strip of black tape left out to soften in the heat. Heat waves rippled up off the asphalt. The dead grass along the shoulder lay flat and wilted. I'd already stripped off my tank top and jeans, and I was still sweating shirtless. I glanced at the AIC vents, then at the fuel gauge, and sensibly killed the idea. If the gas ran out early, I'd be pushing this van on foot. But I honestly couldn't take the heat anymore. I turned to look at the Boorman sitting obediently in the back, and had an idea. Porky immediately reached out both thick arms, delicately pinched the 2 ends of the tank top I'd taken off, stretched it taut, and started fanning it up and down. A cool breeze washed over me with a steady hump, hitting my sweat-soaked chest and back dead on. I let out a long, satisfied sigh. Damn, Porky. Not just muscle. You come with manual air conditioning. I patted the steering wheel, quietly pleased with myself. Looked like these shadow soldiers were good for a lot more than fighting. If I recruited more minions down the line, could I outsource pouring tea, shoulder rubs, back massages, the whole package? With the breeze going, even the navigation arrow wasn't so annoying anymore. With a car, 30 kilometers really isn't far. Right as the last drop of gas burned off, I arrived at my destination. I looked up. Under a big tree with thick, spreading branches, 3 wolves lay curled in the shade, half asleep, occasionally pushing out a low growl from their throats. Beside them sat a wooden chest, the finish rough, corners bound in sheet iron. Obviously the mission objective. I stared at those 3 wolves, my face darkening. Of course the garbage system had something nasty cooked up. 3 wolves, against a freshly awakened me and 1 Boorman. Not quite a death sentence, but definitely not a cakewalk. I ran the numbers fast. Summoning Porky cost 5 mana, leaving me 7. If Porky died, I could summon him 1 more time, max. He only had 2 lives, and every one I burned was gone for good. If Porky and I both charged in, best case scenario, the 2 of us take down all 3 wolves together, but even I didn't buy that. I'd pushed weights at the gym. I'd never wrestled a live wolf. If I went all in, no regard for my own safety, I figured I could take 1 down with me. The problem was, right now I couldn't afford a single injury. I didn't have so much as 1 anti-inflammatory pill. 1 bite, 1 infection, and I'd most likely end up stone cold dead. The worst case was uglier still. Porky goes down first, trading for 1 wolf, or none at all. Then I'm facing at least 2 wolves swarming me, and resummoning Porky takes several seconds. That window's long enough for me to get tackled multiple times. That's not a fight, that's food delivery. I leaned back in the driver's seat, drummed my fingers on the wheel, and finally settled on a plan. The safest play was to send Porky in alone. With Physique 8, he could go toe-to-toe with one wolf no problem, and with a little luck, he might trade for two. Even if he died, as long as he killed one, the fight goes from 3 on 2 to 2 on 2. Then I'd go in with Porky against the remaining two, and my odds would be a lot better. I climbed into the back seat, had Porky open the door and charge the wolves, and pulled the door shut tight behind him. The instant Porky's feet hit the ground, all three wolves snapped awake. Their drooping ears shot up, 3 pairs of gray-yellow eyes swung around in unison, and 3 mouths peeled back to bare fangs and snarl. One wolf, clearly a size bigger than the other two, didn't hesitate for a second. It let out a booming howl, dug in all 4 legs, and launched straight at Porky, the other two right on its heels. I hunched down in the back seat, watching the leader through the window. Cut off the head, and the body dies. I sent Porky in order. Forget everything else. Kill the leader first. The moment the command landed, Porky charged head-on into the alpha, slamming his shoulder into its ribs and flipping it clean onto its back. The alpha yelped in pain and snapped at Porky's throat, but Porky never gave it the chance. 2 thick arms clamped around the wolf's windpipe from either side, 10 fingers sinking into the flesh beneath the mane, squeezing with everything he had. The wolf's claws raked wildly at the air, tearing at the tough hide on Porky's chest, ripping out streaks of black mist. As the mist dispersed, I could clearly feel Porky's life force dropping. The other 2 wolves reached him. The one on the left leapt onto his back, fangs punching into his shoulder blade. The one on the right was worse. It locked its jaws around Porky's neck and drove its teeth deeper. But Porky stayed pinned on top of the alpha, hands tightening, fingertips nearly buried in the wolf's neck. Then he opened his mouth, dropped his head, and rammed his tusks into the alpha's belly. A boar's tusks aren't all that long, but they're plenty sharp. Porky's head drove downward like a pile driver, first splitting the hide and fur of the wolf's gut, then punching straight in. The alpha let out a howl that cracked mid-note, legs kicking frantically at Porky. Porky didn't budge an inch. His head thrashed side to side, like he was trying to rip the wolf's entire belly open. A few seconds later, a warm, metallic stink spread through the air. The alpha's belly split. Dark red viscera came spilling out through the wound in a wash of blood, pouring over Porky's chin and chest, dripping and pooling on the ground. The alpha's legs spasmed a few times, then went completely still, eyes glazing over, saliva mixed with bloody foam running from the corner of its mouth. Congratulations, player, for kill. Translation: kill a level 1 wasteland wolf. Gained 5 highway coins. The system chime caught me off guard. So killing monsters earned highway coins too? Old Pig tried to push himself up, but with 2 wasteland wolves clamped onto his back, he couldn't get his legs under him. The wolves tore at him in turns, black smoke pouring off his spine like it was coming out of a chimney. So Old Pig just threw himself backward instead, rolling over the 2 wolves. They refused to let go, and for a moment the whole thing locked up in a stalemate. But I knew Old Pig didn't have long. To squeeze the last bit of use out of him, I bellowed, "Old Pig, bite the front paw on the left one. It's exposed." Old Pig heard the order, twisted his head, and locked his jaws around that paw. Rolling his body at the same time, he ripped a chunk clean off. The wolf howled in pain and bit down even harder. Then the last wisp of black smoke dissipated and Old Pig vanished like he'd never existed. I looked over the results and felt a surge of satisfaction. 3 wolves, 1 dead, 1 crippled. The advantage was mine. The 2 remaining wolves exchanged a blank look, then turned and charged at me. I used the window to resummon Old Pig on top of the car, then wrapped the jeans and tank top I'd taken off around my right forearm. Once I was ready, I shouted, "Go!" I threw open the car door, and Old Pig and I hit the ground almost simultaneously. I didn't rush in. I took a fast read of the battlefield first. Old Pig went straight at the healthy wolf on the left, the 2 shapes about to collide. The wounded one on the right, missing half a paw, dragged its leg along behind, a good bit slower, but its eyes stayed glued to Old Pig as it circled. I bent down, scooped up a fistful of dry dirt, and deliberately stomped twice as I walked toward the wounded wolf. Its ears snapped around. The gray-yellow eyes slid off Old Pig and locked onto me. "Come on," I said, spreading my arms and leaving my chest wide open. The wolf growled low in its throat, kicked off with its hind legs, and launched straight at my throat. I was ready. My left hand came up, and I flung the whole handful of dirt right into its eyes. It let out a short yelp, instinctively squeezing its eyes shut and jerking its head aside, front claws raking empty air. I used the opening to roll clear, coming up 2 body lengths away on one knee, grabbing another fistful of dirt on the way up, all one smooth motion. The wolf shook its head, found me again, and crept forward low to the ground. I had no intention of slugging it out. My job was simple: Tie it up and keep it from backing up the other one. It lunged again. I turned my body and blocked with my right arm. Its claws shredded the clothing wrapped around it. I pivoted and threw another handful of dirt. Not much damage, but it completely wrecked the wolf's rhythm. Right then I heard a dull thud. Out of the corner of my eye, Old Pig had the other wolf pinned under his full weight, tusks buried in its neck. The wolf twitched twice and went still. Old Pig climbed off and came running my way. The wounded wolf heard the footsteps behind it, looked back, and immediately tucked its tail and shrank away. It wanted to run, but it was down a paw. 2 steps in, Old Pig was on it, hoisting it up, both arms cinched around its neck, wrenching its head back. The wolf's legs thrashed uselessly in the air, unable to reach anything. I grabbed its hind legs and hauled backward with everything I had. A few seconds of a man and a pig pulling in opposite directions, and it stopped moving for good. The system chime went off, and only then did I let go. The 2 level 1 wasteland wolves had given me 6 highway coins total. Apparently, even level 1 creatures weren't all created equal. I clapped Old Pig on his thick arm. Not bad, Old Pig. 3 for 1. Old Pig didn't make a sound, just stood there without moving. I straightened up, my eyes going past the wolf corpses to the wooden chest. I walked over quickly, crouched down, and lifted the lid. Inside was a layer of dry straw, and lying on it were 2 things, a machete on the left, and on the right, a statuette about the size of my palm. The carving was crude, the lines rough, and yet there was something oddly lifelike about it. I picked up the machete first and tested its weight, took a couple of practice swings, then chopped it into a nearby tree trunk. The blade bit clean through the bark, no snagging. I ran a thumb over the cut and nodded, satisfied. Nice, good and sharp. Add a long shaft later, and I'll have myself a Pudeo, same as the Outlaws of Liangshan. I turned it over again. If I'd had this thing earlier, Old Pig wouldn't have gotten chewed up that bad. I tossed the machete to Old Pig. Go chop that tree down for firewood. And while you're at it, cut me a branch about that thick for a shaft. Old Pig took the blade and walked off. I reached for the statuette. The instant my fingertips touched it, a voice slid into my ear with no warning at all. He is great, and he is merciful. It wasn't loud, but it was as clear as someone speaking right against the curve of my ear. My scalp went electric. My hand jerked open and the statuette hit the ground with a clack, rolling half a meter and coming to rest face up in the dirt. Heart hammering, I took a step back and stared at it. It just lay there, perfectly quiet. Nothing else happened. 10, 15 seconds passed. Nothing. I let out a slow breath. This thing was seriously unnatural. Looked like a chunk of junk rock, and it started chanting the second you touched it. I wasn't about to pick it up again, so I found a dead branch and nudged it from a distance. No reaction. I poked it twice more. Not a flicker. I called out, Old Pig, come here and touch this thing. Old Pig came back with the machete in hand, pinched the statuette between his thick fingers, and turned it over a couple of times. Nothing at all. Like he was handling a brick. I took the machete back and used the flat of the blade to scoop the statuette up, holding it out in the air, trying to keep it off my skin. This is probably what I'm supposed to turn in. I pulled up the quest interface in my head. Sure enough, there was a new submit option, and the preview image was this exact statuette. Oddly, though, neither the machete nor the 11 highway coins showed up on the submission list. Only this one item was lit. So I get 2 things, and only one of them counts. I muttered and hit submit. Submission successful. Item, idol worshipped by a missionary, damaged, bronze. Description, crude stone, clumsily carved, 10,000 prostrations to earn a single glance. His devotion was absolute, and so it praises his Lord at a touch. I stared at that description for several seconds, and another layer of cold settled across my back. Crude stone, clumsily carved, 10,000 prostrations to earn a single glance. The missionary knelt and bowed countless times just to buy one glance from his God. It praises his Lord at a touch. The statuette spoke on its own because the man's day-after-day devotion had been carved into the stone itself. So the thing that spoke was the idol, reciting the one line the missionary had repeated his entire life. But what about the God? After that single glance, had he? Translation. Didn't it follow that gaze and see what was around the statue? See me? Frowning, I read the description again and felt a little better. It only said the statue drew a glance, nothing about what the God did afterward, which suggested that glance really was just a glance. Look, done, over. Besides, the system had handed this statue to a rookie player like me as a quest item, which meant the God on the other end hadn't thought twice about it. Probably just one missionary's personal obsession carved into stone, with nothing to do with the God himself. That thought finally settled me. Then the system popped up another line. Item appraisal complete. Congratulations, player. You have obtained 200 road coins. Current road coin balance, 211. I blanked for a second, then my eyes went wide. 200? This crummy hunk of rock was worth 200? Staring at that bright, shiny 211, I couldn't keep the grin off my face. All those days the missionary spent on his knees hadn't gone to waste, and I got to walk off with the payout. Worth it. That mauling old pig took wasn't for nothing. In a great mood now, I closed the panel and walked over to the alpha wolf's corpse, crouching down beside it. I hesitated a moment, then, as if pulled by some instinct, slowly pressed my palm to the wolf's head. The next second, an invisible suction ran through my palm. Wisps of gray-black mist steamed up off the carcass, crawled up my arm, and vanished into my chest. The shadow beneath the corpse disappeared along with it. At the same time, the wolf's information surfaced in my mind. Race, Wasteland Wolf. Level 1. Spirit 1. Physique, 6. Summoning occupies 1 point of spirit and costs 3 mana. I nodded. Not as good as old pig, but a solid bit of muscle, and it cost 2 less mana. I checked my own mana. It had gone from 2 to 3. It had been a little over an hour since I first summoned old pig, so it looked like I recovered 1 point per hour. Perfect. 3 mana was exactly enough to summon this wolf. A single thought, and a mass of blackness congealed in front of me. A shadow wasteland wolf took shape, identical to the original in every way except its color. Nice. From now on, you're Wolf 1. Once I've got all 3 wolves summoned, they can ride in the back seat with old pig. We run into enemies. I give the word, old pig throws the door open and jumps out first. Then the other 3 pile on. Man, just picturing it feels good. I did the same with the next 2 wolves and named them Wolf 2 and Wolf 3. Those 2 only had 6 physique. Wait, 4. Not even as strong as me. The upside was that each only took 1 point of spirit and 2 mana to summon. With all that squared away, I opened the system shop, planning to go through it top to bottom and see what I could actually buy. Browsing had been pointless when my pockets were empty, but now I had a little something saved up. The blue interface unfolded. The categories were dead simple: food, daily goods, tools. 3 of them. I clicked through one by one, and the further I got, the more ridiculous it seemed. Aside from everyday necessities, there wasn't a single thing that could make you stronger. Not a kitchen knife, not even a paring knife. Food ran from instant ramen to full imperial banquets, top-shelf liquor and premium cigarettes included. Clothing ran from lingerie to high-end designer labels. Flip a few pages further, and there were nothing but grayed-out lock icons, all tagged, regional level insufficient. Not yet unlocked. Regional level insufficient. I frowned. Meaning more stock shows up once the region levels up? The shop had level gates too. Still, what was available was enough for now. I added 10 bottles of water, 1 road coin each, 10 total, plus a lighter for 2. Then, after a few seconds hesitation, I tapped the universal fuel at 50 road coins. Pricey, sure, but it would fill the tank outright and save me from pushing the car. Purchase confirmed. 62 road coins deducted. Current balance, 149. The items dropped out of thin air in front of me. I didn't bother hauling them yet. I backed out of the shop and turned to my personal panel, stopping on the line that read level 1. The plus sign beside it was glowing faintly. I tapped it. Upgrade to LV.2 costs 100 road coins. Confirm. My finger paused. 100. The money hadn't even had time to get warm in my pocket. But I didn't deliberate long. With levels, sooner is always better. Confirm. 100 road coins consumed. Level up successful. A faint light swept over me, like being wrapped in warm water for an instant. Name, Qin Xiao. Class, Shadow Monarch. Race, Human. Level 2. Spirit, 14.4, Class Modifier. Base gain of 5 corrected to 7, with an additional 20% bonus. Physique, 11. Mana, 24, Class Modifier. Base gain of 5 corrected to 10, with an additional 20% bonus. So the class effects level up stat gains too. I was brimming with strength now. If another wasteland wolf came at me, I felt like I could choke it out barehanded. With higher spirit, my control over my shadow soldiers got much finer. Before, old pig could only handle heavy labor. Now I could have him thread a needle. I could also control more soldiers at once. My mana cap went up by 12, which conveniently restored my nearly empty pool to 12. I spent 4 of it right away and summoned 2 more shadow wasteland wolves. Looking at my lineup, 1 pig and 3 dogs, I couldn't help thinking of an old gaming meme. A Taoist with 15 dogs walks wherever he pleases. After the level up, the plus sign dimmed. I tapped it again and found the next level cost 500 road coins. Nowhere near what I had, so I backed out with my tail between my legs. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught another lit up button, Vehicle Upgrade. Curious, I clicked in. Materials required to upgrade vehicle to LV.2. Steel times 50 units. Rubber times 10 units. Tier, 2 vehicle chip times 1. Road coins times 150. I stared at the list, my mouth twitching. Steel, rubber, a chip. I hadn't so much as seen any of that. let alone knew where to find it. And as for the 150 road coins, I'd been feeling pretty well off a minute ago. Turns out I couldn't even cover the loose change. I sighed and opened the chat channel on a whim. Oh boy, it had already blown up. Someone was wailing. I'm dead on my feet. Just because my class is minor, they pinned me down to dig or for a solid hour before I scraped together the 10 road coins to turn in. Someone else piled on. Rough, buddy. I got to my destination and a roulette wheel with legs charged at me and forced me to take a spin. I drew a rock, and that counted as completing the quest, just like that. Translation. Talk about dumb luck. I kept scrolling. The whole screen was nothing but complaints about this mission. The further I read, the more I started to see the pattern. Everybody completed their mission a different way. Some went toe-to-toe with monsters, some grinded it out with brute labor, some used their brains, and some just got insanely lucky. On top of that, mission difficulty was tied to your class level. The higher the level, the more ridiculous it got. The one I'd taken? If an ordinary person had drawn it, it would have been a death sentence, plain and simple. While I was scrolling, a trade post popped up, selling rubber. 10 road coins per unit. DM me if interested. The replies below were pure mockery. Good lord, the nerve on this guy. My eyes lit up. I tapped his avatar and sent a friend request. He accepted instantly. 5 road coins a unit for the rubber. Deal. I probed. He shot back right away. Bro, this is the hard currency for upgrading vehicles. If I weren't being generous about everybody being broke, I'd say 10 is a ripoff for me. I immediately played poor. Everybody's only got 10 road coins total. If I sink it all into this, how am I supposed to survive after that? A few seconds of silence. 5's not happening. 8. He was wavering, so I kept working him. A bottle of water is 1 road coin. A sausage is 1 road coin. If I pay 8 for this, all I've got left is 1 bottle of water and 1 sausage. And let's be honest, this stuff isn't exactly flying off the shelves, is it? I saw the reaction in the chat. How many people have actually asked you about it? 2. I'd hit the guy right where it hurt. He grit his teeth and typed, fine. Deal. 5 it is. I chuckled. Now that's what I call decisive, man. Quick question, where'd you get it? Treasure chest. Pop 10 units at once. I frowned. So is random chest luck the only way to get this stuff? The trade went through. Looking at the rubber now sitting in my inventory, another idea started forming. Hey man, what are you planning to do with the other 9 units? He hesitated. What? You want to buy more? You even have money left. I smiled. Money's gone. But I've got wolf meat. Interested in a trade? Wolf meat. He perked up instantly. Where the hell did you get wolf meat? Ran into a wasteland wolf during my mission. Took everything I had to put it down, but I butchered about 50 pounds off it. Half true, half not. He went quiet for a moment. Wolf meat is worth a lot right now. But rubber is vehicle upgrade material. What kind of rate are you thinking? I ran the numbers fast. 2 pounds of wolf meat per unit of rubber. A pound of meat fills you up way more than a sausage. That works out to 2.5 road coins a pound. You're getting a steal. He wavered. I mean, I guess, but... I pressed while he was soft. Look, you're sitting on rubber nobody's going to buy anytime soon. It's just going to collect dust. Trade it for meat, and you've got food in your stomach, and you save the coins you'd spend on rations. Once people actually have money, you can go buy rubber back with road coins. No rush. That landed square on his sore spot. Those 10 units of rubber really had him stuck. List them high and nobody bid. Drop the price, and it stung. Deal, he finally said. Nice. I slapped Dalong on the back in excitement. With the trade done, I turned to the 3 wolf carcasses in front of me and frowned. The 3 of them had yielded about 150 pounds of meat total. Minus the 18 I'd just traded away, I still had over 130. In this heat, it was better to turn it into road coins than let it rot for nothing. I decided to keep 20 pounds for myself and sell the rest. I'd use the same rate I'd just negotiated, 2.5 road coins a pound. I typed up my listing and posted it. Selling fresh wolf meat. 2.5 road coins per pound. The chat went dead silent for about 2 seconds. Then it exploded. Holy crap. Wolf meat. Is this real? 2.5 a pound? Are you serious? I'll take a pound. Back off, I asked first. I watched the friend requests flooding in and felt the corner of my mouth curl up. In under 5 minutes, the wolf meat was completely sold out. Looking at the extra 280 road coins in my account, I couldn't help but grin. Right then, there was a heavy thud from Old Pig's direction, and a tree came crashing down. System notification. Congratulations, player. You have obtained 10 units of lumber. I walked over, picked up one of the poles, and tossed it at Old Pig's feet. Sand this one smooth. Then I turned around, grabbed 2 pieces of lumber, and got a fire going. I skewered a slab of wolf meat on a sharpened branch and roasted it slowly. The dripping fat gradually slowed to a sputter, and the surface of the meat turned a glossy golden brown. I tore off a chunk and shoved it in my mouth. Scalding juice ran down my wrist, and I didn't bother wiping it off. My whole mouth was full of that smoky, savory char. I ripped through most of the slab before I finally felt satisfied. Behind me, Old Pig stood up and held the finished pole out to me in both hands. I nodded, pleased, then picked up my machete, pried the old shaft out, jammed the narrow end of the new one into the socket, and wedged a thin sliver of wood in to lock it tight. I gripped the shaft and swung it a few times. Rock solid, no wobble. It's yours from now on. I tossed the long-handled saber into Old Pig's arms. And just like that, a productive day wound down. I let out a long yawn, climbed into the back seat, and stretched out. "You four keep watch out there," I said through the window. I rolled over and closed my eyes. The sky was just turning pale gray. I rubbed my eyes, sat up, pushed the door open, and stood at the edge of the road to empty my bladder. Back in the driver's seat, I dug out the leftover roast meat from yesterday and had it with room-temperature bottled water for breakfast. While I ate, I opened up the system. After yesterday's mission call, the player count had dropped by 10,852. From the chat, I pieced together roughly what had happened overnight. First, the items in the class starter packs could be sold back to the system. Plenty of people who hadn't gotten weapons had liquidated their packs for fuel so they could drive around scavenging for supplies. Second, some people had already started playing Bandit last night, and a decent chunk of yesterday's death toll was probably at their hands. Order hadn't even been gone a full day, and from here on out more and more people would get swept along and turn rotten. The worst of human nature was about to be unleashed completely, none of which was my problem. I finished eating, wiped my mouth, called the pig and the 3 wolves into the car, turned the key, and pulled out. My objectives were crystal clear: gather materials to upgrade the vehicle, and kill monsters to convert into shadow soldiers. The whole drive, I didn't come across a single chest or monster. What I did run into were plenty of people looking to hitch a ride. I couldn't be bothered. I just put my foot down and blew right past them. One hand resting on the wheel, humming a tune to myself. The other, a hand tapped out a beat on a knee. Behind the dirt embankment, a heavy-set middle-aged woman elbowed the man lying prone beside her and lowered her voice. "Wong, somebody's coming." The man had a brutish, thick-jowled face. He propped himself up and squinted at my car. Anything still running these days is a big fish. Let's hope he doesn't disappoint. The woman's voice turned greedy. Kids these days only care about having a good time. He must have traded in his class starter pack for that fuel. No way somebody like that survives to the end. Better we get it than some stranger. I was humming an off-key tune when my pupils suddenly shrank to pinpoints. Up ahead, black caltrops glinted across the asphalt, scattered every which way. My right foot instinctively slammed the brake to the floor. The tires shrieked and the car lurched to a hard stop. Inertia threw me forward and my chest slammed square into the steering wheel. I grunted and caught myself. Where the hell did those spikes come from? I stared ahead, cold sweat beating at my temple. If I'd been a half-second slower, all 4 tires would be flat right now. Behind the embankment, the fat woman and the thug both slapped their thighs in frustration. Wong, the kid, didn't bite. Now what? Wong gritted his teeth. Get hold of old Lou. Tell him it's his turn. I didn't rush to get out. I scanned my surroundings warily, and my eyes finally settled on a patch of weeds by the roadside. A green sedan sat half hidden there, so swallowed up by the tall grass you'd never spot it unless you were looking. I was about to send Big Wolf out to scout when the sedan's door opened first. Out stepped a kindly-looking old man, bald on top with a horseshoe of hair, a smile on his round face. He strolled toward me, calling out while he was still a good distance off. Wow, young eyes are the best. My vision's shot. Didn't see those spikes till I was practically on top of them. Slammed the brakes, went straight into the weeds, and now my tires are stuck in the mud. Can't get out. He kept talking as he walked, grinning like the old neighbor who chats you up over the fence. Without a flicker of expression, I signaled the pig and second wolf to slip silently into the trunk, leaving only Big Wolf crouched out of sight in the shadows. Then I set my face into a scowl and watched him come. The old man didn't seem the least bit bothered by my cold look. He walked right up to my window, still chuckling. He took in my clean-cut face and solid build and congratulated himself inwardly. This kid was obviously a college student. A couple of compliments and he'd get all worked up and hop out to help. Then one swing of the blade, and every last supply in that car would be his. Greed flashed through his eyes, but the smile on his face only got warmer. "Son, let me introduce myself. Name's Lu Wei. I used to teach physics." He gave a slight bow and pointed toward the weeds. "My car's stuck in the mud. Think you could give me a tow? I wouldn't ask you to do it for free. Pull me out, and I'll give you 5 road coins. How's that sound?" I snorted, not bothering to be polite. "You have any idea what fuel is worth? Towing you out, who knows how much I'd burn. Go find somebody else." Lu Wei's mouth twitched. He forced the smile back on. "Son, I understand you've got your own troubles. But look, 5 road coins." I cut him off and burst out laughing. "What am I, a beggar? Guess you went bald from all that daydreaming." The smile dropped clean off Lu Wei's face, and something angry flickered in his eyes. But he pulled his expression back together fast, while inside he seethed. Once he got this brat out of the car, he was going to rip his tongue out. Son, he said, keeping his voice low, we all got dropped into this place together. Do a man a favor. I'll give you whatever I can. Casually, I let my eyes drift to his waist. There was an obvious bulge there that shouldn't have been, about the size of a knife. And from the second he got out of that car, the old man's eyes hadn't left me once. That greed was too thick to hide. I'd insulted him twice, and he was still smiling at me. Anybody who thinks he didn't have an angle is out of his mind. Odds were he'd laid those spikes himself, forced the car to stop, talk the driver out, then move in for the kill. I couldn't be bothered to keep playing along. I said one cold word. Leave. The fake smile froze solid on Lu Wei's face. He stared at me for 2 seconds, realized the con was dead, and dropped the mask entirely, yanking a cleaver from behind his back. He's not falling for it, he shouted toward the embankment. Almost the same instant, a man and a woman came charging down the slope. Wong had a riot fork clenched in both hands, his narrow eyes fixed viciously on the driver's seat. The woman lumbered along behind him, her bulk leaving her winded. She rushed to the front of the car, threw herself across the hood, and started wailing, her voice shrill and piercing. Oh God in heaven, help us please. We haven't eaten in a whole day and night. Her left hand pounded the hood, boom, boom, while her right gripped a wooden club studded with road spikes. The threat needed no explanation. Snot and tears ran down her face as her voice climbed higher and higher. You young people, driving a nice car, burning fuel, and you won't even stop for folks in trouble on the road. We can't even fill our bellies, and here you are riding around in air-conditioned comfort. Still wailing, she edged toward the driver's side window, her eyes locked on my face. Young man, you're strong and healthy. A stretch of road like this is nothing to you. We're old, we can't walk it. Better you share that fuel with people who actually need it than waste it. Isn't that only right? I sat in the driver's seat, looked at the three of them outside, and said slowly, so you're trying to rob me? Wong and Lu Wei exchanged a glance, and both laughed out loud. Wong bounced the riot fork in his hands, sauntered around to the side of the hood, and bared a mouthful of yellow teeth. Son, that's such an ugly way to put it. We just want to borrow a little fuel, that's all. Lu Wei pointed the tip of his cleaver at my nose and raised his voice. Listen up, you little punk. Be smart and get out here. Knock your head on the ground a couple times, and maybe I'll let that mouth of yours slide. I looked at the three of them and couldn't help roaring with laughter. Once I'd laughed my fill, I took my time. Let me guess. One cook, one security guard. Am I right? I jerked my chin at the riot fork and the cleaver, then glanced at the middle-aged woman. Can't tell what this fat old cow is, but those spikes on the road, those have got to be her tools of the trade. The three of you together can't scrape up a single C-rank class, and you've got the nerve to play highway robber? Who are you calling a fat old cow? The woman's face went instantly red, veins bulging on the hand gripping her spiked club. Lu Wei spat, his face darkening. A snort, half a step from the grave and still running your mouth. Big Wong couldn't be bothered to argue. He said coldly, enough talk. Slash his tires first. Let's see him drive off then. The middle-aged woman slid down off the hood and started toward the wheels, one step at a time. I didn't hesitate for a second. I roared now. The words were barely out of my mouth when the trunk flew open. Old Pig came out first, second wolf, and third wolf right on his heels. All three of their faces went white in an instant. Only now did they understand where my calm had been coming from. Big Wong forced out a shout to steady his nerves. Don't panic. The wolves are nothing. That pig-headed freak is the real threat. All three of us, together, take out the pig first. With that, he leveled the riot fork and drove it at Old Pig's neck. Rue Wei and the woman gritted their teeth and rushed in too. I raised an eyebrow. The guy actually had some guts. Unfortunately, having guts and being able to fight are two very different things. The fork was inches from pinning Old Pig's neck when Old Pig's left hand shot out, 5 fingers clamping onto the shaft like an iron vise. Veins bulged on Big Wong's arms, but the fork might as well have been driven into solid rock. It didn't budge. The next instant, a flash of steel. The saber swept flat across the side of Big Wong's neck. His eyes were still wide, his mouth still open, but his head had already tipped off his shoulders and gone rolling across the asphalt to land at Rue Wei's feet. Rue Wei's cleaver hit the ground with a clang. The woman shrieked and stumbled backward, not even noticing she'd dropped her spiked club. The two of them exchanged one look, turned, and ran. But human legs don't outrun wolves. Second wolf and third wolf shot forward, bodies practically skimming the ground. One tackled, one lashed onto a leg. Fangs sank deep into flesh, and the two of them screamed and thrashed, every movement bringing fresh pain. Mercy! Have mercy! Rue Wei howled at the top of his lungs. Boss! Sir! I was blind. I was a damn fool. Everything in my car is yours, all of it. Yes, yes. We were wrong. Just let us go. We're nothing to you. I pushed open the door and got out, strolled over, and looked down at them. When I didn't say anything, Rui Wei panicked and started babbling. These old bones of mine don't have many years left anyway. Killing me would only dirty your hands. Let me live, and I'll work myself to death for you. I said flatly. Weren't you just telling me to get on my knees and knock my head on the ground twice? Weren't you going to rip out my tongue? Didn't you say I could eat whatever I wanted, but I'd better watch what I said? With every sentence, Rui Wei's face went a shade whiter. I couldn't be bothered to say anything more. I waved a hand at Old Pig. Don't kill me. They forced me into this. The woman sobbed, tugging at her collar. I immediately covered my eyes. Her first. 2 wet thuds, and the begging stopped dead. Standing in front of 3 headless bodies, I still felt something twist in my gut. Nobody kills for the first time without it shaking them. But this world wasn't going to give me time to be sentimental. If I wanted to live, I'd have to get used to it. I took a deep breath and pressed my palm to each of their foreheads in turn. A moment later, 3 figures rose slowly from the ground. Rui Wei, Big Wong, the middle-aged woman, standing before me with their heads bowed, like 3 empty shells with the souls scooped out. 3 mana per summon. Luckily, the nap had restored 9 points, bringing me to 17 total, just barely enough. I made a mental note. I had to find some way to regenerate mana. Once my shadow soldiers started leveling up, there was no way I'd have enough to burn. I pulled up the panel, and sure enough, not one of them was above C rank. Rui Wei and Big Wong were both bottom tier E, cook and security guard. The middle-aged woman, though, came up as a D rank road bandit, which surprised me a little. What surprised me more was that after conversion, all 3 had willpower locked at exactly 2. So a shadow soldier's willpower wasn't inherited from their living self. It got re-anchored during the conversion. As for physique, Rui Wei 4, Big Wong 6, the woman 5. Nothing special. I named them off the top of my head. You cook. You guard. You bandit. Go pick up all the road spikes and the weapons. Once that was handled, I took Old Pig and Big Wolf and headed for the green sedan parked on the shoulder. The second my hand touched the door, the system chimed. Unclaimed vehicle detected. Disassemble. I shook my head. I hadn't even looted it yet. What was the rush? I pulled the door open and leaned in. Nothing on the passenger seat but a few empty bottles. After digging around, I found 2 bottles of water in the center console and 3 sausage links in the corner of the back seat. That was it. Refusing to accept it, I circled around to the back and popped the trunk. My eyes lit up. 2 wooden chests sat inside, both already opened. Anything worth putting in a chest had to be good. I flipped open the one on the left first. Steel and rubber, stacked in neat rows. A full 24 units of steel and 9 units of rubber. Not rare, exactly, but exactly what I desperately needed. Then I opened the second one, and my breath caught in my throat. No way, a tier 2 chip. A pale blue square chip lay quietly at the bottom of the chest. I scooped up the whole box like it was a priceless treasure and shouted over my shoulder. Old Pig, get over here and haul this. Load all the steel into the car. Then I put my hand on the door frame and silently willed it to disassemble. The entire car collapsed inward into a swirl of gray-white light, condensing and settling until all that was left was a small pile of materials. 8 units of steel, 3 units of rubber. Added to the last batch, I now had 32 units of steel. Combined with the rubber I already had and this tier 2 chip, I was only 18 units of steel away from upgrading my vehicle. I opened the chat channel, about to post a buy order, and stopped short at what I saw scrolling past. Blazing Sun Guild buying steel, 6 road coins per unit. Wasteland Brotherhood paying 6 road coins per unit for steel. We'll take everything you've got. Guns N' Roses squad paying 100 road coins for a tier 2 chip. Listen up, solos. Report someone's coordinates to Iron Cavalry Guild, and you're in, no questions asked. Barely more than a day, and this many guilds had already crawled out of the woodwork. At this rate, every scrap of steel and rubber on the market would be swept clean before long. I needed to move fast. I typed out a post. Buying steel, 6 road coins per unit. Need 18 units. For the first few minutes after I sent it, nothing. It took a good while before the first request finally trickled in, 3 units. Not much, but I took it. After that, some people were selling as little as 1 unit at a time, and I took those too. Every transaction meant waiting 10, 20, sometimes 30 minutes, and more than once I was sure nobody else was selling. Almost 3 hours of this, and I'd scraped together 16 units from 7 different people. Still short of my target buy. 2 units short. I was just about to close the interface when another request popped in. 3 units of steel, with a line of text attached. Excuse me, are you Chin Xiao? This is Han Xiang, your senior year English teacher. My finger froze. Han Xiang. The name flashed through my memory, and a face surfaced, crystal clear. Jet black hair pulled back neatly, gentle eyes behind thin-framed glasses, radiating a scholar's quiet intelligence. A tailored black blazer, the collar of her white blouse buttoned without a wrinkle out of place, a dark pencil skirt hugging her hips, legs long and straight. Back in my senior year, I'd imagined her in black stockings more than once. The most famous beautiful teacher in the whole school, hands down. She used to make me, a guy who never skipped class, cut entire periods just to daydream about her. I sat up straighter without thinking. Never expected to run into someone I knew in this world, and definitely not like this. I confirmed the trade. 3 units of steel went into storage, putting me over my purchase target. Then I typed back, "It's me. Ms. Han, how'd you end up here too?" The reply came almost instantly, urgency bleeding through every word. "Chen Xiao. It really is you. Thank God. I'm in trouble. Can you help me? I'm hiding in the woodshed of a log cabin. There's a knoll outside. It dragged a person back with it, and it looks like it's going to eat him." Then another message. "I've begged so many people. Not one of them answered. When I saw your buy order, I figured I had nothing to lose. Chen Xiao, right now you're your teacher's only hope." I was quiet for a moment, then replied, "Ms. Han, I'm just here to buy steel. Playing hero isn't part of my plan." Silence on the other end for a good 10 seconds. When she wrote back, her tone was actually steadier, like she was forcing her emotions down. "I understand. I'm grateful you even answered. I'm a B-rank alchemist. I can brew potions. If you're willing to come save me, I'll make potions for you free of charge as payment." B-rank alchemist. My eyes lit up, and I immediately fired back. "Can you brew mana restoration potions?" "Yes." I didn't hesitate. "I'll save you. But there's one condition. You become my passenger." "Passenger? You come with me. Join my crew. I'll keep you safe. If you're not up for it, forget it." A few seconds of silence. "Okay. Your teacher agrees. Consider those 3 units of steel a gift. Don't bother paying. I'm sending you my coordinates. Come as fast as you can." I backed out of the trade interface and decided to finish upgrading my vehicle before heading out. A monster that lived in a house meant intelligence. A monster that actively hunted players meant it wasn't weak. I needed every bit of strength I could get, and with the vehicle upgraded, even if I couldn't win the fight, my odds of outrunning it went way up. I pulled up the system panel, found the vehicle upgrade module, and tapped the plus sign. The next second, the chassis let out a low hum. The metal frame groaned and creaked, growing and stretching like something alive. The whole cabin was pried open by an invisible hand, stretched nearly 2 meters longer front to back, half a meter wider on each side, the roof bulging upward. The cramped space suddenly felt open. I could stand up straight without hitting my head. A water tank had appeared next to the fuel tank. The rounded bumper up front had been replaced by a thick triangular ram, and both the body and roof were now sheathed in dark gray steel plating. I pulled open the door, took one look inside, and let out a low whistle. The driver's and passenger's seats were still there, but the entire back had become a wide bed, laid with dark gray padding. I could stretch out fully and still have room. Underneath were several lidded storage compartments that could hold a decent amount of gear. On the far side of the bed, toward the rear, sat a compact galley, a stainless steel counter with a single-burner induction cooktop and a small sink. What surprised me most was the separate compartment in the back corner. I slid it open. It was a miniature shower stall, so narrow you could barely turn around. But in a world where clean water was precious, being able to stand under a shower was absurdly luxurious. I brought up the vehicle panel. The stats had refreshed. Vehicle level 2. Physical defense 40. Durability 100%. Fuel 75%. I reached out and slapped the steel door panel. It answered with a deep, solid thud, and I couldn't keep the grin off my face. I pulled up Han Xiang's coordinates, threw it into gear, floored the accelerator, and tore off in her direction. Meanwhile, in the woodshed of that log cabin, Han Xiang was curled into a ball, peering out in terror through the gaps between the planks. The knoll had its back to her, hauling a half-dead man off its shoulder, its movements as practiced as if it had done this 1,000 times. The man's hands and feet were bound, his mouth gagged, so all he could manage were muffled whimpers before the knoll shoved him roughly onto an iron hook. The hook went through the knot at his wrists, and he was hoisted up, toes dangling above the floor, hanging there like livestock waiting for slaughter, without even the strength left to struggle. The knoll turned, took a curved blade from a stone slab, sat down on the ground, and began dragging it back and forth across a whetstone. SHHK, 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 SHHK. The sound of steel scraping stone bored into the woodshed, each stroke landing in Han Xiang's skull like a funeral bell. The blade was already plenty sharp, sharp enough to cleave bone, but the knoll kept honing it, unhurried, occasionally lifting it to the firelight to inspect it before setting it back down and continuing. It was toying with its prey. A chill crawled up Han Xiang's spine, but she shook her head, telling herself to stop scaring herself. A few minutes later, the knoll finally stopped. It stood, walked over to the hanging man, and traced the blade tip through the air, from chest to abdomen, from shoulder to thigh, like it was picking out a choice cut. It settled on the left thigh, tilted its head, and abruptly raised its arm. Han Xiang buried her face in her knees, clamped both hands over her ears, shoulders shaking beyond her control, her face white as paper, her lips drained of every trace of color. Ah! A scream tore through the air. She flinched violently and pressed herself down harder. After a while, the noise subsided. She gritted her teeth, lifted her head, and looked out through the gap again. The knoll bent down and picked up the severed limb from the floor, but there wasn't a shred of appetite in its eyes. Instead, its nose was working greedily, nostrils flaring open and shut, as if searching for a scent more enticing than blood. Han Xiang held her breath, her heart hammering like a drum. Its back is to me. There's no way it's noticed me. As if to prove her, just as she was reassuring herself, the knoll flicked the severed limb over its shoulder, and it landed, with perfect, terrible precision, on the ground just one plank away from her hiding place. She could practically taste the blood in the air. Her pupils shrank to pinpoints. She clamped down on the scream, clawing up her throat, and told herself over and over, "Coincidence, it just threw it badly, that's all." But the knoll paused. Slowly, it turned its head. Those pale yellow eyes stared straight across the room, right at her. Han Xiang's heart shot into her throat. Thank God. The knoll only walked over, bent down to pick the thing up, then grabbed a wooden bucket from beside it, and set it down squarely on that patch of floor, blocking the gap completely. As long as it can't see me. As long as it can't see me, I'm safe. She let out a breath, and her rigid body went slightly slack, the back of her head sinking without thinking against the woodpile behind her. Crack. The unmistakable sound of splitting wood. Han Xiang jerked upright as if she'd been scalded, head snapping up. The tip of a scimitar punched through the woodshed door from the outside. Then the blade dragged sideways, ripping the planks open into a much wider gap. Behind the gap, a pale yellow eye pressed up close. The knoll's muzzle was right at the edge of the split, and it was saying something. She couldn't understand a word, but the meaning in that tone couldn't have been clearer. Found you. Han Xiang broke. A scream tore out of her throat and rang through the cramped little shed. Almost in the same motion, she threw herself at the door, jamming her shoulder against it. Both hands clamped around the frame, knuckles bone white, her whole body pressed flat to the inside of the planks. The knoll only had to put a little more weight into it, and the flimsy door would have burst open, but it didn't. It stood outside and took another unhurried swing, the blade tip punching through on the other side, spraying splinters into her face. Again and again, every single cut landing precisely where she wasn't braced. Her legs had already given out. She was holding the door up on her shoulder blades alone, tears and cold sweat streaming down her face. And just as the last of her hope drained away, a burst of frantic howling came from outside. The hacking stopped dead. All that was left was the knoll's furious snarl. Han Xiang looked out through the split, and her eyes went hot. There I was, arms folded across my chest, 7 black-gray shapes standing in front of me. Chen Xiao? Teacher's in here. I gave a couple of nods in her direction by way of an answer, then turned my attention back to the knoll, frowning. 6 feet tall, covered in coarse gray-brown bristles, a scimitar as long as a forearm in its right hand. The worst part was its open mouth, 2 rows of interlocking fangs curling out past its lips, edges as sharp as broken glass. Wolf 1, Wolf 2, and Wolf 3 had already made one probing pass at it, opening a few gashes on its thigh and haunch, but none of the wounds were deep and it wasn't bleeding much. The knoll hadn't so much as staggered. It had just gotten thoroughly enraged. Go, I said flatly. 7 black shapes moved as one. Wolf 1 fainted head-on. Wolf 2 and Wolf 3 shot in low from both flanks, going for the ankles. The cook swung wide from behind with his cleaver. The thug came in swinging her spiked club at its lower back. The security guard thrust straight in with the riot fork, aiming for the wrist holding the blade. The knoll growled, and the scimitar carved a bright arc that drove Wolf 1 back. In the same beat, it twisted aside from the riot fork and slammed a backward elbow into the fat thug's shoulder, sending her stumbling several steps, the spiked club flying out of her hands. But it couldn't cover everything. Wolf 2 locked its jaws on the left ankle, Wolf 3 on the right calf, fangs sunk deep into flesh, impossible to shake loose. The knoll roared and chopped downward. The blade bit into Wolf 2's spine, and Wolf 2 dissolved on the spot into a puff of black mist. And in that one instant, while it was busy with the wolves, Old Pig moved. The warblade swept up from below on a diagonal, edge slicing toward the knoll's flank. It wrenched around to block, and scimitar met blade with a ringing clang, sparks spitting in every direction. That swing had been building for a long time. The knoll actually got knocked back half a step. A shallow cut opened along its side, gray-brown hide splitting, blood slowly welling up. I kept my eyes locked on the gnoll, ready to dodge at any moment. The gnoll was breathing hard now. Its slit pupils slid past the wolves and old pig and fixed on my face. It had figured it out. This human stood there without moving, and with nothing but a few gestures he sent these black shapes charging in to die, one after another. The real master here was the young man standing at the back with his hands in his pockets. It exploded into motion, kicking Wolf 3 off its calf, ignoring the cleaver the cook buried in its shoulder, and charged straight at me. Its thick legs churned up dirt, the scimitar went up over its head, and its whole body came down on me like a cannonball. I backed up 3 steps and slipped behind a tree. The scimitar bit into the trunk, blasting bark everywhere. Wolf 1 and Wolf 3 caught up and savaged its calves, dragging it backward. The gnoll howled in pain. An old pig closed in 2. Warblade raised to split its skull. It spun and knocked old pig's blade into the dirt, kicking up a cloud of dust, then swung back around at Wolf 1. I'd been watching for exactly that. The instant it committed, Wolf 1 and Wolf 3 let go together and fell back to guard my feet. The gnoll stopped. It wasn't chasing me anymore. This human was too slippery, and coming after him meant getting stabbed in the back by the rest of the shadow soldiers. So it decided to kill the strongest one first. The rest would scatter on their own. It turned and put every bit of its attention back on Old Pig. The scimitar came hammering down. Old Pig barely turned the first blow aside. The second drove him onto one knee in the mud. The gnoll stepped in, whipped the scimitar around in a rising horizontal sweep, and drove the edge up into Old Pig's chest. Black mist scattered. Old Pig was dead. A strangled cry came from inside the woodshed. Han Xiang clapped a hand over her mouth, a tremor leaking out between her fingers. The gnoll was too strong. It had killed the pigman in a matter of seconds. She looked toward me without thinking. I was still standing exactly where I'd been, hands in my pockets, nothing moving in my face. I had 10 mana left. 2 more summons. I raised my right hand and snapped my fingers. A familiar body reappeared on the battlefield, bent down, picked the war blade up off the ground, and gripped it tight again. I put my hand back in my pocket and lifted my chin at the gnoll, my tone like I was greeting an old acquaintance. Come on, let's keep going. The gnoll took half a step back. Its slit pupils contracted violently, its fangs grinding out an ear-splitting screech, its throat. A panicked growl rumbled low in its throat. Around it, the shadow soldiers dropped low again, slowly tightening the circle. Big Wolf, Third Wolf, and the 3 shadow men lunged almost simultaneously, no hesitation whatsoever in their movements, like their own lives meant nothing to them. The security guard drove his riot fork straight at its chest. The cook slashed in diagonally from the right with his cleaver. The thug swung his spiked club down hard from the left, while Big Wolf and Third Wolf shot along the ground toward its left and right ankles. 5 attacks sealed off every escape route at once. The gnoll had no time to think. It swung its blade on pure instinct. The curved sword swept across and smashed into the steel shaft of the riot fork, the force so brutal it sent the guard flying, fork and all. Before he even hit the ground, the blade had caught up and sliced clean across his throat. But the cook's cleaver had found the opening too, biting into its right arm. Not deep, but enough to make the wrist holding the sword tremble. Enraged, it slammed a backward elbow into the cook's chest, sending him staggering. Before it could follow up with the blade, Big Wolf had already clamped down on the back of its left knee, fangs punching through fur and sinking deep into muscle. It roared in pain and kicked out, trying to shake Big Wolf loose, only for Third Wolf to lunge in from the other side and lock onto its right ankle. Both wolves hung from its legs like iron shackles, dragging it down. In that single instant when its balance faltered, the fat thug's spiked club slammed squarely into its lower back. The triangular spikes buried themselves in flesh, and when they tore free, they took a chunk of meat and a spray of blood with them. The agony arched its entire spine. That was the moment Old Pig moved. The Pudeo swept up from below at an angle, slicing flat across its belly. Dark red blood poured out of the gash running across its abdomen, streaming down through its fur and pooling on the ground. The gnoll roared and wheeled around, hacking at Old Pig, but Old Pig had already pulled his blade back and retreated half a step. The sword barely grazed the Pudeo's shaft, shaving off nothing but a few wood splinters. It tried to pursue. One step in, both legs buckled. The wounds on its feet were too severe. The gnoll stood there panting, and the savage light in those vertical pupils began to waver. It was finally starting to think about retreat. I felt that flicker of hesitation clear as day, and immediately gave the order to press the attack. Big Wolf and Third Wolf charged first, latching onto its already shredded legs from either side, throwing off its footing. The thug swung his spiked club at its waist and gut. The cook aimed his cleaver specifically at the hand holding the sword. Old Pig drifted along the edge of its field of vision like a guillotine blade waiting to drop, never rushing in, but every sweep of that pudeo forced it to split its attention and defend. The knoll was wearing down fast. The curved sword came out again and again, visibly slower each time, blood running steadily from the wounds on its legs and belly. It drove the cook back with one swing, twisted aside to dodge the thug's club, but Big Wolf seized the gap and clamped onto its sword wrist, nearly ripping the blade out of its grip. It threw Big Wolf off, slamming the flat of the sword into his ribs and sending him flying. And in that opening, Third Wolf scrambled up from behind and sank his fangs into the fur below the back of its neck, teeth wedging into the gap in the shoulder blade and tearing away a huge flap of flesh. Its whole body arched from the pain, and it stabbed the curved sword backward in a reverse grip. Third Wolf let go and leapt clear, but the tip still slid into his belly, and he dissolved into black mist. Even here, even this badly wounded, the knoll had still managed to take one of mine down with it. The thing's strength was making me more and more excited. Once it became a shadow soldier, I could hardly imagine what it would be capable of. By now it was wheezing like a broken bellows, its eyes unfocused, its footwork completely gone. It still tried to fight back, but every swing was slower than the last. My shadow soldiers rolled over it in waves like a rising tide, bite and fall back, slash and withdraw, never giving it a second to breathe. The wounds piled up, one on top of another. Finally, it couldn't hold on. It staggered half a step and dropped to one knee in the mud, the tip of the curved sword planted in the ground, the blade the only thing keeping it from collapsing entirely. I looked at the pathetic state of it and didn't move. For all I knew, it was faking. "Old Pig," I said. Old Pig swung on command, one clean arc coming down, the blade cutting precisely through the back of its neck. A wet thud, and the head rolled into the mud, turning a half circle before it stopped. Done. I spared the corpse a glance, then turned and headed for the woodshed. The door was riddled with holes. One pull, and the whole thing came off in my hand. Han Xiang was huddled in the corner, having slid down the wall to sit on the floor with her legs drawn up. Her face was streaked with tears, loose strands of hair soaked with sweat and tears and plastered messily across her cheeks and forehead. And somehow the disheveled look didn't take away from her beauty at all. If anything, it added a kind of fragile, broken loveliness. Add the white blouse, the blue pencil skirt, the black stockings, the red-soled heels with woodshed dust and splinters still clinging to them. In that filthy, run-down shed, she looked like a flower someone had accidentally planted in the middle of a ruin. I swallowed, let my eyes linger on her a second or two longer than I should have, then forced my gaze down and held out my hand. Han Xiang looked up at me. This face, the one the senior girls used to call Little Si-hoon, had gotten a lot sharper since high school, with something rugged about it now. Her heart seemed to skip a beat. Her cheeks flushed faintly, but she took my hand without hesitation. I closed my fingers and pulled her up hard. Her legs were still weak. She stumbled and nearly lost her balance, instinctively leaning forward half a step, and suddenly there was barely a fist width between us. My eyes couldn't help but drop. The top button of the white blouse had come undone. The pencil skirt clung to her thighs, and the black stockings traced a smooth line all the way down to her ankles. I looked away quickly, but that 1 or 2 second pause had been obvious enough. She noticed. She turned her head aside, smoothing back her sweat-damp hair, and said evenly, "My best friend forced this outfit on me. Said it looked good and I should try it. I never dressed like this at school. You should know that." "It's fine. I like it," I said before I could stop myself. The second it was out of my mouth, I knew I'd screwed up. Han Xiang froze for a beat, then put on a show of indignation. "Chen Xiao, I'm your teacher." In that instant, it was like I'd been yanked back to the doorway of the senior year faculty office. Her standing there with her lesson plans in her arms, one eyebrow slightly raised, her voice never loud, but always carrying just enough weight to put you in your place. My body reacted faster than my brain. I scratched the back of my head. "Teacher, about that." She burst out laughing. "Chen Xiao, you've been in college a whole year and you haven't changed one bit." I laughed awkwardly and hurried to change the subject. "Teacher Han, what did your class starter pack give you?" She heard it, didn't call her out, just played along. "An alchemy cauldron. I hid it in the woodpile." She turned and walked over to the woodpile, bending down to dig through the firewood. The hem of her top slid up a little, exposing a small patch of pale skin at the small of her back. Her pencil skirt stretched taut over a round curve, and her legs, sheathed in black stockings, bent slightly. My eyes traced those few lines all the way down, and then I felt a certain subtle physiological reaction starting to make itself known. Without any change in expression, I crouched down, the motion natural enough to look like I just wanted to rest. Found it," she cried out softly in delight, hauling around a cauldron the size of a water bucket with obvious effort. Seeing me crouched there, she blinked, but didn't think much of it. She came over and crouched down with me, setting the cauldron between us. "This is my professional equipment. I reached out and touched it, cold metal, with a ring of runes carved around the rim. My gaze dropped to the roller skates inside. And these? She curved her lips in mild embarrassment. My vehicle. Roller skates. I didn't laugh at her. I just nodded seriously. What else? She spread out a small bundle beside her and pointed at 3 stalks glowing a faint blue. Mana grass. Raw material for brewing restoration potions. How many bottles can 3 stalks make? Only 1. She said it awkwardly. I frowned slightly. So I had a way to restore mana quickly, but raw materials were a problem. I'd figure it out later. I gestured for her to keep going. This outfit was from a drop too. She pointed at a wad of fabric next to her, her expression a little off. I caught the oddness and pressed. What kind of outfit? She glanced up at me, then said quietly, an office lady costume. The, novelty kind. I gave an awkward laugh. Seeing me get put on the spot, she couldn't help the corner of her mouth twitching upward. She packed the outfit away, didn't throw it out, so clearly she figured it'd come in handy later. She stood up and looked at me. So, Chen Xiao, am I allowed on the bus? Of course. Miss Han, when you've got time, how about teaching me a foreign language? I tossed it out casually, a wicked grin at the corner of my mouth. She missed the innuendo entirely. She straightened her collar and smiled. Sure, as long as you still want to learn. Looking into those clear eyes of hers, she'd caught my loaded little jab and taken it completely at face value, which somehow made me the one with the dirty mind. I cleared my throat and stepped out of the woodshed first. Around the corner, toward the cabin's front door. I pushed it open, and a thick wave of blood stench hit me in the face. The inside was much bigger than it looked from outside. A rough wooden table stood in the center with a basket of herbs on it. In one corner was a pile of unidentifiable animal bones. On the wall facing the door, an iron hook hung from a crossbeam, and on the hook was a body barely recognizable as human, suspended in midair like livestock on a slaughter rack. The cuts on its lower body were still dripping, pooling into a small puddle of congealing blood on the floor. The face was too contorted to make out what it had originally looked like. Han Xiang stepped over the threshold behind me, lifted her eyes, and froze solid. Her face went white in an instant, pupils shrinking. She flinched back half a step on instinct. Her heel caught the threshold, and she started to topple backward. I moved fast, throwing out an arm around her waist and pulling her in. She fell into me with the momentum, her whole face burying into my chest, breath coming fast and shaky, fingers clenched tight in the fabric over my chest. She couldn't get a word out. Her forehead pressed against my collarbone, warm breath seeping through in waves. I looked down at the head buried against my chest, loose strands of hair brushing my chin, and a surge of protectiveness rose up in me. I tilted my head toward Old Pig and jerked my chin. Get the body down. Take it outside. Find something to cover it with. Old Pig strode over, flipped his saber into a reverse grip, severed the rope with one slicing cut, caught the falling corpse steadily with his left hand, and carried it out over his shoulder. I looked down at the woman in my arms again. She still had her head buried, her breathing gradually evening out, but her fingers hadn't let go of my shirt. It was a while before she slowly released it, stepped back half a pace, smoothed her hair, and said with lowered lashes, her voice soft and hoarse, "Sorry." I lost it for a second. My eyes lingered a moment on the hand that had let go, and something I couldn't quite name, a trace of regret, stirred in me. I pushed the thought down. It's nothing. Anyone would react that way. Then I turned and walked toward the open wooden basket in the corner of the cabin. It wasn't large. Inside were bundles of herbs, tied off in handfuls. I picked up one stalk to examine it, giving orders without turning around. Old Pig, cook, road boss, dig out anything in here we can use. Big Wolf, Third Wolf, keep watch outside. Several shadows fanned out without a sound and started ransacking the place. Let me see. Han Xiang reached over and took the silvery white stalk from my hand, pinching a leaf between her fingertips and turning it over twice. Silver-edged sage, used for antidotes. Boiled into a decoction, it neutralizes most snake and insect venoms, and it works on mild corrosive toxins too. She explained every item thoroughly, as if proving she was useful. She'd just finished identifying it and was brushing the leaf fragments off her hands when there was a clatter from a corner deep in the room. Road Boss fished a folded animal hide out of a gap in a broken wooden cabinet, then turned and held it out to me with both hands. I took it and unfolded it, a map. At the same time, a sheet of paper slipped out of the fold and drifted to my feet. I looked at the completely unfamiliar script on it and frowned. Orcish language detected. Spend 50 highway coins to learn this language. My mouth twitched. This system really knew how to pick its moments. I glanced down at the dense red markings on the map, gritted my teeth, and hit confirm. Those chicken scratch symbols instantly became as familiar to me as my native alphabet. I could read it now. The map pointed to a place called Jinghu, where many kinds of herbs grew, including the mana grass I needed most. The letter was written by someone named White, addressed to the gnolls. The undead in Harlan City have already begun spreading outward. They're almost at my residence. Suspend the herb shipments for now. I'll send you coordinates once I've relocated. Signed, White. Harlan City? Never heard of it. I knew the word undead well enough, but to this day I hadn't laid eyes on a single one. I set the question aside, folded the letter, and tucked it into my jacket. Han Xiang was still standing beside me, watching me curiously. I looked up and gave her the gist of what the letter said. Her expression turned grave. Undead. I nodded. But there's no point thinking about it now. We don't even know where Harlan City is. The only thing that's any use to us right now is this map. I spread it out and pointed at the area that had been circled in red over and over. Jing Lake. Lots of herbs grow there, including mana grass. We head out tomorrow. We're way too low on mana grass. Her eyes lit up. Okay. I folded up the map and headed out the door. The gnoll's corpse was still sprawled face down in the mud out in the clearing, the blood half dried. Next to it lay the body we'd cut down off the meat hook, covered with a scrap of rag. I crouched down between the two corpses and pressed a palm to each, hands face down. Race, Gnoll. Level, 3. Spirit, 6. Physique, 19. Summoning requires 5 points of spirit and costs 10 MP. Race, Human. Class, Lumberjack/E. Level 1. Spirit, 2. Physique, 5. Summoning requires 2 points of spirit and costs 3 MP. The Gnoll stats caught me off guard. Physique, 19. The strongest shadow soldier I'd seen yet. Highest spirit and mana cost, 2. The human wasn't worth talking about. I only had 5 MP total right now. Better to save it for the Gnoll. Han Xiang looked at me. What are you doing? I smiled and walked her through my skill. Her lips parted slightly. She couldn't hide her shock. You've got a skill like that? No wonder you had the guts to come save me. Your class has to be at least rank A, right? The corner of my mouth curled up. Come on, Teacher Han, give me some credit. I'm SSS rank. That shut her up completely. And she seemed to decide, all at once, that tagging along with a guy a few years younger than her was actually a pretty solid move. All right, Teacher Han, pack up the shock, I teased. Tell me about your skills. She gathered her thoughts. Passive skill. When I brew potions, there's a 10% chance the batch mutates into a premium potion. What's the difference between premium and normal? She shook her head honestly. No idea. I've never actually brewed one. So how would I know? I nodded, then changed tack. How many kinds of potions can you make? She counted them off on her fingers. Mana draft for restoring mana, stamina tonic for restoring energy, coagulant salve, wound cleansing solution, mind clearing water, refresher water, and 6 flavor pills for building up the body. 6 flavor pills? My eyes lit up. That sounds like the good stuff. You should definitely practice that one a lot going forward. She laughed and swatted at me. You've got such a mouth on you. I was about to needle her a little more when a sound of rummaging came from deeper inside the cabin. The cook squeezed out from behind a half-collapsed wooden rack in the corner, something clutched in his hand. He walked briskly over to me and offered it up with both hands. A small silver-white crossbow. The body was no longer than my forearm, giving off a cool, smooth silver-white sheen, like it had been cast from some lightweight metal I'd never seen before. The curves were clean, the surface spotless. The string groove sat empty, no bowstring at all. I hefted it, cold to the touch, and a lot lighter than I expected. I was just about to figure out how it worked when the system window popped up without warning. Recyclable item detected. Execute recycling. My hand froze. Anything the system jumped in on its own to recycle definitely wasn't ordinary junk. Not yet. I closed the window. Identify its function. The system went quiet for a second, then a prompt appeared. Name, stringless hand crossbow, bronze. Value, 1,000 highway coins. Description, standard issue weapon of the Silver Wolves, Harlan City's elite legion. Saw distinguished service repelling orc raids. Channel mana to operate. I blinked. 1,000 highway coins, the most expensive thing I'd come across so far. I turned it over a few times, then tried funneling the mana in my body down through my fingertips. A pale blue arrow of light instantly condensed in the string groove. I squeezed the trigger to test the power. Ting! The bolt punched clean through the cabin wall and stuck in the second wall. I figured that was it. Then the tip went bang and blew a crater half a meter across in that second wall. Nice. Only downside is it eats a bit of mana per shot. I tucked the little crossbow carefully into my coat. I looked around at the cabin, which was pretty much wrecked at this point, and waved a hand, signaling the shadow soldiers to fall in. We formed up in a line and headed back to the steel RV parked in the distance. Han Xiang stopped dead in her tracks when she saw it. I slid open the side door and shot her a smug look. The second it opened, she was even more stunned. She turned back to me, her almond eyes going wide. Your vehicle is tier 2? I pulled her aboard and tossed the silver string hand crossbow onto the bed. Yeah, just upgraded it. Cost me a ton of materials. Her gaze traveled over the fittings inside the cabin, and all she said, under her breath, was, "Some people drown while others die of thirst." I didn't answer. I just jerked my chin at her. "Get brewing. Don't worry about anything else." She snapped out of it, nodded, hopped down, and crouched by the alchemy cauldron to get to work. I turned to the cook, standing by outside the door. "Get in." He climbed aboard in silence and took up position beside the galley counter. I spent 10 highway coins on the seasoning and cookware bundle and piled every ingredient I had onto the counter. "Make us a meal. Show me what you've got." The cook rinsed his knife and got started. Under his hands, the induction burner's heat behaved like it had eyes. High heat for the stir-fry, low heat for a slow sear, timing dialed in to the second. About 15 minutes later, Hanxiang came over and handed me a bowl of mana draft. I took it and knocked it back in one go. I shut my eyes and checked. My mana had gone from 10 up a full 3 points. "It works." I handed the bowl back. 3 sprigs for 3 points. Not bad. Once we hit Jing Lake, we gather as much as we can and stockpile a few dozen bottles. She'd barely taken the bowl when a rich, seared aroma laced with the smell of meat came rolling through the cabin. The cook had already killed the heat. The wolf meat in the pan was golden brown and glistening, coated in a dark brown sauce with a few dried chilies mixed in. "Food's up. Come eat." I waved her over. Hanxiang picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. The char and the bite of the chili detonated on her tongue, and the juices from the wolf meat flooded her mouth. From the look on her face, she clearly hadn't expected a meal like this out here in the middle of nowhere. I ate a few slices myself and couldn't help nodding along. Looked like the Shadow Soldier class was genuinely useful. After polishing off a big bowl of wolf meat, I wiped my mouth and asked her, "That basket of herbs, besides the 3 sprigs of mana grass you just used, what's the rest? What can you brew?" She set down her chopsticks and thought about it. "The silver-edged sage is enough for 3 bottles of refresher. The cloud vein mint will make 1 bottle of clarity. The rest sat around too long. The potency's gone." She paused, then added, "There's something else I should get straight up front. My mental energy is limited. 5 potions a day max. If I drink a clarity, maybe I can squeeze out a few more." I nodded. 5 mana drinks a day is plenty. Beats sitting around waiting for my own magic to come back. After dinner, the cabin went quiet. The cook washed the pots and dishes, climbed down without a word, and went to find a spot to keep watch outside with Old Pig and the others. I stretched, flopped onto the bed, and sprawled out spread eagle. "It's late. Let's get some sleep." Hanxiang froze at that. She glanced at me, her expression tightening a little. Well, here we were. In the end, she didn't say anything. She stood, walked around to the other side of the bed, and lay down facing me. I swallowed. Thinking about how my virginity was about to be handed over tonight, my heart was pounding hard enough to hurt. In the dark, clothing rustled to the floor. It's my first time too, so quit being so nervous. My ears went up in flames. I know. After that, nobody said anything else. The RV danced in the dark all night long, and only when the sky started turning ashy gray did things finally settle down. The next morning, sunlight poured through the windows into the cabin, and a faint scent hung in the air. Hanxiang lay on her side against the inner wall, curled up under the sheet, only half her face and a tangle of black hair showing. I got up, carefully stepped over her tucked-up legs, climbed off the bed, picked up my clothes and pulled them on, then slid the door open and waved at the cook squatting outside. "Come up and make breakfast." The cook climbed in silently. I left the door open and pulled up the shop, bought a cut of well-marbled snowflake beef, a carton of free-range black chicken eggs, a fresh stock of Solomon's seal, and a small bag of wild mountain mushrooms. 30 road coins total. I gave the cook his orders. Cut the beef into thick slices. Soak the mushrooms in warm water, then stew them with the Solomon's seal. Beat 2 eggs in for egg flour. He nodded and got to work. I also bought 1 unit of universal fuel and dumped it into the nearly empty tank. After a night's rest, my mana was back up to 23 points. Time to summon the knoll. "Summon," I said in my head. The knoll took shape in front of me. Nearly 6 feet tall, broad in the shoulders, thick through the back, heavy legs slightly bent, upper body pitched forward, coiled and ready to spring at any second. I looked up at the huge shadow creature, the corner of my mouth curling, and tossed it the scimitar we'd taken yesterday. "From now on, your name's Wolfsong." It let out a low growl, close enough to a yes. I clapped it on the shoulder. Wolfsong's combat power flat out crushed every shadow soldier I had, but it ate up a lot of mental energy too, 6 points in one shot. After summoning it, I had 0.4 left. Looks like I need to level up fast and push that mental cap higher. I pulled the door open, slid into the driver's seat, and waved the shadow soldiers off, motioning for them to climb up on the roof. For shadows, each found a spot up there and settled in, crouched like the beast statues along the ridgelines of the Forbidden City. Good thing the reinforced roof was solid enough. Otherwise, they'd have caved it right in. I ducked back inside, put it in gear, and headed toward Jing Lake. The engine turning over woke Han Xiang. She turned her head toward the driver's seat, voice hoarse. What time is it? Almost noon. Food's on the counter. Help yourself. She meant to put her old clothes back on, but the pile of shredded fabric on the floor wasn't wearable anymore. So she dug out the office lady outfit she'd pulled from a drop and changed into that. Once it was on, she gave herself a slightly embarrassed once-over. A cropped purple top, fitted close, the V-neck cutting a clean line along her collarbones, the hem landing a couple inches below her navel. Lift an arm and a strip of flat stomach showed. A gray high-waisted pencil skirt gripped her at the narrowest part of her waist and fell straight down from there. When she walked, the hem rode up just enough to show the inside of her thighs and the lace band at the top of her gray stockings. A completely different person from the Ms. Han who stood at the front of the classroom in plain blouses and dark suit skirts. Her ears went pink. She reached up and tugged her collar straighter, then padded barefoot across the floor to the counter and lifted the lid off the stew pot. Steam hit her face, carrying the smell of wild mushrooms and Solomon seal up with it. She ladled out a small bowl of soup, laid 2 slices of marbled beef on the rim, and carried it to the passenger seat, tucking her legs up against the edge of the seat. I stole a look at the outfit, and a certain part of me rose to salute all on its own. She didn't eat first. Instead, she picked up a slice of beef, brought it to her lips, and blew on it lightly, then held it out to my mouth. I blinked, turned my head, and took it. 2 chews later, I mumbled, "Hot. Serves you right. Whose fault is it we were up half the night?" Her tone was as flat as a weather report, but that pink on her ears deepened another shade. She bent her head and sipped some soup, then picked up another slice, blowing on it longer this time, making sure it had cooled before she offered it over. I chewed and kept one hand on the wheel, easing off the gas a little. While the two of us were being sweet on each other, over at the edge of Jing Lake, a green-skinned orc stood perfectly still. He had a letter clutched in his hand. It read, "I've reached Jing Lake. Send the herbs, and be quick about it. Signed, Wright." Thinking about the feast waiting for him, Wright couldn't help throwing his head back and laughing. If I'd known turning into a zombie felt this good, what the hell was I hiding for? He licked his cracked, peeling lips, rolled the letter up, tied it to the leg of a gray pigeon, and threw his arm up to launch it. The bird beat its way into the distance and vanished into the horizon. I finally got the RV to the outer edge of Jing Lake. A dense wall of bamboo ringed the water. From outside, you couldn't see a thing past it. I tipped my chin at Han Xiang in the passenger seat. "Can't drive in there. I'll go alone." She sat up straight, the neckline of the purple top pulling taut with the movement, her black stockinged legs swinging down off the seat, the point of one heel tapping the floor. "You're sure you don't want me along?" I glanced back at her, a not-so-innocent smile tugging at my mouth. "Ms. Han, you getting around okay?" She froze for a beat. Then it registered, and her face went stern as she reached over and pinched my ear. Not hard, but very precisely aimed. "You've got some nerve. That how you talk to your teacher? You itching for a beating?" "Ow. Sorry, teacher, I'm sorry." I tilted my head away and clasped my hands together, begging for mercy, but I couldn't wipe the grin off my face. "I really am sorry. I'll never do it again." She snorted and let go. "Well, at least your attitude's decent. I'll let you off this time. Go, and make it quick." I straightened my yanked crooked collar and nodded, serious now. "Wait for me." Then I turned and headed for the back of the wagon. Pig and Cook had already done what I told them, cut down a few stalks of bamboo at the edge of the grove and lashed together a crude bamboo palanquin. I climbed on, settled in, and gripped the poles on either side. Roadblock took the front, Cook the back, and they lifted me smoothly and started into the bamboo. Big Wolf scouted ahead. Pig and Wu the second flanked us, one on each side. The grove wasn't deep. 7 or 8 minutes in, the light ahead brightened, and the view opened up all at once. Thormere Lake. Not a big body of water, but the shoreline was packed shoulder to shoulder with medicinal herbs. I'd barely started to smile, hadn't even gotten a word out, when I saw the person standing at the water's edge. No, not a person, an orc. Rough dark green skin, tall and gaunt. The flesh on his face didn't look like it had grown there so much as been hung there. He was beaming at me, and the smile was grotesquely wide. The corners nearly reached his ears, bearing 2 rows of yellow-black teeth. But his eyes weren't on me at all. They were fixed straight on Wu the second, beside me. "Dumb dog, what happened to you? And where are the herbs? You didn't bring them?" He cocked his head, and his gaze slid from Wu the second to my face, the smile never slipping. "Who's the human in the chair? Since when do you serve anybody?" I recognized him instantly. This was the orc from the letter, White. Before he could say another word, I flipped my right hand over, drew the silver string crossbow from my belt, raised it, and squeezed the trigger. A pale blue bolt of mana shot out. There was a wet thud, and it punched clean through his chest, dead center, blowing out a hole the size of a rice bowl. Shredded meat and bone fragments sprayed out his back, and beads of dark green blood spattered the blades of grass at his feet. He didn't fall. He looked down at the crater in his chest, then looked back up at me. The smile was still there. Then he bent over and, in no particular hurry, began picking the bits of flesh and bone splinters up off the ground one by one and pressing them back into the hole in his chest, like he was assembling a jigsaw puzzle. My pupils shrank, and a chill crawled up my spine. No more hesitating. I turned my head and barked. "Pig! Wu the Second, take him!" Pig let out a muffled roar and swung the long-handled saber off his shoulder, the blade whistling as it came down at the orc's neck. Wu the Second's curved sword came in right behind it, sweeping up low from the ground toward the gut. One high, one low, every angle of escape sealed off. But the orc just stood there, smile unchanged, and didn't even try to dodge. He simply opened his mouth and lunged to bite Wu the Second. He never got there. Pig's blade took his head off first, and Wu the Second's sword buried itself in his side. The problem was, the severed head didn't die. It kept coming exactly as it had been, and its teeth clamped down on Wu the Second's shoulder. And the headless body didn't drop either. It reached back, cupped the head, still gnawing on Wu the Second's shoulder, and set it neatly back on the neck stump, then gave it a twist, like screwing on a bottle cap. Click! The head was reattached. He rolled his neck, put that grotesque smile back on, and tilted his head at Wu the Second with what actually sounded like regret. "Oh, you're already dead. What a shame. You can't turn into a zombie with me." Then he turned to me. "Looks like you're the only living one here. Come on, join the glorious evolution." My face went pale. "That's a fucking zombie? Since when do zombies talk?" And smile the whole damn time. He didn't answer. He just started walking toward the palanquin. "Stop him," I snapped. Pig and Wu the Second hit him at the same time, one on each side, one locking his left arm, the other clamping his right wrist, and both hauled backward at once, trying to drag him down. Both arms tore off at the shoulder. Each of them ended up holding one. He didn't so much as flinch. Still smiling, and moving faster than before, he kept coming at me. That grinning face got closer and closer, the mouth slowly opening to bear those 2 rows of yellow-black teeth. I jumped straight off the palanquin, nearly lost my footing on the landing, and stumbled half a step before catching myself. Without looking back, I shouted at Roadblock and Cook, "Use the chair. Block him." They shoved the palanquin forward instantly, wedging it crosswise between us. It tripped him. He pitched forward halfway over it, mouth still open, teeth scraping and clacking against the bamboo. "Chop him up. Turn him into paste." I backed up 2 steps and pointed. "Pig, Wu the Second, both of you." For the next 10 minutes, the 2 blades rose and fell in turns, hacking that still writhing body into chunks, then into pulp, until it was nothing but a spreading heap of dark green sludge on the ground. And the sludge was still moving. Like a stirred pot of stew, the whole mass churned slowly across the mud. Tiny grains of flesh crept toward the center. Bone splinters drew together and locked into each other, knitting themselves back, inch by inch. I stood a few paces off, staring at the thing, stunned. Couldn't be cut down, couldn't be hacked apart, still alive after being minced into paste. What the hell was this thing? My eyes swept over the dry bamboo leaves at my feet, and it hit me. "Fire," I said under my breath. Then, louder, "Cut bamboo. We burn it." Pig spun around and started chopping. Stalk after stalk came down and got dragged over and stacked around the pile of pulp. Cook and Roadblock jumped in too, and in under a minute they'd built a waist-high bamboo pyre around the thing. I pulled a lighter out of my coat, crouched down, and lit the dry leaves and twigs at the base. A small flame caught, then raced up the dry bamboo. Cracks and pops echoed along the lakeshore, and the smell of burning rose fast. And I saw it with my own eyes. A piece of scorched flesh stopped twitching. It was working. I had Pig cut another load of bamboo and throw it on. At one point the flames leapt higher than a man. That's when the system chime went off in my head. Congratulations. Player Chin Xiao has scored the server first kill on a zombie. Reward, 1 gold treasure chest. A gold-plated treasure chest materialized out of thin air on the muddy ground in front of me. The surface glowed with a warm, mellow metallic sheen, the edges inlaid with a band of fine, dark filigree. Just sitting there, it radiated a sense of serious weight. I couldn't help reaching out to run my hand over the lid, my heart pounding like a war drum. "Open up." I flipped the lid back in one motion, half afraid the system would change its mind. "Congratulations, player. You have obtained second skill book ×1, road coins ×5,000, Orc Bro's Blessing, gold quality, ×1. Just the notification for those 5,000 road coins hitting my account was enough to split my face into a grin. But I knew that anything the system was willing to bundle with 5,000 road coins was definitely not cheap junk. I snatched up the skill book without wasting a second. Second skill book can help the player awaken a second skill. Use it. I picked yes, without hesitating. Warmth poured in through the crown of my head. It felt like a whole new region of my brain was being pried open, and images and information came flooding in like a tide. A few seconds later, I opened my eyes, and the full description of my second skill was carved crystal clear into my consciousness. Skill: Shadow Barracks, an independent space for storing, healing, and upgrading shadow soldiers. The space contains barracks and a training arena. Shadow soldiers placed inside do not consume the player's spirit power. In the arena, shadow soldiers can gain experience and level up by defeating and devouring the losers. My eyes lit up bit by bit. This skill was exactly what I needed, right when I needed it. I'd been racking my brain over what to do with my growing army of shadow soldiers. I couldn't exactly stuff them all onto the roof of the RV, and I couldn't go parading around town with a crowd of black silhouettes trailing behind me either. Problem solved. Now I could pack them all in there. No spirit power cost, no space taken up, plus automatic leveling and healing. Even the low-tier grunts wouldn't have to be cannon fodder anymore. Toss them in the arena, let them grind, and sooner or later they'd get strong. Shadow Barracks. I said it under my breath and pushed my hand forward. A black-purple oval doorway tore open in midair, its edges rimmed with a dim glow, like a slit ripped straight out of the void. Through it I could see an empty expanse of gray-black ground and the neat outlines of barracks buildings, with a circular training arena sprawling right at the center, so vast I couldn't make out the far edge. Easily a kilometer across. I stepped inside. It was even more expansive in here than it had looked from the outside. The gray-black sky had no sun or moon, yet a soft light spilled down from every direction, illuminating the whole space clear as day. Row after row of barracks stood in tight, orderly formation around the arena, each one big enough to house several shadow soldiers. The floor of the circular arena looked polished to a mirror finish, but it didn't feel slick at all underfoot, more like some ancient gladiatorial pit. One flicker of thought, and I teleported from the edge to the dead center. Another, and I was standing on the roof of a barracks building deep in the compound. Hovering in the air, looking down over the whole space, that feeling of total control had me smirking despite myself. Another shift of thought, and every one of my shadow soldiers appeared at once in different corners of the arena, blinking between the barracks at my command, fast as flickering black cutouts. Watching them teleport around below me, a thought popped into my head. If soldiers can come in here, what about other stuff? I stepped out first, picked up a small pebble from the lakeshore, closed my fist around it, and walked back in. I looked down. The pebble was still there. Nice. Next I went to the edge of the bamboo grove, pinched a live bug between my fingers, and carried it in. The instant I crossed the threshold, the bug vanished from my hand. I turned around, and there it was, sitting placidly on the ground outside. Living things can't come in. I stepped back out, killed the bug, and tried again. This time the beetle's corpse rested obediently in my palm, unchanged. So only dead matter can enter? I filed that rule away and lifted my eyes toward the gray-blue surface of Jing Lake. If I stored the lake in there, I'd never run short on water again. I muttered it out loud, then immediately opened the portal and aimed it at the water's edge. A dark purple oval doorway hung suspended just beneath the surface. The water started pouring in. First the top layer got sucked away, like an invisible ladle had scooped out a dipperful. Then the lake accelerated toward the opening, spinning into a small whirlpool that turned faster and faster. Standing on the bank, I could feel the volume of water inside the barracks climbing steadily. I held all of it up with my mind, leaving it floating above the barracks like a pale blue lake hanging upside down from the sky. The water level dropped fast enough to watch with the naked eye. Mud emerged along the edges, and the grass roots and gravel that had been submerged began to show themselves. I only stopped when nothing was left but a shallow layer of muddy water. With that done, I picked up the star-shaped pendant. It was no bigger than my thumb, its silver-white metal surface giving off a soft glow, like a star shrunk down countless times over, lying quietly in my palm. Orc Bro's Blessing. Increases maximum spirit power by 20 when warned. Reading that, I couldn't keep the grin off my face. 20 extra points of max spirit power meant I could summon more shadow soldiers at once, and stronger ones. I was about to hang it around my neck when something occurred to me. I pulled up the system interface with practiced ease. Can this blessing be recycled? Yes. Recycle it. Appraise it first. Name: Orc's Blessing Gold. Value: 5,000 road coins. Description: an amulet forged by the orc alchemist Pete. He reckoned this amulet could increase maximum spirit power by 20, and then his tribesmen reckoned he'd reckoned right. So the amulet really does increase maximum spirit power by 20. My mouth twitched. What kind of species were these orcs, that they could rewrite reality just by reckoning? Shaking my head, I hung the amulet around my neck. Warmth radiated out from the pendant, spreading down past my collarbone and through my whole body, and the number on my spirit power bar jumped up by 20. But it still wasn't enough. I opened my personal panel. Current level 2. Leveling up to 3 would cost 500 road coins. I hit confirm without a second thought. Level 3, Level 4, Level 5, Level 6, Level 7, Level 8. I flung road coins around like scrap paper, every confirmation accompanied by a crisp deduction chime and a gentle current of warmth flooding into my body. Total spent, 4,500 road coins. Name, Chen Xiao. Class, Shadow Monarch. Race, human. Level, 8. Spirit, 84.4. Physique, 41. Mana, 96. Sweet. That was all I said. Before I could even properly savor the rush of getting stronger, my comm unit buzzed. A message from Han Xiang. You'd better check the chat. Everybody's talking about you. I pulled up the chat. Messages were scrolling by so fast that each one got shoved off the screen the second it appeared. Who the hell is Chen Xiao? Never heard of him before. A gold treasure chest? Nobody's ever pulled one of those, right? What kind of luck is that? Mr. Chen Xiao, if you're willing to hand that chest over to the Iron Cavalry Guild, I'll make you a vice president. Blazing Sun Guild here. We'll throw in a tier 2 vehicle chip plus a lifetime membership for whatever came out of that chest. Think it over. Hey solo player. Terms are negotiable, DM me. I read through them one by one, and a cold smile slowly crept across my face. Vice President? A tier 2 chip? These guilds were all trying to out-hustle each other, dangling empty titles and pocket change to pry a gold treasure chest out of my hands, a chest I'd bled for. I tapped out a line in the input box and sent it. Bunch of morons. The chat went dead silent for 2 whole seconds. Then it exploded like I'd kicked a hornet's nest. Dude killed one zombie, and now he thinks he's God's gift. Seriously, those zombies are just slow-moving trash. Probably weaker than a wolf. He got lucky, that's all. Anybody could have done it. Talk that big, and you'll get put in your place sooner or later. I looked at all that sour, bitter garbage on the screen and let out a contemptuous snort. Keyboard warriors are keyboard warriors, no matter where you go. I'd actually been thinking about posting the zombies' characteristics as a heads-up for everyone. Now, change of plans. I typed out a line. So what if I got lucky? Let me tell you something. Aside from looking pretty much like a normal person, that zombie was a total pushover. 3 guys could take one down without breaking a sweat. I didn't even wait to see the replies. I just closed the chat window. If those guilds actually believed me, well, they were in for one hell of a time. I swept my hand out and summoned every last shadow soldier, then ordered them to go dig up herbs. Meanwhile, that bunch of morons of mine was tearing through all 4 major guilds like wildfire. Over at the Blazing Sun Guild, President Ji Hai stared at those 3 words, his face an ugly shade of gray-green, knuckles white from clenching. He was an A rank, one of the top 10 in the entire district. And some solo scrub who'd gotten dumb lucky killing one garbage zombie had the nerve to slap him in the face in public? Find him, he said, voice low, actual wisps of black smoke curling out of his nostrils. Dig up this Chen Xiao. I want to burn him alive myself. The vice presidents around him went stiff as boards. Not one of them dared make a sound. Over with the punk raiders, inside the cargo bed of a tier 2 truck, Hu Jiawei sat cross-legged in a studded leather jacket, hair pulled up in a high ponytail, hollering loud enough to rattle the walls. Where the hell did this hick crawl out of? Sticking garlic up his nose and calling himself an elephant. Even I'm not that full of myself, and I'm the king of counterculture around here. Who are you trying to impress? The girl beside him, hair dyed half blue and half teal, gave him a sideways look. Who? You jealous he pulled off a bigger flex than you? Bullshit. His voice jumped another octave. At the Iron Cavalry Guild, Lin Zihai slammed a palm down on his motorcycle's handlebar, his pockmarked face flushing dark red as he jabbed a finger at the screen. Track him down. And another thing, everybody's out hunting zombies tomorrow. Every single drop gets turned into me first, and I'll handle distribution. All 5 vice presidents' expressions shifted at once. They exchanged glances, eyes simmering with anger. They'd followed him to live better, not to be his unpaid labor. At the Glory Society, President Wei Qing leaned back in her chair in a black combat suit, fingertips tapping lightly on the armrest, her eyes sweeping again and again over my line. 3 guys could take one down without breaking a sweat. She looked up at the dozen or so people seated around her. So, do you think he's telling the truth? A few seconds of silence. Nobody spoke up. Wei Qing was about to say something when a young woman stood up from the corner. Single ponytail, loose gray sweater, a clean round face. Her name was Sun Wenjie, and she was famous throughout the Glory Society for her looks. I don't think he is. Why not? Sun Wenjie was quiet for a beat. Female intuition. The whole room burst out laughing. Wei Qing shook her head. Aren't you usually the most level-headed one here? Sun Wenjia pressed her lips together and sat down. But those big eyes of hers stayed locked on my name on the screen, her brow still furrowed. Back on my end, the shadow soldiers worked most of the day, and the lakeshore got stripped clean of herbs. Bundle after bundle piled at my feet like a small mountain. I crouched down to take inventory. 1,065 units of mana grass, 605 barley root, 908 silver-edged sage, 405 cloud pattern mint, 705 plant and spine grass, 603 blazing bitterroot. I stowed it all in the shadow barracks, stacked neat and tidy, slapped the dirt off my hands, and headed back through the bamboo grove to the RV. Han Xiang had been waiting too long to sit still. She was standing by the door with one foot up on the frame. The sleeves of her purple top rolled to her forearms, a glass vial clutched in one hand. When she saw me come out, her whole body relaxed, half of it, anyway, but her eyes still swept me from head to toe. You hurt? Nope. Right as rain. Her brow didn't unknit. She pushed the vial into my palm. Drink it. Refreshing water. Just brewed it. If I'd gotten bitten, this stuff wouldn't do a thing for me. She immediately hardened her face and locked eyes with me. Okay. I'll drink it, all right. I twisted off the cap, tipped my head back, and downed it. Light, faintly cool, sliding down my throat. It did make me feel a little better. I handed the empty vial back. Got something to show you. I stepped back half a pace and pushed out with my palm. A black violet oval of light tore open out of thin air. One thought, and the herbs came flying out through the gate, bundle after bundle, arranging themselves into neat rows on the open ground. Han Xiang's mouth fell open. She couldn't get a word out, like someone had just wheeled an entire treasure hoard up to her feet. This is new skill. I kept my tone casual, though I couldn't quite hide the smugness. Then I stepped forward and pulled her all the way into my arms, resting my chin on top of her head. Miss Han, isn't life good when you stick with me? The hug caught her off guard. She was still clutching the empty bottle. Her ears slowly turned red, and she gave a soft huff. Smooth talker. But she went soft in my arms anyway, leaning against me quietly for a while. I glanced down at the silvery white star pendant around my neck, hooked it off with a finger, reached around behind her, and carefully fastened the thin silver chain at her nape. The pendant settled right in the hollow of her collarbone, making her skin look even paler. Han Xiang froze, then reached up to take it off. What is this? A blessing from my orc buddy, I said, pressing her hand down. Plus 20 to your max mental energy. Her hand stopped. She looked up and glared at me. That's way too valuable. Keep it yourself. You need it more than I do. Miss Han, 5 potions a day is your limit, right? She nodded. And with this on, 20 more. So you just hand some over whenever I need them, right? Besides, you're the only person who can brew potions right now. You can sell whatever's left over. I lowered my voice and added, if you really feel bad about it, just brew me a few extra Luwei pills. I've got my eye on those. She stopped protesting, quietly resolving to make it up to me down the road. While I was at it, I transferred 100 highway coins from my system to her account. For leveling up. You're level 1. That should be enough to get you to 2. She opened her mouth to say something, but I'd already turned away to start packing up, making it clear I wasn't taking no for an answer. She took 2 steps forward, went up on her toes, and her lips brushed the side of my face. Quick, barely there. When she stepped back, her ears were faintly pink. She looked up at me with a slightly embarrassed curve to her mouth. I have one request. Will you say yes? That kiss left me stunned, and I nodded without thinking. Name it. I want a shower. It's been 2 days, and after last night's marathon. I burst out laughing. And here I thought you were going to ask for something outrageous. Go ahead. Take as long as you want. Is there even water in that shower stall? Isn't the tank empty? The corner of my mouth curled up, and I pointed at the bamboo grove behind me. I moved the entire Jing Lake into the shadow barracks. Water? As much as you want. A whole lake. A whole lake. Her lips curved, and she turned and headed for the bathroom. She pushed open the frosted glass door and squeezed in sideways. She just twisted the valve to test the water when my arm shot through the gap in the door, catching the frame and pulling it back open before it could close. She turned her head. What? I want to brush up on my foreign languages. I hadn't even finished the sentence before one leg was already inside, my shoulder angling through the narrow door frame. The stall barely had room for one person to turn around, so with me in there, the 2 of us were practically pinned to the same floor tile. My chest against her back, my knee against her calf. Not enough space between us to slip a sheet of paper through. I hooked the door shut with my heel. Click. Han Xiang didn't push me away. She just shifted slightly to give me room in front of the valve, the back of her head toward me. The hot water came down, steam billowing up fast, fogging the frosted glass over in white. Both our outlines went blurry and soft in the mist. My clothes are ruined. I'll buy you new ones. Sizzle, sizzle. An egg was curling in hot oil, the smell of browned edges spreading through the cabin with the heat. The sound dragged me out of my dream. I opened my eyes, and my gaze drifted naturally toward the kitchen counter. Han Xiang had her back to me, standing at the stove with a spatula, eyes fixed on the pan. She'd put her hair up in a bun today and changed into a pale apricot blouse with a shallow V at the collar that showed her collarbones. Below that, an off-white lace pencil skirt that hit mid-calf, light gray pantyhose over her slim legs, and white polka-dot flats with little bows on the toes. From behind, she looked so clean and put together she could have stepped out of a magazine spread. I threw off the blanket, padded over barefoot, wrapped both arms around her waist, and rested my chin on her shoulder. "Miss Han, I'm feeling like practicing my foreign languages again." She didn't even turn around. She just lifted a foot and stepped on mine. "What are you, a poodle?" "Then I'm your poodle." "Exclusively." That got her. Her mouth curved. She set the spatula down and covered it with her hand. "Okay then, how does a poodle bark?" I leaned close to her ear and dropped my voice. "Woof, woof." That broke her. She laughed and fell back against my chest, shoulders shaking. "You are shameless." "Shameless is how you get the girl." Once she'd laughed herself out, she slid the eggs onto a plate. "All right, breakfast." "Yes, ma'am, Xiang Xiang." At that nickname, she rolled her eyes at me, but she couldn't keep the smile down. It felt like someone had tucked a little heater into her chest. We sat down side by side. One big bowl of white rice porridge, 2 fried eggs with golden brown edges and half-set yolks, a small dish of pickles, all of it steaming. I picked up an egg and bit in. Crisp brown whites, yolk still running, salty richness melting on my tongue. My eyes flew open and I let out a long, drawn-out then mumbled, "Miss Han, this is unbelievably good. Just eat. Stop with the tired jokes." She lifted her porridge and took a sip, hiding a smile behind the bowl. I shook my head, grinning, and tapped open the chat channel with one hand. The screen lit up and a flood of misery poured out. "Somebody please give me food. I'll be your dog, I don't care." "Water. I'm so thirsty, anybody selling water?" "I got bitten, does anyone have medicine?" "Paying top dollar." Message after message scrolled up, all of it people out of food and water, begging for help. I didn't bother reading further. 2 swipes and I closed it. Han Xiang sipped her porridge in small mouthfuls, her eyes wandering around the cabin without her meaning to. A clean table, a neatly made bed, air conditioning set to 26 degrees, fresh clothes. Compared to the people in that chat, she might as well have been living in another world. She looked down at the warm porridge in her bowl, then up at me across the table with my head down over my eggs, and a wave of gratitude washed over her. If she hadn't run into me, she'd probably be huddled in some corner right now. No water when she was thirsty, no food when she was hungry, not even a change of clothes. Honestly, she thought, aside from being a shameless flirt, this guy barely has any flaws. Speaking of shameless, something suddenly came back to her. Back in his senior year, when she was up at the podium going over reading comprehension, she'd caught him more than once in the corner of her eye, staring straight at her, his gaze sliding downward as she turned to write on the board. At the time she'd been pleased. What an attentive student. Now, looking back, where exactly had those eyes been aimed? He was staring at her legs, plain as day. She set her bowl down and turned her eyes on me, dark and unreadable. I was in the middle of chewing a fried egg when I felt that scrutinizing stare. I looked up, met her eyes, and grinned. "Teacher Han, now that you've hit level 2, how many potions can you brew a day?" She pulled her gaze back and straightened her expression. 30. I laid my chopsticks across the rim of my bowl and got down to business with Han Xiang. From now on, 15 bottles of mana draft every day, guaranteed. The other 15 are up to you. We keep the mana drafts and any mutated premium batches for ourselves. Everything else, we stockpile 10 of each and sell the rest. Han Xiang nodded. "Fine, whatever you say. What are we charging?" I tapped the table twice with my finger. 50 highway coins a bottle. Her mouth fell open. "That much?" "Teacher Han," I said, sitting up straight. "What we're selling saves lives. To somebody with no medicine at all, 50 coins is cheap." She thought about it and didn't argue. I listed a single bottle of refresher to test the waters. Sure enough, the 50 coin price tag set off an instant wave of sneering. "Dude's gone money crazy. Does Lucky Bro think we're all idiots?" They trash-talked in public, sure, but the private messages begging for freebies came in one after another. "Bro, you can do whatever you want with me. Just send me one bottle." "Kid, I got bit by a stray dog. Send me one." "Chen Xiao, we're all Chinese here. How about one on the house?" Han Xiang sat down across from me with her porridge and watched me swipe the messages away one by one without so much as a change of expression. She laughed. "You are seriously cold-blooded." I raised an eyebrow. "If I hand one out to everybody who asks, tomorrow the 2 of us will be gnawing on tires. Half an hour on the market and not a single sale." I wasn't worried. Somebody would buy it eventually. When it's life or death, there's always someone willing to pay, no matter the price. Just before noon, the transaction alert chimed. Some loner named Zhao won. Paid up without a word of haggling. Less than half an hour later, a message blew up the chat channel. From him. Guys, I just bought a bottle of refresher off Chin Chow. My right hand got bit by a stray dog. The whole palm was swollen black, size of a steamed bun. I was about 10 seconds from hacking it off myself. One swallow. And the wound was gone in under 10 minutes. He'd attached a photo. Aside from a few tooth marks, the hand looked completely normal. Holy crap. For real? That's gotta be photoshopped. My brother got cut yesterday, and he's running a fever. I'm buying one right now. Chen Xiao, you sell to the Iron Cavalry Guild and nobody else, or you're a dead man. Leaning back in my chair, I read that last one and replied with a single word, screw off. Then I posted supply is limited and closed the channel. I raised my eyebrows at Han Xiang. The message being, told you my price was right. She was just about to roll her eyes and say something when a system notification rang out in everyone's ears at once. Announcement. Phase 1 mission unlocked. Congratulations on surviving the 3-day trial. Objective. Each player must form a 10-person squad with the players of 9 other vehicles, travel to the system-designated zone, and submit collected items with a total value of no less than 200. Rewards. Highway coins equal to the submitted value. If a squad's total value exceeds 1,000, additional rewards. Silver treasure chest ×1, tier 3 vehicle chip ×1. Squads that fail to complete the mission on time will have all system services terminated. The chat went dead silent for about 3 seconds. Then it exploded. 200? I couldn't scrape together 5 highway coins if you shook me upside down. Team up? I'm a loner. What happens when my teammates rob me? What does services terminated even mean? Fail the mission and we can't even buy water. The screen was wall-to-wall panic and despair. I put down my chopsticks and read the reward list twice. The tier 3 chip was what really got me. Upgrading to a tier 3 vehicle takes 100 units of bulletproof steel, 10 units of bulletproof glass, 25 units of electronic components, and, most critically, a tier 3 chip. I didn't have a single one of them. Everything but the chip has to come from scrapping tier 2 vehicles or cracking treasure chests, and anyone who gets their hands on that stuff either hoards it or trades it for guild membership. Almost nobody puts it on the open market. As for tier 3 chips, forget it. Some people wouldn't sell one at any price. The reward was too tempting to pass up. A mission arrow appeared in my vision, distance labeled. I dropped into the driver's seat, hit the gas, and pulled out. Meanwhile, the big guilds were mobilizing. Lin Zibiao of the Iron Cavalry Guild slammed the table. Pass the word. Anybody headed to a mission site, you see a loner, you charge him a toll. No money, no entry. Wei Qing of the Glory Society studied the map and tapped it a few times. Anyone assigned to the same location, help each other out. Secure completion first, then fight for the bonus. Over at the Punk Brotherhood, Hu Jiawei leapt onto the hood of a tier 2 truck, ripped a cord out of his glowing electric guitar, and roared, "Brothers, get loud. Every one of you comes back alive to hear me play." Below him, the crowd went absolutely feral. Jihai of the Blazing Sun Guild adjusted the collar of his suit. The moment you finish, head to the nearest brother's position and back him up. The guild covers all fuel costs. My mission site was a lot farther than I'd expected, over 3 hours of driving, with one stop to refuel. If a loner got assigned somewhere like this, the trip alone would burn most of a tank. He'd be halfway to losing before he even started collecting. At least I made it. Last one to arrive. 9 vehicles were already parked along the roadside at crooked angles. Zhang Zibiao of the Iron Cavalry Guild had been squatting on the hood of his own car picking his teeth. The second he spotted my RV rolling in, dark gray armored plating, metal ram bar across the nose, his eyes lit up, and his instinct was to flick away his cigarette and flag me down for a toll. But once he got a good look at the whole vehicle, he was halfway off the hood before he slowly sat back down. Armor, ram bar, raised chassis. Something about this car was off. Whoever drove something like that was not a man he wanted to cross. He crushed his cigarette out on the hood, slid down, straightened his collar, and hustled over to the side of the RV, standing at attention. The door swung open. I hopped down first, boots in the mud, and swept a flat, level gaze over the stairs around me. Han Xiang climbed out of the passenger side, pale apricot blouse, off-white lace pencil skirt, looking, in all that gray rubble, like a flower somebody had accidentally planted in a pile of broken bricks. She reached up and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, exposing the silver-white star pendant at her throat. Zhang Zibiao looked at her and swallowed. Then he hurriedly shifted his eyes to me and swallowed again. The two of us were clean, unnaturally, impossibly clean. Translation: clothes neatly pressed, hair clean and fresh. Anybody who could still get a shower in a place like this was either rich or connected. The smile on his face deepened another notch, and he bent a little lower, digging a crumpled pack of cigarettes out of his pocket. He shook one loose and held it out to me, as warm as if he'd just run into a long-lost brother. May I ask your name, big brother? Chen Xiao. The Chen Xiao? The one who got the golden treasure chest. I nodded. His hand froze. He looked me up and down. By now, everybody knew that name. Winner of the golden treasure chest, the lone wolf who scored the first zombie kill, the guy who'd cursed out every major guild on the public channel. The casual glances around us instantly changed flavor, like starving wolves catching the scent of meat. Envy locked onto me from every direction. Zhang Zibiao pressed the cigarette into my hand, then pulled out a lighter and leaned in to light it for me. So your brother Chen. I've heard so much about you. I took the cigarette and tucked it behind my ear, ignoring the flame. Han Xiang stood beside me, both hands wrapped around my arm, watching him warily. He withdrew the lighter, a little put out, the smile never leaving his face, though inside he was probably cursing me up one side and down the other. Even so, he quietly reached out to the highest-ranking person he had access to, Hong Wanshan, Vice Guildmaster of the Iron Cavalry Guild. Hong Wanshan was scavenging supplies at another mission site. When the message came through, the corner of his mouth curled sharply upward. Chen Xiao? That was a fat piece of meat everyone had their eyes on. He typed back, "How strong is the kid?" Zhang Zibiao answered instantly. "He's got a tier 2 vehicle, looks like he's trained his strength some, but one-on-one he's no match for me." Hong Wanshan didn't buy the bragging, of course, but at least it told him I wasn't anyone particularly special. He thought it over and replied, "Stall him. Wait for me to get there. When it's done, I'll give you a full set of materials to upgrade to a tier 2 vehicle." A full set of tier 2 materials. The chip alone went for at least 500 highway coins. Zhang Zibiao's throat bobbed. He fired back a single word, "Deal." He put the communicator away and looked up at me, his smile even brighter than before, but now there was a layer of greed underneath it. He edged half a step closer. "Brother Chun, come, let me fill you in." He shifted aside smoothly, guiding me toward the crowd. The others watched him grovel with a mix of contempt and resentment. Why should Chen Xiao get out of paying the toll? "Brother Chen, there's a cave up ahead. That's our objective this time." "What's inside?" "No idea." He rubbed his hands together, embarrassed. "Fine. I didn't much care. Would everyone mind telling me your classes?" Lips curled. Not one person answered. Zhang Zibiao laughed to himself, just as he'd thought. Some lucky nobody who couldn't even command basic respect. But his face went hard as he turned and started cursing at the group. "You all go mute or something. Your mouth's only good for eating shit? Brother Chen asked you a question. You deaf?" Then he turned back to me with an apologetic grin. "Brother Chen, don't waste your time on these clueless bastards." Only then did they grudgingly speak up. Most were fringe E-rank classes, laborer, farmer, quarryman, each more mediocre than the last, with the occasional D-rank sprinkled in. When it came to the last person, my gaze paused. She was leaning against the hood of a red supercar parked at the roadside, chassis raised, ram bars mounted on the front. Sunglasses and a face mask covered her entire face, leaving only a strip of pale forehead and a few loose strands of hair. Green jacket, hands in her pockets, radiating a coldness that kept the world at arm's length. She didn't say a word. She just gave me one chilly look through the dark lenses and lifted her chin slightly. She'd heard the question and had no intention of answering. Zhang Zibiao leaned toward my ear and lowered his voice. "Brother Chun, she's with the Glory Guild. That supercar's a tier 2 vehicle, way better than my piece of junk. She's never told us her class." I nodded. My eyes lingered on her for a beat, then moved on. "Nothing. 2 days ago, right after I'd arrived in this world, being snubbed to my face like that might have annoyed me. But now I could wipe out every single person here without breaking a sweat. At that level of power, other people's cold stares were like being washed by ants, too small to register." Zhang Zibiao introduced himself last. "Brother Chun, I'm a C-rank class, Modeo trooper." A flicker of pride crossed his face as he said it. "Where's the Modeo?" He hurried back to his car and hauled out the blade. Roughly 7 feet long by my eye, the edge glinting gold in the sunlight. With it over his shoulder, he actually did look like a man who could hold a pass alone. Once I'd had my look, he cleared his throat, angled his body slightly toward me, and deliberately raised his voice half a tone. "Brother Chin here got the first zombie kill and the golden treasure chest. With him anchoring this team, we're golden. Brother Chin takes point in the cave, we follow behind. We'll finish this mission clean as a whistle." His face was a mountain of smiles, his tone as warm as blood kin. But his little calculation was so obvious it practically poked me in the eye. Nobody knew what was in that cave, and whoever walked in front would be the first to meet whatever was waiting. He wanted to flatter me straight into the front line to die while he picked up the scraps from the rear. I turned my head and looked at him, the corner of my mouth twitching up slightly. Not worth calling out. "Sure, I don't mind going first." He lit up and got even more deferential. "Brother Chin's a real class act. Then we'll all follow your lead. One tossed out the praise, the other caught it. Zhang Zibiao's face was so scrunched with smiling it had folds in it. Through all of it, I kept the same bland, faint smile. And right then, a cold little scoff came from not far away. I shrugged, took Han Xiang's hand, and followed. The mysterious woman by the red supercar had already straightened up, pulled her hands from her pockets, and started toward the cave mouth deep inside the abandoned factory without looking back. The moment she moved, the loners glanced at each other and fell in behind her. Zhang Zibiao wasn't far behind either. The entrance was narrow, just wide enough for two abreast, but it opened up the farther in we went. 20 or 30 steps down, kerosene lamps appeared along both walls, their iron mounts thick with rust, the dim yellow flames stretching our shadows long and short by turns. The light revealed a small antechamber. Two green-skinned orcs dozed against the wall, arms crossed over their chests, heads nodding, snores rumbling low through the cave. At their feet sat a palm-sized iron plate and a short stick, an alarm, by the look of it. However lightly we stepped, in a sealed space like that it was loud enough. One orc's ear twitched. Its eyelids lifted. It saw the dozen-odd figures in the entryway. Its cloudy eyes went wide, and it planted a hand on the ground to push itself up, and the other hand reached toward that piece of iron. Zhang Zibiao moved. The Zamadeo swung out from behind his shoulder, the blade tracing an arc under the kerosene lamp, cutting precisely into the side of the orc's neck. With a heavy thud, the head rolled off the shoulder and slammed into the ground, dark green blood spraying across the rock wall. Almost at the same instant, there came a whistling sound from the other side. A translucent arrow of water shot from the mysterious woman's fingertip and punched clean into the second orc's throat, entering the front of the neck and exiting the back. The thing's eyes went wide as saucers, its body snapped backward, and it slid down along the wall, leaving a smear of blood on the rock. It didn't move again. The whole thing took maybe 2 or 3 seconds. One blade, one arrow, clean and efficient. The handful of freelancers standing nearby hadn't even caught their breath. The cave went silent for a beat. Then came a few stifled gasps, and several pairs of eyes landed on Zhang Zibiao and the mysterious woman at once. I didn't bother watching. I strode forward, and before anyone else could react, crouched beside the corpse the water arrow had gone through and pressed my hand to its forehead. Then I stood, took 2 steps over to the one Zhang Zibiao had cut down, and touched that one too. TCH, quick to loot, aren't you? The tall, skinny freelancer's mouth twisted, and he muttered it just loud enough to be heard. Nowhere to be found during the killing, but first in line to frisk the bodies. A middle-aged woman rolled her eyes. The smile on Zhang Zibiao's face dimmed a few degrees. He stood there holding his Zamadeo, watching me. The truth was, touching the bodies was me verifying something, but there was no need to explain that to any of them. I brushed the dust off my hands and stepped back. Nothing had been taken from either corpse. Zhang Zibiao froze. The words he'd had ready sticking in his throat. He gave me a suspicious look, but I'd already pulled Han Xiang back behind the crowd, slipping her necklace around my own neck as I went. He swallowed his confusion, took a few strides over to the orc he'd killed, and bent down to search it. Belt, pockets, boot shafts. He even pried up the soles to check underneath, turned the whole thing inside out, and altogether it didn't add up to 20 road coins worth. He straightened up, stuffed what he'd found into his pocket, glanced back at me with a slight frown, and hefted the Zamadeo onto his shoulder. Let's move. Don't waste time. The group set out again. After roughly the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, the ground underfoot changed from packed earth to chiseled stone slabs, and the kerosene lamps on either side grew denser. A thick, rank body odor began to fill the air, strong enough to make you wrinkle your nose. At the end of the tunnel, the view opened up all at once. An enormous underground hall spread out before us. The vaulted ceiling was 7 or 8 meters high, with dozens of kerosene lamps set into the rock walls, their flames washing the whole space in a dim, murky yellow. The hall had 2 levels. The upper level had rows of rooms carved into the rock wall, with wooden railings forming a walkway. Figures moved vaguely behind several half-open wooden doors. The lower level was a broad open floor, covered in rough stone slabs and animal hides, with nearly 200 orcs scattered across it. Some sprawled out asleep, others were tangled up 2 or 3 at a time, brawling. I pressed myself sideways against the rock wall at the entrance, poked my head out for a look, and frowned. Nearly 200 orcs. Even if most of them looked like they had no discipline at all, the sheer number alone was a headache. I was about to pull my head back when things went wrong. On the lower level near the entrance, 2 brawling orcs had grappled their way over to a stone pillar. The slightly larger one grabbed the other by the neck and hurled him forward. The one thrown staggered back several steps, stepped on a loose paving stone, lost his balance, and slammed backward into the very pillar we were hiding behind with a loud thud. The orc steadied himself, his nose twitching, as if he'd caught an unfamiliar scent. His dark green eyes cut through the dim light and found the dozen or so human silhouettes behind the rock. His mouth slowly opened wide as he sucked in a breath. Who? Zhang Zibiao Zamadeo came chopping in from the side, slicing precisely through the windpipe. The rest of the word died in his throat, but the noise had already alerted plenty of others. The dozen-odd orcs nearest the entrance stopped what they were doing all at once, dozens of eyes swinging toward us in unison, like a pond full of crocodiles all raising their heads at the same time. Silence for one beat. Then some orc threw his head back and roared. The entire lower hall erupted like a kicked hornet's nest. The ones lying down rolled over and sprang up, the ones sitting shot to their feet, the ones fighting let go of each other, all of them charging toward the entrance. Nearly 200 orcs surrounded us completely. On the upper level, a wooden door creaked open. A hulking figure stepped out, walked to the railing, planted both hands on it, and looked down at us. It stood a full head taller than an ordinary orc, wearing a helmet shaped like a pumpkin that left only its eyes exposed, a red cape draped down its back, an iron hammer in its hand. It pointed a finger at me and said, in the Orcish tongue, "I want to fight you. One-on-one." I froze. I pointed at my own nose, turned my head left and right to make sure its gaze wasn't fixed on someone else, then turned back with a look of pure disbelief and pointed at myself again. "Yeah, you." The orcs on the lower level immediately went wild. The crowd that had been packed tight suddenly drained away like an outgoing tide, pressing back against the walls to form a ring and clearing the open ground in the middle. Some drove their weapons into the floor, some pounded their chests with their fists, and all of them let out the same short, guttural grunt in unison. The people around me exchanged looks. None of them understood Orcish, but even an idiot could figure out what was happening from a scene like that. The tall, skinny one caught on first and said under his breath, "It's challenging Chen Xiao to a duel." There was undisguised schadenfreude in his voice. Zhang Zibiao stood off to my side and behind me, and the expression on his face was something to see. First he blanked, then the corners of his mouth curled up before he could stop them. Then he forced them back down and put on a solemn face. Han Xiang hooked her fingers into the hem of my shirt and looked at me with worry. I patted her hand, took a step forward, walked out of the crowd, and planted my feet in the middle of the cleared ground. Lifting my head to meet the eyes of the orc chieftain on the second level, I curled a finger at it. A grin split that coarse-furred face all the way to its ears. It braced both hands on the railing and vaulted over, dropping down like an old ape with a body full of coiled strength. 3 meters and change. It landed without so much as a wobble. It walked toward me step by step, stopping about 3 meters away, sizing me up from above, then reached out and tapped a finger toward my neck. "That necklace on your neck. I win, it's mine." I glanced down at the silver white star pendant, and it clicked. This guy had singled me out for a one-on-one, and the whole time, all he'd wanted was the necklace. The orc's blessing probably meant something special to orcs. And besides, plus 20 to your maximum mental strength cap? That's a treasure no matter what species you are. I didn't take it off. I just pressed my palm over the pendant. And if I win? It clearly hadn't considered that. It cocked its head, stumped. After a long pause, it scratched the back of its skull and rumbled, "Do whatever you want with me. My word is good." I looked past the crowd to Zhang Zibiao and tipped my chin at the Mo Dao in his hands. "Lend me the blade." I figured this was a chance to sharpen up my close-quarters game. Zhang Zibiao blinked. He looked down at the sword, then back at me, hesitating half a beat, reluctant to part with it, but not in a position to say no. He cracked a grin and handed it over, tacking on, "Careful, Brother Chun. That thing's heavy." I took the Mo Dao, lighter than I expected. I tightened my grip, held the blade level in front of my eyes to get a feel for the balance, then turned to face the orc chieftain, letting the long blade angle down until the tip tapped the flagstones with a light, crisp click. Seeing me armed, it wasted no more words, clenched the hammer, dropped its center of gravity, and launched at me like a predator pouncing. The hammer came down at my left shoulder, dragging the wind behind it. I brought the blade up crosswise. Clang, sparks sprayed. My wrists went numb from the shock, and my feet slid back half a step on their own, soles scraping across stone with a screech. The tall, skinny guy smirked and muttered to the man beside him, "See that? One swing, and he's already backing up." And here I thought he was something special. Zhang Zibiao crossed his arms, watched me stumble back that half step, and started running the numbers in his head all over again. The chieftain pressed its advantage. It hauled the hammer back and swept it horizontally, the head grazing past my ribs as I twisted away by a hair. The third blow came straight down at my skull. I raised the blade again, and this time the impact buckled my knee, dropping my weight low. The hammer skidded off the spine of the sword, its studded head raking across the flat and dragging out a long, ugly shriek of metal. Chen Xiao, Han Xiang, and the mysterious girl called out at the same moment, both alarmed. People in the crowd were already shaking their heads. The skinny guy spoke up again, pitching his voice louder so everyone could hear. That's it? A golden treasure chest, and this is all he's got. The others said nothing, but their eyes were full of contempt. The smile Zhang Zibiao had been suppressing surfaced again, plain on his face now. He didn't bother hiding it. The chieftain seemed to think it had this in the bag. A low chuckle rolled out of its throat. It stepped forward on its right foot and brought the hammer down with crushing force. No holding back on this one. Veins bulged along those thick arms, its entire upper body committed to the blow. And in that instant, everything around me seemed to slow down. It was still fast, but the blur of hammer strikes that had been overwhelming me a second ago suddenly resolved into something I could read. I understood then. Those first few defensive scrambles hadn't been a strength problem. They'd been an inexperience problem. I'd never actually fought anyone with a blade before. Every swing had been pure instinct and flailing. But after eating those hammer blows, my body had started to memorize the feedback of impact. My wrists had learned the angle to bleed off force. My knees had learned the timing of the dodge. I stopped retreating. The Mo Dao swept up from below, edge scraping along the hammer's shaft, shedding most of its force. Then I rode the momentum into a spin and slashed the tip across its flank. It hadn't expected me to suddenly get this composed. It yanked the hammer back to block, half a step too late. The tip opened up its side, splitting the leather armor, and dark green blood seeped out, glistening wet in the lamplight. The cut wasn't deep, but it was enough to make every orc and every human in the room go quiet at once. Contempt turned to shock. It looked down at the wound, let out a strangled roar, and came at me again with the hammer raised. But the pressure was gone now. Physique 41. Once the skill caught up, it wasn't a fight anymore. It was a steamroller. I stopped blocking and started closing. The Mo Dao felt better in my hands with every exchange, tearing open its hide again and again. Bloody foam leaked between its tusks. Its footwork fell apart. Its swings came slower and slower, the gaps between its ragged breaths shrinking. Finally, I slammed the flat of the blade into its wrist. The hammer flew loose and clattered onto the flagstones 10 feet away. I kicked its legs out from under it and drew the edge across its throat. Thud! The orc chieftain hit the ground. Dead silence. The orcs stopped drumming their weapons. A few stunned faces appeared behind the wooden doors on the upper level. Zhang Zibiao stood frozen, like he'd just been slapped, his smile completely wiped away, a vague panic rising in his chest, as if he'd just realized every calculation he'd made had been aimed at a brick wall. At the back of the crowd, Han Xiang let out a breath. The mysterious girl lowered her hands too, canceling the spell she'd been holding ready. And that's when, Gra, avenged the chieftain. A figure came leaping out of a wooden door on the second level that had been sealed shut until now. An orc with a red mechanical eye set in its left socket. The orcs on the ground floor didn't hesitate. The dozens that had been hugging the walls to watch straightened up in unison, shaking off the silence of defeat, and swept in on us fast, closing into an airtight ring. Every weapon in the room swung to point at the dozen-odd humans inside the circle, hostility in every pair of eyes. The crowd instantly dissolved into chaos. This has nothing to do with us. Chen Xiao killed your chieftain. Go take it up with him. Does anyone have the Orcish tongue skill? Somebody explain. You people proposed the duel. You lose, so now it's a mob? Where's your honor? My expression darkened and I cursed under my breath, already sliding back to Han Xiang's side and pressing the hand crossbow into her grip for self-defense. I studied the situation around us. The Mo Dao I'd borrowed from Zhang Zibiao clenched in my fist, already working out the best moment to summon my shadow soldiers. Zhang Zibiao panicked. His eyes locked onto the blade in my hands, and he shoved forward 2 steps, hissing, "Brother Chun, the Mo Dao, give it back." I didn't even bother looking up. I just shifted to a better grip and held the blade level in front of me. Give it back? Not a chance. Someone who'd been hoping to use me as cannon. Translation. The guy who tried to send me out ahead as bait, screwing him over was nothing less than justice. When he saw I wasn't going to answer, he lost it. Chen Xiao, you motherless son of a bitch. I cut in, unhurried. I'm an orphan. His mouth hung open, frozen. A whole stomach full of curses jammed up in his throat with nowhere to go. This isn't the time to argue. It was the mysterious girl in the green jacket and sunglasses. Figure out what we're going to do first. Something clicked in my head the second I heard her voice. I'd definitely heard it before, and not just once or twice. I frowned at her. Do we know each other? Why does your voice sound so familiar? Behind the sunglasses, her eyes flickered. Then the cold, keep your distance look slid right back into place. She didn't answer. I was about to push it, but the tall skinny guy next to us was already shouting. Hand Chen Xiao over. He's the one who started this. Give him up, and the beast men will back off. He kept backing away as he yelled, eyes darting between me and the beast men, voice climbing higher and higher, like he was talking himself into being brave. I glanced at him. Didn't even bother with an expression. Then I turned to the mysterious girl and said one word. Team up. She hesitated for half a second, then nodded. Zhang Zibiao, at the back of the crowd, saw the whole thing and could have kicked himself. What the hell had he been running his mouth for? He should have been clinging to my leg with both arms. Right then, the red-eyed beast man on the second-floor walkway swung his arm down hard. Kill. The circle closed in. One thought from me, and an oval gate of black-purple light tore open in silence in front of me. Shadow after shadow came pouring out. 11 of them formed a pitch-black iron curtain, holding the charging beastmen 3 paces back, shielding me, Han Xiang, and the mysterious girl. Everyone froze. Then the same guys who'd been cursing me loudest all went pale at once and came scrambling and crawling to the edge of my line. Brother Chun, save us. Pull us in. Please. I said it flatly. Anyone who comes close dies. The words hit them like a bucket of ice water. They stood there gaping, on the verge of tears, unable to get out a single word. Zhang Zibiao, buried in the very back of the crowd, gritted his teeth and shouted at the men around him. Rush him. You really think he'd kill us? They looked at each other. Then survival instinct took over, and they threw themselves at my line all at once. Up on the second floor, the red-eyed beast man watched the humans turn on each other and gave a mocking grin, then waved a hand at the beastmen below. The horde silently opened a few lanes, letting the men stumble through toward my line, then sealed shut behind them, like a giant mouth closing around every last one of them. I watched them come. I didn't hesitate. Kill. Old Pig's Pudeo came down in a straight overhead chop and cut the skinny guy in the lead clean in half at the waist. Wu Erlang's curved blade was even more brutal, 2 men dead in the space of a breath. The edge of my line turned into a slaughterhouse. Screams and begging exploded together. One man staggered back, clutching a shoulder split wide open. Another took a spiked club to the forehead and dropped where he stood. That's when they finally understood. Anyone who comes close dies hadn't been a bluff. Han Xiang held her hand crossbow, fingertips trembling on the trigger, lips pressed into a thin line, the barrel still pointed at the ground. But then she thought about how these same people had tried to throw me to the wolves. Her jaw tightened. She raised the crossbow, sighted a burly man trying to swing around the flank, and pulled. The blue mana bolt punched straight into his thigh. He shrieked and went down rolling. The mysterious girl had condensed the moisture in the air into a spear of water in her palm, but she just stood there watching, not releasing it. I pressed her. They get in here, we're the ones who die. Behind her mask, her lips pressed tight. Her hand came up, and the water spear shot out, running clean through Zhang Zibiao's chest. Zhang Zibiao looked down at the hole in his chest, then lifted his eyes to me, refusing to accept it. Then he toppled over stiff as a board. The beastmen on the outside didn't take advantage of the chaos. They stood a few paces off like spectators at a pit fight, thoroughly entertained by humans butchering each other. The screaming thinned out. 7 or 8 still warm bodies lay sprawled every which way along the black iron curtain. The few who hadn't charged were huddled in the gap between my line and the rock wall, crouched with their arms over their heads, shaking. I brought my blade back across my body and turned to face the beastmen circling outside, waiting for the real attack. Sure enough, the red-eyed beastman on the second floor raised his arm again and let out a short, savage roar. This time the beastmen charged for real. Thick, heavy feet slammed down on the flagstones, and the whole floor of the hall shook, like a herd of bulls hitting a fence at once. Old Pig met them first, Pudeo swinging in a flat arc that crashed into the wooden shield of the beastman in front. The shield didn't budge an inch. Instead, it shoved forward and drove Old Pig back 2 steps, his heels plowing shallow grooves in the stone. Wu Erlang cut in from the side, curved blade slashing upward across another beastman's flank. Dark green blood sprayed across the rock wall. But more beastmen were already flooding in, swarming every shadow 3 and 5 at a time, bone blades, iron bars, and stone spears coming down from every direction like a driving storm. Several shadow soldiers dispersed on the spot. Luckily, I had the mana to resummon them. But the only shadows that could actually fight back were Wu Erlang and the 2 freshly converted beastmen. My expression darkened, degree by degree. Both of the newly converted beastmen were level 2, physique 13, which meant this entire horde was roughly at that level. I drove my Modeo into the ground and said to Han Xiang and the mysterious girl, "Cover me. Give me 3 minutes." I crouched, grabbed the human corpse nearest my line, and pressed my palm to its forehead. Black mist poured in, and a new shadow soldier rose. Then the second corpse, the third, the fourth, aside from Zhang Zibiao, who came out at level 2. All of them were level 1, but at least they'd by a few more seconds. Then the 2 beastmen Wu Erlang had killed. I strode over and laid my palm on a beastman's chest, and a moment later, it was standing at the outer edge of my line. The beastmen around us saw it, and their charge faltered for just an instant. They were staring at one of their own, Someone who'd been fighting shoulder to shoulder with them a minute ago, now standing in the enemy's ranks. But there was no fear in a beastman's eyes. What was there was excitement. A low, eager growling began to swell through the hall. Not only did they not fall back. Instead, it looked like it had just spotted something worth getting excited about. Up on the second-floor walkway, the red-eyed orc's mechanical eye flashed twice, and its mouth split into a grin more vicious than any it had worn before. It turned, disappeared into the room behind it, and came back out with an iron-gray forge hammer in its hand. It hefted the hammer onto its shoulder and looked down at me the way a Colosseum beast, caged too long, finally looks at a worthy opponent. Gugga! The red-eyed orc thrust the hammer overhead and roared down at the floor below. Gugga! 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 50-odd orcs answered at once, their voices merging under the dome into a deafening roar. I stared at the mob, worked up to the edge of madness, my face nothing but confusion. Are they having fun? Hanxiang bit her lip and said nothing. The mystery girl offered a flat. They're sick in the head. I nodded in agreement. Fine. If you're all this happy, let's make sure you get your fill. The orc charge came down on our line like a mudslide. I crouched behind it, pressing my palm again and again onto the orcs that had just dropped, black mist pouring out and pulling back, hands never stopping, an assembly line. The orcs, facing their resurrected comrades, would even flash a split second of excitement, like fans watching the star of some grand game take the stage. One died, two came, two died, for surged forward, an endless tide trampling over their own dead. But their numbers were shrinking, and there was no reversing it. The dark green blood pooled thicker and thicker across the hall, and every footfall through it kicked up viscous splashes. Within 15 minutes, the situation had completely flipped. My shadow soldiers went from a handful to a dozen, then to more than 20. Along the way, I chugged a few mana potions to top off. Now, apart from Wu Erlang, every shadow on the field was an orc. Tier 2. Only 2 points of spirit and 7 mana to convert. Cheap and effective. Crouched behind the line, my hand suddenly landed on a familiar body. The orc chieftain I'd beaten one-on-one earlier. I didn't hesitate. Palm to its forehead. Black mist flooded in, and the chieftain rose again, picked its hammer up off the ground, and stood before me with its head bowed. Go! The chieftain brought the hammer down. 3 orcs had their sternums pulverized in a single blow, dark green blood spraying up and raining back down. It pulled the hammer back without any expression at all, never breaking stride, and walked toward the next cluster. The mystery girl's gaze stayed fixed on me from behind her sunglasses. 30 orcs, plus a chieftain, every one of them had gone from enemy to subordinate. She couldn't help asking Hanxiang beside her, "What tier is his class?" Hanxiang only gave a gentle smile and didn't answer. Barely a dozen orcs were still alive, pinned into one corner of the hall by my shadow soldiers, backs against the rock wall. Their eyes still burned with defiance, but they were finished as a threat. I stopped converting. I rolled my wrists and shoulders, joints popping softly, then bent down and picked up the Modeo off the ground, its blade caked with dark green blood. Gripping the hilt, I walked through the corridor my shadow soldiers automatically opened for me, straight toward the red-eyed orc. It had just smashed an oncoming shadow to pieces. When it lifted its head, it saw me coming, drenched in dark green gore, dragging a long blade, walking toward it in no particular hurry. Its mechanical eye flashed red. A vicious grin spread across its face, and instead of backing off, it raised the forge hammer above its head again, barked a short gugga, and came charging straight at me. I stopped 5 paces out, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, weight low, blade held level with the tip aimed just left of its chest, an iron stake driven into the ground, waiting for it to run itself onto me. It arrived. The hammer came crashing down from above, trailing wind and carrying its entire body weight, like an anvil dropped from a rooftop. I turned my body, let the head pass, slid the blade along the shaft to shed most of the force, and used the momentum to slam the spine of the blade into the wrist holding the hammer. A sharp crack. The haft flew loose, clanged onto the flagstones 2 paces away, rolled half a turn, and came to rest beside an orc corpse. I didn't let it go get the hammer. I pulled the blade back and swung flat, slapping the side of its waist, a crisp smack that sent it stumbling 2 steps sideways. The instant it steadied itself, my blade was already back, the spine pressed against its throat, pushing forward just enough to force its chin up. It didn't struggle. It stretched its neck out and let me hold it there. I finally asked the question I'd been sitting on. Why the hell aren't any of you afraid of dying? The red-eyed orc stared at me for several seconds like I was an idiot, then said in a thick, gravelly voice, "You don't know us orcs can't die?" My grip tightened slightly. My eyes swept the corpses around us, every one of them lying perfectly still, not a twitch among them. I looked back at it, eyes narrowing to slits. "You're screwing with me." Its heavy brows knit together, the picture of wounded innocence. I'm an honest guy. I ain't screwing with you. Then why did you say orcs can't die? It puffed out its chest, utterly self-assured. 'Cause I reckoned we can't die. My mouth hung open. For a solid while, I couldn't squeeze out a single word. Seeing that I still hadn't moved, it shrank its neck back and asked, deflated, "You ain't killing me yet. You're not planning to take me prisoner, are you?" I studied the fear churning in the red-eyed orc's gaze and raised an eyebrow. What's wrong with being a prisoner? Isn't living better? Instead, it roared with every bit of strength in its body, the sound humming under the dome. An orc is never a slave. Before the words had even faded, it lunged forward, driving its throat straight into my leveled blade. The edge-parted skin, then windpipe, clean and quick. I held my stance, looking down at the corpse at my feet. That rough, blunt face was still wearing that same stubborn expression right up to the last second. Orcs are all messed up in the head, I muttered at a loss. I crouched, put my palm on its forehead, let the black mist pour in, and turned it into a shadow soldier. I stood up, brushed off my hands, and looked around the hall. Orc bodies blanketed the floor, dark green blood running everywhere. The dozen or so still alive at the end had been surrounded and finished off by my shadow soldiers. And that's when I realized there wasn't a single one left I could ask. Orc left alive who could talk. I sighed and scratched the back of my head, then gave the order to the corpse-strewn floor. Drag them all over here. Every last one. The newly converted orc soldiers hoisted their kinsmen's bodies onto their shoulders and filed past me one by one. One corpse, 5, 10, 20, until they'd piled into a small hill at my feet. I started another round of conversions, laying my hand on each forehead. Final tally, 56 common orcs, Tier 2, physique 13 to 14, summoning cost 2 points of spirit and 7 of mana. 1 orc chieftain, Tier 5, physique 32, costing 6 spirit and 16 mana, and it came with an orc boss class. The red-eyed orc was Tier 4, physique 25, costing 7 spirit and 13 mana, with the class Orc Blacksmith. On top of that, there were 10 humans. Zhang Zibiao was Tier 2, the rest were all Tier 1, most with E-rank classes. I burned through every drop of mana, chugged 10 mana drinks, and maxed out my spirit as well. In the end, I summoned 42 orcs, 1 boss, 1 blacksmith, and Wu Erlang. I stood at the head of the formation, sweeping my eyes over that dense black wall of shadow troops, and even I felt a moment of unreality. Han Xiang leaned against the rock wall, her gaze sliding down the ranks. She gave up counting halfway through, lips slightly parted, eyes wide as saucers. The mysterious girl stood beside her. Behind those sunglasses, her eyes swept the ranks twice, and her breathing got noticeably heavier under the mask. I smiled at the shock on both their faces, then turned and waved a hand at the formation. Spread out. Dig up everything we can use. Then I turned to that figure bundled up in a green jacket, sunglasses, and face mask, and pinned my eyes on her. Now I've got time. Who exactly are you? She was silent for a few seconds. She knew she wasn't walking out of this hall today without answering. She hooked a finger under the strap of her mask and pulled it down, then took off the sunglasses, baring her whole face. A face with just a trace of baby fat, soft cheeks, a clean, crisp jawline, a roundness that carried exactly the right amount of allure. Big eyes, long lashes, a nose that was straight and delicately small, lips that were naturally pale pink without any color on them. In the dull yellow light of the kerosene lamp, that face looked glazed in warmth. The instant I got a clear look, someone hit pause on my entire body. For 1 second, I actually regretted asking. Sun Wenjie. I stammered out the name. This was the first girl I'd ever held hands with, the first girl I'd ever taken on a date, and the girl I'd broken up with. I thought I'd forgotten this face a long time ago, but the moment she showed up again, my heart started pounding without my permission. My throat felt stuffed with cotton. 1,000 things to say, and not one word came out. Beside me, the hand Han Xiang had wrapped around my forearm slowly let go. She'd recognized her too. Sun Wenjie, the most famous campus beauty of that whole graduating class. Wherever the boys were roughhousing hardest in the hallway between periods, odds were she was somewhere nearby. She'd also sat right behind me. Han Xiang, looking down from the front of the classroom, was always catching the two of us laughing and talking. Back then, Han Xiang had scolded us a few times about dating too young. Right now, her face was probably burning. Teacher Han. Chen Xiao. Hello. Sun Wenjie didn't even look at us straight on when she spoke, just sideways, out of the corner of her eye. You hello? It's, been a long time, Han Xiang answered awkwardly. I rubbed my head and smiled sheepishly. Once we finish sorting through the loot, I'll split it with you 50-50. You killed basically all the orcs. I didn't do much. No thanks, she said flatly. You can't clear the quest if you've got nothing to turn in. I'd finally gotten my tongue working. Are you worried about me? She tilted her chin up slightly, her tone carrying a deliberate, put-on haughtiness. Yes, I said without hesitating. The word was barely out when she reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, her voice jumping a full octave. Worried about me? Then why did you break up with me back then? I opened my mouth, still working out how to answer, and her eyes had already shot past me and locked onto Han Xiang, who was standing off to the side with her head down. Hurt wrapped in anger. Was it because of her? I turned my head and glanced at Han Xiang. Head lowered, ears bright red, shame written all over her face. She looked like she wanted to squeeze into the crack in the wall beside her. I hurried to explain. No, Teacher Han and I only got together after I came here. Before that it was strictly teacher and student. Back in high school there was nothing else going on at all. Oh. Sun Wenjie drew the syllable out long, eyes narrowing dangerously. So what you're saying is, now it isn't strictly anything. I froze. It was like she'd laid that trap ages ago, and I'd charged straight into it without a second thought. I stood there gaping at that gorgeous face, unable to squeeze out a single word of rebuttal. She let out a small huff and folded her arms across her chest. That prickly pride of hers hadn't changed one bit. Her eyes flicked back and forth between me and Han Xiang, then settled on my face. Her tone softened a little, though it still wasn't satisfied. Forget it. Now's not the time for this. She turned and scanned the mountain of loot. How do you want to split it? I felt like I'd just been granted a pardon. I cleared my throat. By contribution. You killed a good number of orcs, so you'll get your fair share. But my team did the most work, so I take the bulk. Sound fair? Fine. Split it however you want. Then let's appraise everything first and see what's turn and able. She nodded, bent down, and started checking the items the shadow soldiers had dug up, piece by piece. Han Xiang and I both let out a breath and walked over to the pile to start appraising too. I picked up one of the blades the orcs commonly used, and the system popped up a notice. Black iron quality. Turn in eligible. Value. 30 highway coins. Second one, third, fourth. I ran my hand over more than a dozen in a row, all black iron across the board. Blades, spears, clubs, hammers, all different shapes, and every single one worth 30. How's it looking over there? I asked, turning my head. Sun Wenjie was turning over a gray iron hatchet. Same. Black iron, 30. About 15 minutes later we finished the count. I tallied it up. 36 weapons, all black iron, 30 highway coins apiece. I was just about to stand up and stretch my aching knees when my fingers brushed against a piece of cold metal deep in the pile. I grabbed the edge and pulled, dragging out a gray iron forging bench. The surface was about half a meter square, the edges worn smooth and shiny. Bronze quality. Recyclable. Value, 140 highway coins. Bronze, I said, shoving the forging bench off to one side. Then I took the red-eyed orc. Translation. I pulled out the orc's forging hammer, the orc chief's hammer and helmet, and the Modeo to run them through appraisal. Forging hammer, bronze 190 highway coins. An orc blacksmith's hammered. Refined iron warhammer, bronze 290 highway coins. An orc chief's weapon. Pumpkin helm, bronze 300 highway coins. An orc chief's helmet. Modeo, black iron 100 highway coins. An ordinary human's weapon. Everything but the Modeo was bronze. I nodded to myself. Not bad luck at all. Once the appraisal was done, I put it all away right out in the open, ignoring the longing in Sun Wenjie's eyes. Splitting the loot was fine, but only the black iron stuff. I kept digging through the pile of supplies, and eventually my hand hit something cold and hard. I hauled on it, and a 2-foot statue came free. 2 bare-chested orcs, muscles crude and exaggerated, each locking the other's arm, glaring at one another. Statue of the Gu God and the Ga God, bronze 500 highway coins. Once worshipped day and night by tens of thousands of orcs. The Gu God and the Ga God. I stared at the statue, and a thought surfaced. So that was where all that Gu Ga grunting came from? I just couldn't tell which one was Gu and which one was Ga. Not that it mattered to me. What mattered right now was claiming my reward and getting out of this place, soaked through as it was with the smell of blood. I'm done over here. You too. I slapped my knees and stood up. Done, Han Xiang said. Only things with a tier can be submitted. The system won't take any of the junk. I nodded. I'd noticed that pattern before. The system was a picky eater. It only recognized higher tier goods. Sun Wenjie's gaze dropped to the bronze items by my feet. That forge and that statue. How much are they worth? Forge is 140. Statue is 500. Her mouth fell open slightly. 500? That much. I put on the calm look of a man who'd seen it all. It's nothing special. She shot me a sideways glance. What exactly was in that gold treasure chest? You're calling a 500 coin item nothing special. I just grinned and rubbed the back of my head, letting the question slide. She stared at me for 2 seconds, realized I had no intention of talking, and dropped it. Then she changed the subject. I didn't do much this time. You carried it. I'll just turn in 6 weapons for the quest, and I'll pay you back for the extra 10 coins. I laughed and waved her off. Since when do you and I stand on ceremony? Just take it. No need to pay anything back. She didn't argue. She nodded, picked 6 black iron weapons out of the pile, and submitted them to the system. Han Xiang was my passenger, so she didn't need to submit anything separately. Once my personal quest was met, her share completed automatically. Now the question was scraping together 1,000 highway coins worth of goods. Not hard for me. The real question was what to turn in. The forge was out. The red-eyed orc's class was blacksmith, and once he was converted into a shadow soldier, he might actually be able to forge. The statue didn't matter. A statue was only ever going to be a decoration. Turning in 17 of the 30 black iron weapons wouldn't hurt either. The red-eyed orc's hammer and the orc chief's hammer I planned to keep for myself. At this stage, 2 bronze-tier weapons were divine artifacts, and they'd come in handy down the road. Mine made up, I submitted the statue along with 17 black iron weapons. Player has submitted items valued at 1,000 highway coins. Rewards are now being issued. Obtained. Highway coins times 1, 000. Tier, 3 chip times 1, silver treasure chest times 1. Just like last time, the tier 3 chip and the silver treasure chest appeared out of thin air on the stone slab. Sun Wenjia looked at the chip and the silver white chest, unable to hide the envy in her eyes. I bent down, picked up the chip, and held it up to my eyes. The circuitry was far finer and more intricate than the tier 2 version, with a lot more of that high-tech, precision-engineered feel. Of course, right now the chip was the only upgrade material I had. I tucked it away and turned to the silver treasure chest. I rubbed my hands together and flipped the lid open with all the anticipation of unwrapping a present. Obtained. Silver forging stone times 1, forges any weapon to silver quality. Miao forging blueprint times 1, can forge black iron to bronze quality depending on materials. Ballistic steel times 40. My eyes lit up, my first blueprint. And with enough materials, this thing was a living, breathing money printer, capable of churning out tiered weapons indefinitely. I picked up the silver-white diamond-shaped forging stone. It was cool to the touch, its surface as smooth as a river stone worn down by 1,000 years of water. As for the 40 units of ballistic steel, next to the other 2, it was thoroughly unremarkable. Well, judging by your face, you got something good. Sun Wenjia leaned in curiously to peer into the chest. I nodded and handed her the blueprint and the forging stone. Good doesn't cover it. This is fantastic. She unrolled the blueprint and took one look, her voice turning wistful. Our guild has 2 blueprints, both black iron. Not a single bronze one. If we had something like this, our guild's strength would at least double. I caught a thread in what she said and followed it. Your guild's seen blueprints before? She nodded. They're rare. Most people haven't even heard of them, so it's normal that you hadn't. Then her eyes started moving between me and the blueprint, and her tone suddenly went soft. Chen Xiao, sweetie, you're not even a blacksmith. That blueprint's useless to you. Why don't you sell it to our guild? Watching her turn on the charm out of nowhere, the corner of my mouth curled up. Call me daddy and I'll sell it. Her face darkened instantly, and she punched me in the chest. Not hard, but perfectly placed. You're being a creep again. The blow rocked me back, and I waved both hands. My bad, my bad. Not selling, not selling. Han Xiang stood off to the side watching, a flicker of jealousy crossing her eyes before she quickly buried it. I knew that from the day she found out I was an SSS-Rank class holder, she'd already made peace with it. A man like me was never going to have just one woman around him. All she could do was use the head start she had and hold on to her place. I didn't dwell on it. I bent down, picked up the Modeo, and pressed the silver-white diamond forging stone against the middle of the blade. The moment the stone touched steel, its surface cracked and flaked away like an eggshell, revealing the flowing red liquid light inside. The light spread along the blade, running from tip to hilt until it wrapped the entire Modeo in an even glow. When I gripped it again, the blade had changed completely. The body was still that long, narrow, double-edged shape of a Modeo, but now flame patterns rippled across the steel, flecks of crimson glinting like sparks trapped inside the metal. Where the hilt met the blade sat a cast dragon's head, eyes bulging with fury, massive jaws clamped down on the spine of the sword, as if the whole blade were being carried in the dragon's mouth. Name: Dragonflame Mountain Cleaver, Silver. Value: 1,300 highway coins. Description: consumes 5 MP to unleash a slash of flame. Loot collected, shares divided. There was nothing left in this place worth staying for. I lifted my sleeve and sniffed myself, and nearly threw up. Note to self: the second I got back, I was dragging Han Xiang into a long, thorough, very fragrant bath. Let's go. Nothing left here. I waved at the 2 of them and headed for the cave mouth first. Outside the cave, unbeknownst to me, a guy named Hong Wanshan was cursing under his breath. Son of a bitch, why hasn't Zhang Zibiao reported back yet? Don't tell me Chen Xiao offed him. One of his men hurried to reassure him. Boss Hong, even if Zhang Zibiao's dead, There's no way Qin Shao slips through a net like ours. Hong Wanshan glanced over the 21 men around him and nodded. He refused to believe 22 people couldn't take down one guy. The light at the cave mouth grew closer, and I found myself walking faster. Only one thing was on my mind now. Get out, get clean, then get in bed and start making babies with Han Xiang. They're out. Boss Hong, they're coming out. A shout, sharp and urgent, from outside. My steps faltered for half a beat. I squinted into the sunlight and walked out, and before my eyes had even adjusted, I saw the open ground ahead packed black with silhouettes. A short, thick-set man spat his cigarette onto the dirt, ground it out with his toe, and drew a ring-pommel saber from his waist, pointing the tip straight at the bridge of my nose. He wasn't a big man, but the instant he planted his feet, all 21 men behind him pressed half a step forward, and that suffocating weight of sheer numbers came crashing down. You're Qin Shao, right, kid? He tilted his chin up, voice thick and loud. Where's Zhang Zibiao? I did a quick count. Perfect, 22 of them, all lined up at the cave mouth, staring me down. My tone stayed flat. I'm Qin Shao. I killed Zhang Zibiao. He took the news like he'd been expecting it, not the least bit surprised. Not bad, kid. Guess that dog Zhang Zibiao really did misjudge you. He shouldered the saber, and his eyes drifted off my face, sliding lazily over Han Xiang and Sun Wenjie beside me, lingering on each of them in turn. He didn't bother hiding the glint in his eyes. I won't waste words with you. Hand over what was in the gold treasure chest. Leave those two little ladies next to you behind, and I'll let you walk away alive. The moment he finished, all 21 men behind him burst into laughter. Somebody whistled. Somebody banged the back of a blade against a car door, clang, 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 like they were scoring the scene with background music. My gaze traveled slowly across all those grinning faces. I spoke without hurry. So it's the many bullying the few, huh? He drove the tip of his saber into the dirt, folded both hands over the pommel, and lifted his chin like he was announcing a done deal. That's right, the many bullying the few. What about it? He held up a hand, 5 fingers spread, then folded 3 down. I've got 22 men here. 11 of them are Tier 2 professionals. Me? I'm Tier 4, Class C. So you tell me, how exactly are you planning to fight me? Then he pitched his voice half a note higher. I'm one of the vice presidents of the Iron Cavalry Guild. You're a nobody, a loner. What have you got that compares to me? His men hooped right on cue, shouting, Boss Hong's the man, and stamping their feet until dust rose in a cloud, like they were setting the stage for a nice, rowdy haunt. Looking at how smug he was, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I was done talking. I slowly spread both arms out to the sides, palms facing outward, and the shadow barracks portal tore open behind me without a sound. A figure stepped through, 8 feet tall, shoulders so broad they nearly filled the doorframe, the pumpkin-shaped helmet on his head gleaming dully in the sunlight. A few strangled gasps went up from the Iron Cavalry crowd. Some of them took an involuntary step back, gripping their weapons tighter. The smile flickered off Hong Wanshan's face for a second, then he cleared his throat. What are you scared of? One summon, that's all he's got. 20 plus of us, afraid of one guy. Before the words were even out, another figure came through the portal. Wu Erlang, curved blade held crosswise, 5'11" frame hunched forward like a leopard coiled to pounce, standing silently beside the orc chieftain. Then the red-eyed orc walked out, an iron-gray forge hammer slung over his shoulder. Only 3 of them. Hong Wanshan's voice climbed another notch. 3 is nothing, we can still. I stopped listening. I pushed my mental force to its limit, and the portal abruptly doubled in size, yawning open in the air like a torn wound. And then the figures came pouring through, one after another. Orc shadow soldiers marched out in neat formation, crossing the threshold in silence and falling into ranks behind me. 10, 20, 30, 40, 42 ordinary orc shadow soldiers, plus Wu Erlang, the red-eyed orc, and the orc chieftain. 45 figures in total, spread out in perfect formation in front of that black-violet portal. Across the entire clearing, the only sound left was the wind rustling through the grass. Among those 22 men of the Iron Cavalry Guild, one didn't even notice the cigarette dropping out of his mouth. Another's knees went weak, and he quietly shrank toward the middle of the pack. Hong Wanshan stood at the very front with his mouth hanging open. The ring pommel saber was still in his hand, but the tip no longer dared to point at me. I tightened my grip on the dragon flame mountain cleaver, looked at him calmly, and said in a mild voice, "What was that you said just now? Who's surrounding who? Run." I don't know who screamed at first. The sound was shrill and piercing, like a knife slicing through the frozen air. The Iron Cavalry crowd snapped out of their shock all at once. It was like someone had lit a fire under their feet. They wheeled around as one and bolted for the vehicles behind them. Some threw their weapons away. One stepped into a hole, stumbled, and scrambled back up on all fours. 20-some men scattered like a flock of startled birds, every one of them tearing off in whatever direction he could find. I stood at the head of my formation, watching those routed figures, and a cruel curve pulled at the corner of my mouth. Both hands locked around the Dragonflame Mountain Cleaver, I leveled it. Translation. Against my chest, drew a deep breath, sank my hips slightly, and swung both arms around in a full arc, whipping the blade forward. A crescent of flame burst off the edge, 1/2 meter wide, 5 meters long, like a red-hot scythe skimming along the ground in a wave of searing air. The air it passed through warped and rippled from the heat. The grass and flowers along its path curled black in an instant. Hong Wanshan was still sprinting with his head down when he felt the heat hit his back, the fabric of his shirt tightening from it. He glanced back on instinct, and there was the crescent of fire bearing down on him, less than 2 steps away. Ah! A warped scream tore out of his throat. The blood drained from his face. He tried to dodge to the side, but his legs simply wouldn't obey. The flames slammed into his back the moment he turned, wrapping around him like a burning blanket. His clothes went first, then his skin, the fire licking greedily over every inch of him. He went down face first and rolled desperately, beating at the flames with his bare hands. 3, for turns through the dirt. He'd smother one side, and it would leap right back up from his hip, as if it had taken root in him, refusing to go out. His screams went from shrill to hoarse, and from hoarse to broken little gasps. 2 more rolls, and he stopped moving altogether, curled up in the mud while the fire burned on quietly, swallowing him into ash a little at a time. Demon. He's a demon. Someone, whoever had run the farthest, looked back and saw it, and shrieked it at the top of his lungs, hysteria bleeding through. More shouts exploded after it. He burned Brother Hong alive. Run, run, don't look back. He's a monster. Terror spread through what was left of the Iron Cavalry Guild like a plague. They ran harder, scrambling and stumbling toward their vehicles. One man tried to climb in through a window without bothering with the door. Another trampled a teammate and never looked back. I listened to them curse me, my face blank, and drove the Dragonblaze Mountain Cleaver into the ground. The blade sank 1/2 inch. I straightened up, watched the scattering figures, and said 2 flat words, "Go." The shadow array moved. The shadow soldiers surged out like a black tide. Blades punched through runners' lower backs from behind. Heavy iron rods shattered knees from the side. Thick arms locked around throats from behind. One muffled crunch, and the struggling body went slack, then got tossed aside like a sack of grain. Wu Erling's saber wove through the crowd. Every stroke dropped a man, clean and efficient as harvesting wheat. Wherever the orc chieftain's warhammer swept, men and car doors were flattened together, the shriek of twisting metal tangling with the crack of breaking bone across the clearing. The same people who'd been strutting around me and running their mouths a minute ago were sheep now, hemmed in by wolves, scattering with nowhere left to go. Engines coughed to life one after another. A few actually pulled away, only to have shadow soldiers land on the roofs, punch through the windows, and drag the occupants straight out. A few never started at all, doors torn open, men hauled out, pinned down, and hacked apart. A shadow soldier plucked the last man out of the bushes he'd crawled into and finished him with a single stroke. In less time than it takes to drink a cup of tea, the clearing was quiet again. All 21 of them lay on the ground, some silent, some still twitching feebly, blood soaking into the dry earth in patch after dark patch, like paint flung across a canvas in a hurry. Watching that arrogant crowd get carved up like vegetables, the smugness in my chest slowly swelled. I had the strangest feeling. I was an army all by myself. Anyone who stood in front of me had exactly one option: submit. I let out a breath, and the corner of my mouth curled up. I couldn't hide it if I tried. Han Xiang and Sun Wenjie stood a little way behind me, their eyes traveling slowly over the severed limbs littering the ground. They glanced at each other. Neither said a word, but the shock in their eyes was the same. I was far stronger than either of them had estimated. The discomfort set in fast, though. They'd seen orcs slaughtered back in the cave, but those had been orcs. What was lying on the ground now had been living, breathing people. Han Xiang's stomach turned first. She stepped forward without thinking, tucking herself against my left side, forehead pressed to my shoulder, eyes closed, breathing quick and shallow. Then Sun Wenjie pressed in on my right, fingers clutching the cuff of my jacket, her other hand clamped over her mouth as she gagged once and forced it back down. That yanked me right out of my self-satisfaction. I lifted both arms at once, wrapped one around each of their shoulders, and patted their backs gently. I looked over at the shadow soldiers and raised my voice. Quit dragging your feet. Move all the bodies into the bushes over there. Stack them neat. I don't want them lying out here where we have to look at them. The shadow soldiers went to work, bending down to grab a corpse in each hand and hauling them silently toward the dense thicket. It's okay, it's okay. I lowered my head, glancing left and right, my voice much gentler now, patient as if I were soothing a child. The evil bad guys have all been defeated by the righteous brother Chun, and the ground's clean too. Don't believe me? Turn around and look. Han Xiang heard the righteous brother Chun and lost her composure. She reached over and pinched my side, precisely placed, then pulled out of my arm, smoothed back her stray hair, and shot me an unimpressed glare. Be serious. Sun Wenjie went the complete opposite direction. Instead of pulling away, she went up on her toes, looped both arms behind my neck like she'd done it 100 times, and said in the most coquettish tone imaginable, "Wow, you're so amazing. I guess I'll reward you with a kiss." She was already leaning in before she finished. Her lips landed squarely on mine with a bright little smack. And then, as if she'd only just realized what she was doing, she froze solid. Her arms snapped back, her heels dropped, and she retreated a fast step and turned her face away, her ears flushing a deep, visible red. I pressed my lips together, savoring the sensation for a moment, and mumbled, "Same taste as before." Sun Wenjie had already made it 2 steps away. At that, she spun around and stomped down on my foot. She glared at. She shot me a glare, then turned away, her face instantly rearranging itself into a picture of sweet innocence as she walked over to Han Xiang. "Teacher Han, I didn't mean it just now. It's just an old habit, I wasn't thinking. Please don't read too much into it." Han Xiang couldn't have felt good about it, but she kept an understanding smile on her face. "It's fine. I didn't." Sun Wenjie let out a breath like a weight had been lifted off her, patting her chest. I knew Teacher Han wouldn't hold it against me. I stood off to the side watching the two of them play their little duet, seeing right through the whole thing. After dating Sun Wenjie for that long, did she really think I couldn't read her? She was just sore about it and wanted to needle Han Xiang. But I couldn't be bothered to get involved. Get between two women and you only stir the water muddier. I turned to face the pile of spoils sitting out in the open. 18 vehicles of every description parked at haphazard angles in the mud. Their owners were either lying in the bushes or still back in the cave. Either way, all of it was unclaimed property now. I ran my eyes over the haul and did the math. 18 vehicles, 11 tier 2 human corpses, 1 tier 4 human corpse, 10 tier 1 human corpses. Add in the orcs I'd converted back in the cave plus Zhang Zibiao's crew, and my shadow soldiers were already way past what my mental energy could support. Good timing, actually. I could pull out the low-level ones and level them up. Old Pig and Big Wolf, for instance, had been with me this long and were still running on the same starting stats. I walked up to Hong Wanshan's tier 2 pickup at the front of the row, laid my hand on the hood, and silently triggered disassemble. Obtained. Tier 2 chip times 1, rubber times 7, steel times 55, glass times 7. The tier 2 chip made my eyebrow go up. So breaking down tier 2 vehicles could yield chips too. That opened up another supply line. I wouldn't have to rely entirely on treasure chests and quest rewards anymore. I filed the discovery away and moved on to the next vehicle. The remaining 17 were all tier 1, and they only gave up basic materials. Almost 10 minutes later, the totals came in: 136 units of steel, 28 units of glass, 68 units of rubber. Back in my first couple of days after crossing over, a haul like this would have made me a small fortune. But now that miner and blacksmith classes had shown up, steel and glass had crashed to 1 road coin per unit. Word was some miner player had found an open-pit iron deposit, teamed up with a blacksmith, and financed 2 tier 2 vehicles just selling steel, an E-rank class, and he was living better than plenty of B and C rankers. Nobody had figured out how to synthesize rubber yet, so it held its value better, though even that had slid from 6 road coins down to 3. I swept all the materials into the shadow barracks and headed for the patch of brush where the bodies were piled. I pushed the branches aside, took one look, and immediately frowned. My shadow soldiers had been way too rough with these corpses. Some were missing arms, one was missing half a shoulder, and one had been cut clean in 2 across the waist by a saber. Upper and lower halves lying several steps apart with the guts smeared everywhere. I crouched down and sighed, muttering, "These guys are complete amateurs. I'm going to have to train them properly, leave the torso intact, at the very least. Otherwise, where am I supposed to put my hand to convert them?" I pressed my palm to Hong Wanshan's scorched forehead. Race, human class, executioner, C rank level. For mental energy, 7 physique. 26 summoning requires 7 mental energy and costs 13 MP. I stared at the panel and clicked my tongue. Among the current crop of players, this genuinely counted as top tier. The average person running into him had no option but to kneel down and start singing his praises. Too bad the old bastard's luck ran out when he ran into me, the guy with the cheat codes. The rest weren't worth getting excited about. Ordinary D-rank classes across the board. Truth be told, humans made poor shadow soldiers. At the same level, they ate up more mental energy than other races and fought worse. Out of all the humans, the only 2 I planned to keep were the cook and Hong Wanshan. The rest would go toward leveling up my other shadow soldiers. I stood up from beside the bushes, knees cracking twice, brushed the grass and mud off my pant legs, and stepped through the shadow barracks portal. I stopped at the edge of the training ground, glanced at my nearly empty MP bar, and pulled out 10 bottles of mana drink and downed them. I waved a hand, an old pig appeared out of thin air, silently climbing to the center of the arena, his long-handled saber in hand. Then I summoned a Tier 1 human shadow soldier, 5 physique, empty-handed, and set him across from Old Pig. One thought, and both figures moved at once. Old Pig's blade swung out from behind his shoulder in a clean arc, aimed precisely at the side of the tall, skinny guy's neck. The man tried to back off, but the gap in physique was too wide. He'd barely retreated half a step before the edge reached him. With a wet crunch, his body split in two and dissolved into black mist that rushed toward Old Pig and sank into his chest. I frowned. Nothing on Old Pig's panel changed. Physique still 8, level unmoved. Again, I summoned another Tier 1 human shadow soldier. One stroke from Old Pig, clean and efficient. The black mist merged in again, and Old Pig just stood there like a bear that had eaten a single peanut and was nowhere near full. Still not enough. I had no idea how the leveling actually calculated, so I summoned one more. This time something finally happened. Race. Borman level. 2 mental energy. 3 physique. 15 summoning requires 3 mental energy and costs 7 MP. 15. I narrowed my eyes. Old Pig hit Tier 2 and jumped straight to 15. 2 points higher than a regular orc at the same level. Were Boarmen naturally better than orcs? Or did Old Pig, as a system-gifted shadow soldier, have some hidden foundation baked in? I couldn't figure it out, so I set the question aside for now. I went ahead and summoned 3 Tier 2 human shadow soldiers to fight Old Pig, stripping their weapons again so they couldn't win. All 3 rushed him from different angles, 3 shadows closing in. Old Pig slashed horizontally, cutting the nearest one through the midsection, swept the blade back, opening up the second one's shoulder and neck, then thrust straight ahead, running the third through from chest to back. 3 strokes, and 3 clouds of black mist poured into him at once. Old Pig's frame swelled inside the mist, his shoulders and back visibly broadening by half a palm's width, his waist growing thicker and more solid. Race. Borman level. 3 mental energy. 4 physique. 22 summoning requires 4 mental energy and costs 11 MP. The pattern was clear now. Tier 1 to Tier 2 took 3 Tier 1s. Tier 2 to Tier 3. For 3 Tier 2s. Every level up requires 3 shadow soldiers of the same tier. I glanced at my mana pool again. It was nearly bone dry. Summoning those 3 Tier 2s, on top of the mana drink I'd already chugged, had pretty much drained me. I probably didn't even have enough left for a single basic Tier 1. I pulled out the Meow Dao forging blueprint and unrolled it. The parchment had yellowed, but the line work was clean and precise. Black iron quality Meow Dao, steel times 10, wood times 2. Bronze quality Meow Dao, bulletproof, steel times 10, hardwood times 2. Right now I had 191 units of steel, and wood was just a matter of felling a few trees, enough for 19 black iron Meow Dao. But that bronze line made me frown. Upgrading a vehicle to Tier 3 only took 100 units of bulletproof steel total, and a single blade would eat 1/10 of that. The cost was absurd. As for hardwood, I'd never even heard of it. I rolled up the blueprint and walked out through the portal. Sun Wenjia was leaning against the hood of her red supercar, staring off into space. When she saw me come out, her lashes flickered once. Then her expression settled back into that cool indifference. I walked over and got straight to the point. Do you know what hardwood is? She paused, then nodded. I do. She pointed at the scrubby patch of woods not far off. Cutting down an ordinary tree gives you wood. But some special species, ironwood, snakewood, iron birch, those give you hardwood when you fell them. At the same level, a lumberjack class chops them way faster than anyone else. I nodded, drew my dragonflame mountain cleaver, and walked up to the nearest tree, one about as thick as a rice bowl. A flick of the wrist, the blade swept through level and clean, and the trunk toppled with a crack. I crouched down, stored the felled timber in the barracks, then took down a second tree. 2 trees came out to 16 units of ordinary wood, enough to test a few blades. I turned and ducked back through the portal, leaving Sun Wenjia standing alone in the clearing. She watched me treat her like she was thin air, opened her mouth, then closed it again, and nudged a pebble at her feet with her toe. Inside, I stacked the wood and steel on the ground, summoned the red-eyed orc, and set down the iron-gray forging hammer and anvil along with it. I spread the blueprint out on the workbench. The red-eyed orc lowered its head, ran a thick finger slowly along the edge of the blueprint, then looked up at me with dull, vacant eyes. Fur nace. I nearly lost my footing. I stood there staring at it for several seconds. This was the first shadow soldier that had ever spoken. I forced down my shock, dug out the silt I'd collected back when I cleared out Jing Lake, and shaped it into a crude smelting furnace. The red-eyed orc glanced at it, bent down, scooped up 10 units of wood, and shoved it into the firebox. Fire. I fished out my lighter and crouched to light the dry kindling. It then stuffed 10 units of steel into the furnace, turned back to me, and this time the syllables came out a little more complete. More wood. 2 hours. It wanted more wood. Forging one blade took 2 hours. I got it. I stepped out of the barracks, opened the portal at the edge of the woods, and released 30 regular orcs, pointing at the surrounding trees. Cut down as many as you can. The orcs fanned out in silence, dropping a tree in 2 or 3 swings. I assigned another 10 specifically to haul the cut timber into the necrotome, trip after trip, like a black river of bodies surging back and forth through the portal. Inside the necrotome, the wood piled higher and higher until it formed a small mountain. I stood by the portal watching my little assembly line, and a thought crossed my mind. If wood could be sold for highway coins, I could get rich just by having these shadow soldiers strip the forest bare. Too bad nobody's buying right now. Back out in the clearing, Sun Wenjie was still leaning against the hood of her supercar, in almost exactly the same pose as before. I walked over and waved a hand in front of her face. What are you spacing out for? She tilted her head away from my hand, her tone deliberately cold. Are you done? I'm done. I jerked my chin toward the steel RV parked nearby. Quit standing around out here. Go rest in my ride. It beats propping yourself up on a car hood. Sun Wenjie pushed off the hood and clapped the dust off her hands. Fine. She headed for the RV, and I followed half a step behind. The wind came in from the side, lifting a few loose strands of her hair before letting them fall. She reached up and tucked them behind her ear without looking back. I looked at the slightly messy ponytail at the back of her head and remembered how, back in the day, whenever she wore her hair like that, I couldn't resist telling her she looked like a country girl. I pulled my eyes away, caught up, leaned over to open the door for her, and stepped aside. After you. Sun Wenjie glanced at me sideways, and the corner of her mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Han Xiang was in the kitchen brewing potions. When she saw Sun Wenjie come in, she smacked her own forehead and said apologetically, "Oh no, I forgot to invite you in. Look at my memory." Sun Wenjie gave a flat, non-committal Han Xiang didn't seem the least bit awkward about it. Instead, she put on her whole lady of the house act, taking Sun Wenjie by the arm and steering her over to sit on the bed. She'd figured it out by now. Sun Wenjie had kissed me purely to get under her skin. Sure, we'd been teacher and student before, and she'd long since braced herself for me collecting a harem, but being deliberately provoked like that she couldn't stand. Sun Wenjie let herself be pulled down, and the instant her butt hit the mattress, the corner of her mouth curved slightly, though nothing showed on her face. She turned her head, settled back against the edge of the bed as naturally as if she were in her own home, then patted the empty spot beside her and said to me, still standing in the doorway, in a voice with a hint of a coo in it, "Sit over here." I sat down indifferent and asked, "By the way, does your guild sell upgrade materials for Tier 3 vehicles?" Sun Wenjie shook her head. "That stuff all gets used internally by the guilds these days." She paused. "If you really want to buy some, I can go back and talk to Wei Qing about it and get you an answer tomorrow." I nodded. I'd more or less expected that answer, so I dropped it and shifted to a lighter tone. "All right, enough about that. It's getting late. Why don't you stay for dinner before you go?" Sun Wenjie turned to glance out the window. The sun was already dipping west. She shook her head. "I'd better not. I need to get back to base before dark." She stood up from the edge of the bed, then, as if something had just occurred to her, looked back at me. "That information you gave me about the zombies, was any of it true?" Looking at the naked curiosity on Sun Wenjie's face, I couldn't bring myself to screw her over, so I told her everything I knew. "The kind of zombies I ran into aren't that easy to deal with. You can hack them into pulp and they'll still come back. Fire's the only thing that kills them. And besides laughing nonstop, these things also talk and walk. He looks just like a normal person. You'd never spot it unless you looked close." Her expression turned serious in an instant. She nodded. "If we didn't know you, God knows how many people in our guild you'd have gotten killed." I shrugged. "Better them than me." She didn't argue. She couldn't. She climbed into the supercar, stuck her hand out the window, and waved at me. "I'm off. Stay alive." I waved back. "If you ever can't make it on your own, come find me." She smiled, gave a firm hit the gas, and slowly disappeared from sight. "They're long gone, and you're still staring." Han Xiang's voice came from behind me, grinding through her teeth. "You two really are made for each other. Broken up and still pining, and you still manage to run into each other from this far away." I turned around, scratched my head, and grinned. "Nothing like that." Her tone went a little flat. "I'm not asking you to love only me your whole life. I just want you to always have a place for me in your heart." I looked down into her eyes and said, seriously, "Teacher Han, even if I end up with 10,000 women someday, you'll still be the one at the very tip of my heart." That shut her up. Her mouth twitched, and she turned her head away. Your heart must be a durian, then. All tips. I chuckled and didn't deny it. I reached up and took off the silver white star pendant from around my neck, stepped around behind her, brought both arms over her shoulders, and fastened it at her throat. The pendant fell right into the hollow between her collarbones, glowing softly in the dusk, making her skin look even paler. I looked at that silver chain lying against her neck and couldn't help myself. I leaned down and kissed the side of it. She hunched her shoulders and jabbed backward with her elbow. I haven't showered. I'm gross. I didn't back off. Instead, I rested my chin on her shoulder and mumbled, Teacher Han, I made 1,000 highway coins today. I'll give you 500 so you can hit level 3. That way we can start the potion selling plan sooner. She didn't refuse. She just nodded. I transferred 500 over through the system, and she spent it immediately. The warm current of leveling up poured down from the crown of her head. She closed her eyes and savored it for a few seconds, then opened them and rolled her shoulders. Physique 14, Spirit 15, Mana 17. I nodded, letting my gaze travel slowly over her, the corner of my mouth curling into something more and more suggestive. Physique went up quite a bit. Guess you can take a few more rounds from me tonight. After all the nights and days we'd spent in deep communication, she wasn't nearly as shy as she used to be. She didn't flinch or look away. She just lifted her chin. We'll see about that tonight. Then she turned and headed for the trailer. I watched her back, swallowed hard, and immediately followed, calling out before I'd even made it through the door. Then let's start now. No. She didn't even turn around. Shower first, then dinner. Can't you smell yourself? You smell like something they fished out of a slaughterhouse. I sniffed at my shirt and winced at my own stench. I took the steps 2 at a time into the bathroom, summoning the chef to make dinner on my way. The moment the hot water came down, I tilted my head back and let out a long breath, like a weight had been lifted off my whole body. When I came out of the bathroom, Han Xiang was already waiting at the door with a change of clothes in her arms. I glanced at her and said, like it was the most natural thing in the world, Teacher Han, I want to see the maid outfit tonight. She'd clearly seen it coming. She gave a perfectly composed She was just about to step into the bathroom when I added, white stockings, not black. Her step faltered. She looked back and shot me a withering glare. Pervert. I laughed, dropped into a chair at the dining table, and leaned back to wait for dinner. The dishes came out one after another. The only thing missing was Han Xiang herself. I didn't have to wait long. The frosted glass door slid open, and out came Han Xiang in a maid outfit and white stockings. My eyes glazed over. The sheer contrast of it shoved my mood straight to the peak, and I couldn't help saying, Come here. Feed me. Something stirred in her. She wasn't annoyed. If anything, she felt a strange kind of thrill. As if in a trance, she walked over, picked up the chopsticks, lifted a piece of lamb, blew on it, and put it in my mouth. Seeing Han Xiang this obedient surprised even me. I'd set it on a whim. I hadn't expected her to actually go along with it, which gave me other ideas. I said, deliberately, that burned my mouth. What are you going to do about it? She lowered her eyes meekly. Whatever you say. I pointed at the gap under the table, half hidden by the tablecloth. Get under there. Take your punishment. She answered without a moment's hesitation, bending down and crawling in. Please punish me, master. I sat at the dining table, looking at Han Xiang's face. Her mouth hadn't stopped moving. Both cheeks were puffed out round as she gnawed on a grilled sausage. I asked her smugly, Good, isn't it? She answered thickly, It's not. She said it wasn't good, but she never slowed down, and there was a slick of grease at the corner of her lips. I let it slide. Take your time. The yogurt will be ready soon. The words had barely left my mouth when a shrill, frantic cry for help came from outside the window. Help! Somebody help me. The voice was high and sharp, like a dull blade scraping glass. Han Xiang jerked all over, and a big chunk of sausage nearly went down the wrong pipe. She made a choked, irk, and scrambled to hook it out. I hurried over, got the sausage out, and patted her back until she caught her breath. Once I was sure she was fine, I straightened up. My expression darkened instantly. I set my chopsticks on the table and strode to the door. I pulled it open and cold wind rushed in, scattering most of the smell of dinner. It was already dark out. About 10 meters from the RV, a woman in tattered clothing had been stopped at the edge of the perimeter by several orc shadow soldiers. Her clothes were torn in several places, exposing broad patches of pale skin. She wore a mask over her face that covered the entire lower half, leaving only a pair of tear-filled eyes visible. Please, sir, help me. Someone's trying to kill me, she cried again, her voice trembling at exactly the right pitch. I stood on the step in the doorway, in no hurry to let her through, and narrowed my eyes instead. A helpless woman appearing out in the middle of nowhere in the dead of night, who somehow managed to home in on the exact position of my RV. In any apocalypse novel ever written, that's 200% a setup. Not to mention that mask on her face. Take the mask off. She froze. Her voice came from behind the fabric. and she was clearly panicking now. Haha. My mouth is injured. It's oozing pus. It's too gross. I'd better not show you, huh? She said it with laughter bleeding into the words, like she'd completely lost control of her own face, like somebody had jabbed her funny bone and it just wouldn't stop. That laughter, paired with the terrified eyes she was straining to fake, split apart into something absurd. Her mouth was begging for help while her voice was laughing. That settled it. My hunch was dead on. I didn't waste any more breath. I shot a look at the orc shadow soldiers beside me. Two of the big ones stepped up, grabbed her by the arms, one on each side, and hauled her right up off the ground. She started thrashing, 10 times harder than when she'd been screaming for help. Don't touch my mask. Don't. Ha ha ha, don't touch me. Ha ha ha. Her body twisted wildly in midair, legs kicking at nothing. One of the orcs hooked a finger under the mask's ear loop and yanked it down. The instant the mask fell away, her mouth was stretched into a smile, 45 degrees, both corners perfectly even. Ha, you got me, haha. I looked at that face, laughing while it shrieked for help, and felt the chill crawl up my spine. I didn't let it show. I just raised a hand and pointed at her. Hack her into pulp, then burn it. The order had barely left my mouth when laughter, badly stifled laughter, came out of the waist-high grass nearby. Ha ha ha. He's not falling for it. He's not even from around here. Ha ha ha. And he knows how to deal with us. Ha ha. Too many of them. Go, go, go. Ha ha ha. Retreat, retreat. The laughter came from every direction, some close, some farther off, like there were at least 4 or 5 of them out there watching. They never stopped laughing as they pulled back, the sound mixed with footsteps and the rustle of grass, like a pack of giggling shadows skimming along the ground on their way out. My expression went flat and cold. Without a word, I drew the Dragonblaze mountain cleaver. Both hands on the hilt, I swung hard toward the thickest cluster of laughter. An orange-red arc of flame tore a bright gash through the dusk and lunged at the grass almost faster than the eye could follow. The moment the fire kissed the blades, the dry weeds went up like they'd been doused in gasoline, light exploding outward, throwing a handful of panicked, backpedaling silhouettes into sharp relief. Then a second swing, a third, 3 in a row, crescents of flame biting into the grass from different angles, lighting up the zombies hiding in the twilight one by one. Bring them all in. I sheathed the blade and jerked my chin at the orcs. A dozen dim shapes plunged into the fire at once, plucking the things out of the flames as they slapped at their burning clothes, dragging them like sacks of grain to the clearing in front of the RV and piling them in a heap. I walked over, took a look, and told the orcs, feed the fire. And ring the RV with flames too. Don't let them go out. The orcs turned and went to fell trees. Bundles of wood came in one after another, stacked on top of the zombies, with bonfires built up around the RV as well. 10 shadow soldiers hoisted logs and pounded the zombies into pulp, thud after thud, like they were beating rice cakes, then scooped up the remains and tossed them into the fire. Even in the flames, the pulp kept squirming, still trying to knit itself back into a whole body. I forced down my nausea and watched the whole sanity-shredding spectacle. I needed to see them turn to ash with my own eyes before I could relax. Behind me, Han Xiang poked half her face out of the cabin and asked carefully, "Everything okay?" I didn't turn around. I kept my eyes on that burning heap of meat and said quietly, "It's fine. Go get some sleep." I stood in the doorway of the RV and opened the chat channel. The screen lit up and messages came pouring out like a levee had broken. The comments section, briefly calm after the quest wrapped up, was now completely drowned in panic. Does anybody know what the smiling people are? One's been standing outside my car window grinning at me, and I can't get rid of him no matter what I do. You can't kill those smiling people. I cut one 7 or 8 times, and he just stood there smiling. Help, he's biting my leg. Who's close to me? Anybody. Zombies. Those things are zombies. I watched a guy get bitten, and a few minutes later, he started smiling too. Message after message scrolled up, every line dripping with panic and despair, every one of them with the same fear locked around their throat. Some were hiding in their cars, afraid to come out. Some were posting coordinates and begging for rescue. One person typed, "Goodbye," and never said another word. Reading all this, I understood. The outbreak was already everywhere. If I could figure out that fire kills them, someone else would too, sooner or later, just a matter of time. Better to be the one who spreads the word than to let someone else beat me to it. At least it'd earn me some goodwill. My finger hovered over the input box for a second, then I typed a line and hit send. There's zombies. Don't get bitten. Fire is the only thing that kills them for good. Chop them up, throw the pieces in a fire, burn it all. The chat went still for maybe 3 seconds after that. Then a wall of replies shot up. Is that for real? Chen Xiao said it. He's killed some, so it's probably legit. But how am I supposed to start a fire and chop him up at the same time by myself? He's not a scarecrow. He doesn't just stand there and let me swing. Help. I can't beat him. He just keeps laughing. I shook my head. For me, The zombies were only slightly harder to kill. A little more firewood, a little more time. For the average player, just winning the fight was a real question mark. Right now, the best way to stay alive was to join a guild. Numbers meant coordination, someone swinging, someone lighting the fire. Division of labor was the only real shot anyone had at surviving a zombie wave. Sure enough, before long the mood in the chat shifted from "how do I kill these things" to "which guild is recruiting?" Applications flooded in, each one more eager than the last. At Jihai Boss G, I'm a chef, Sichuan, Shandong, Cantonese, Huayong, name it. Just let me into Blazing Sunday. At Wei Ching Siswei, I used to act in web dramas. 5'11", good proportions, I can play any role. Off camera too, if you want. At Hu Jiawei Bro Hu, I'm in a band. Bassist. Take me. Hu Jiawei replied. A bass player? Sure, dog's welcome too. At Lindsay Hi Bro Hi, I already had 3 bodies on me before I got here. I'm not afraid to throw down. At the same time, my own DMs started pinging nonstop. I opened them up and found a flood of people pitching themselves. Big brother, I used to be a streamer with 1 million followers. If you take me in, I'll do whatever you say. Attached was a photo, a translation. A woman with matted hair, her face smeared with dirt and grime. Her hair so greasy it had clumped into strands, made a finger hard at the camera. My expression darkened. My eyelid twitched. My thumb swiped up without hesitation. Brother Chun, Chinese don't leave other Chinese behind. Swipe. Brother Chun, I'm a C-rank javeliner. I can be the sharpest sword in your arsenal. Her combat power probably didn't even match my shadow soldiers, and there was no guarantee of loyalty. Swipe. I went through a few hundred of them in a row. My thumb was starting to cramp, and not a single one caught my eye. All duds. People who opened their mouths only to demand my protection. People hinting they were willing to pay the price. And a few who told me, let me ride along, and I'll tell you a secret. I didn't have the slightest curiosity about that secret, so I just backed out of my DMs and went back to the main chat. That's when I saw an unfamiliar name. I'm Li E, an S-rank class holder and the founder of the newly established Free Agents Alliance. Our guild is recruiting anyone, indefinitely. No class requirements, no level requirements. If you're human, you're in. We help each other, and we survive together. He tacked on one more line at the end. I've had it with the people who look down on ordinary folks just because they've got a high-level class. Today I'm standing up here and calling on everyone to unite. Nobody deserves to be written off. The moment that message went out, the chat blew up harder than it had when the zombies first showed up. Li E is our savior. Li E is a stand-up guy? Totally different from those big guilds. Hey, all you high-level class scumbags, take a good look at this man. At Jihai at Lin Zihai, at Hu Jiawei at Wei Qing at Chen Xiao, you worthless trash, open your eyes. This is what having vision looks like. Praise and adulation, one message after another, stomping my name into the ground right alongside the other guild leaders. I stared at the screen full of flattery, my brows slowly knitting together. He was taking in anyone and everyone. What was he after? If the guy were genuinely a saint, he would have stepped up on day one. Why wait until the zombies were everywhere and people were at their most desperate to suddenly surface? I couldn't figure it out, so I set it aside for now. The next morning, I was dragged out of a dream by a delighted little gasp. It's a premium mana potion. My eyes weren't even fully open before my body was already moving. I brushed the white nylon shreds off my face, sat up in bed, padded barefoot across the floor to Han Xiang's side, and leaned in to look at the faintly glowing vial on the counter. How good is the premium version? Han Xiang shook her head, held the bottle up to the light for a look, then held it out to me. You'll have to drink it to find out. She kept the vial raised, deliberately sweetening her voice. Dear husband, please take your medicine. I reached over and gave her a light smack on the butt. Let's have less of that kind of ominous talk from now on. The smack pitched her forward a step. She rubbed the spot and glared at me, 3 parts wounded and 7 parts scolding. Oh really? Then who was the one yelling, I'll kill you, Pan Jinlian yesterday? I kept a straight face. I was playing Shimin Qing. That shut her up. Not bothering to argue further, she shoved the bottle into my hand. Fine, fine. Just drink it. I tipped my head back and downed it in one go. The cool liquid slid into my stomach, and a warmth spread out from it. Thicker and longer lasting than a regular mana potion. I closed my eyes and felt it out for a few seconds, then opened them. I had 8 mana left before. Now I'm at 20, so it's about 4 times a regular potion, restores 12 total. The anticipation in Han Xiang's eyes dimmed slightly. Only 10 points. And here I thought premium meant something impressive. I reached up and ruffled her hair. Don't get greedy. 3 times better than a regular potion is already pretty great. She ducked her head under my hand, the corners of her mouth curving back up. Okay, I get it. It occurred to me then that Han Xiang really could do it all. And I do mean all. I pulled on my shoes and pushed open the car door. The bonfire from last night was still smoldering. I waved a hand to have the shadow soldiers put it out, then turned and stepped through the portal into the shadow barracks. The forge area looked completely different now. Lumber was piled up beside it, 1,658 units of it. The red-eyed orc crouched by the clay furnace, its iron-gray hammer rising and falling in steady rhythm, each strike landing on the red-hot billet with a dull clang. Beside it, 6 black iron, grayed Miao Dao were laid out in a neat row, their blades gleaming with an even, cold light, the lines clean and fluid, a solid tier or two finer than the crude junk from the orc cave. I bent down and picked one up, testing the balance in my hand. It moved smoothly on both the thrust and the pull. I gave it a couple of swings. The sound of it cutting the air was crisp and clean, like tearing through a bolt of thin silk. Better than I'd expected. 1 blade every 2 hours, 12 a day, nearly 50 in 4 days. By then, every orc shadow soldier would have a black iron Miao Dao of their own. Just standing there in formation, they'd be intimidating as hell. The image made the corner of my mouth twitch upward. I set the blade back in place and headed for the drill yard. This time I chose to upgrade the Great Wolf. I drank a mana potion and spent 21 mana to push it to level 3. After the upgrade, its back had broadened, its limbs lengthened, and its shoulder blades pushed out a thick, solid silhouette. It was now a massive wolf roughly the size of a full-grown boar. I swung onto its back to test it. It rose steadily beneath me, its steps light. Even carrying a full-grown man, it barely lost any speed or agility, and it leaned into turns with just the right amount of control. I couldn't resist. I rode it around the drill yard a couple of laps. It wasn't until a new system notification popped up that I patted its neck to slow it down. Sun Wenjia, our guild leader Wei Qing sent you a friend request. Accept it. I scrolled through my request list for a bit, found Wei Qing's, and hit accept. The message came through almost instantly. Trading mount upgrade materials is off the table. We don't have enough for ourselves. But there is one item you might be interested in. I wasn't particularly disappointed. Big guild, lots of people, big material shortfall. I hadn't been counting on it anyway. I went along with it. What item? A pair of glasses. They can identify the level and species of any level 1 to 10 creature, players excluded. My fingers paused. In a world where zombies could talk and disguise themselves as normal people to get close to you, a pair of glasses that saw through disguises was worth far more than it sounded. I fired back immediately. What do you want for it? 10 bronze quality Miao Dao. I frowned. That expensive? They're hard to forge. Material costs are steep. I caught the word instantly. Forge? You guys can make them. Yes. Someone in our guild just got the blueprint yesterday. These glasses have a slot. Different tiers of chips give you different level caps on what you can identify. A tier 2 chip reads levels 1 through 5. A tier 3 chip reads 1 through 10. We don't have a tier 4, but going by the pattern it should read 1 through 15. I asked, are you selling the tier 3 chip? No. I'd expected that, so I didn't push. I switched angles. Then forget the chip. Can you knock the price down for just the glasses? No. Our production costs are high. Obviously, I didn't buy that garbage for a second. I replied at an easy pace. Fine, don't lower the price. 1 bronze Miao Dao takes 30 units of ballistic steel and 6 hardwood blocks. You want 10 of them, sure, but you cover half the materials. Otherwise, there's no way I can scrape that much together. The other end went quiet for a moment. Then a single word came back. Deal. Seeing that word, my mouth split open like a zombie's. This was a massive score. A bronze Miao Dao only actually costs 10 units of ballistic steel and 2 hardwood blocks. At that rate, every 2 I forged came with a free third. I forced my mouth flat and fired off another message. Can you send it now? I need it urgently. Wei Qing didn't answer right away. Instead, she asked, if I hand it over now, can you guarantee I get my 10 Miao Dao afterward? My hand stopped. I didn't have a single finished blade on me. Her worrying I'd take the goods and run was reasonable. I pressed my lips together. So what do you suggest? You leave something with me as collateral. My brow creased, almost imperceptibly. I didn't trust Wei Qing. What if I handed something over and she ran off with it? Her next message arrived immediately, like she'd already read exactly what I was worried about. You don't have to give it to me. Give it to Sun Wenjia. Her you trust, right? I looked at that message, and my forehead slowly smoothed out. We'd broken up, but I did trust Sun Wenjia. A trust that wasn't based on any promise or contract, but on a judgment carved into my bones over all those years together. I barely hesitated before typing one word. Okay. Then I sent over the full stats of the hollow string hand crossbow, adding, this, held by her. Enough. One last message came back. Enough. I'll send the goods to Sun Wenjia. Trade with her. I opened the trade window with Sun Wenjia and confirmed the transfer. The next second, neatly stacked materials appeared out of thin air in front of me. 300 units of ballistic steel piled into a small gray-black hill, and 60 hardwood blocks, dark brown, their grain fine and dense, far heavier than ordinary lumber. Resting on top was a pair of glasses with silver gray frames, the lenses giving off the faintest blue glow, lying quietly on the hardwood. My gaze paused on the materials for a beat, then went straight for the glasses. Before my fingers even reached the frame, a message from Sun Wenjia popped up. I couldn't talk the guild leader into selling you vehicle upgrade materials, but I can tell you how to get them yourself. My hand stopped. How? Other than that first wooden chest, you haven't opened a single chest out in the field, have you? No. You don't have to wait on system quests for chests. Wiping out monster settlements drops them too. Monsters like the ones in Western fantasy novels, goblins, orcs, gnolls, that kind of thing. That orc cave you ran into last time was a textbook monster settlement. It clicked. So that's it. No wonder I've been searching this long without finding a single chest. Let's talk later. We've got a meeting starting. Sure. I closed the chat, picked up the silver gray glasses and put them on, then slid the tier 2 chip into the slot in the temple arm as instructed. There was a very faint click. I looked at one of the ordinary orc shadow soldiers, and a line of translucent text immediately surfaced in the upper left corner of the lens. Race, orc shadow soldier. Level 2. Only level and race. But that was more than enough to tell a non-player creature apart from anything else. I hauled all 300 units of ballistic steel and 60 hardwood blocks into the shadow barracks and stacked them neatly beside the red-eyed orc's forge. How long to forge one bronze Meow Dao? 4 hours. I nodded and pointed at the pile. 2 a day from now on. The red-eyed orc silently raised its hammer. That counted as an answer. I exited the shadow barracks, recalled all the shadow soldiers into the portal, pulled open the RV's driver's side door, and climbed in. Han Xiang was already in the passenger seat, her eyes settling on the silver-gray glasses on my face. Since when are you nearsighted? I took them off, handed them over, and gave her a quick rundown of what they did. She turned them over twice, examining them. These are useful. I took them back and put them on, laid both hands on the wheel, and glanced sideways at her. Hold on tight. We're going monster settlement hunting. She nodded, set her alchemy cauldron down by her feet, buckled her seatbelt, and leaned quietly back into the seat. The RV lurched once in place, then swung onto the dirt road. After about an hour of jolting, the scenery on both sides shifted from sparse scrub into dense woodland. The trunks grew thicker, the canopy denser, the sky overhead sliced into scattered bright flecks that threw a shifting play of light and shadow across the windshield. I slowed down and scanned the trees on both sides through the lenses. Text popped up now and then: birds, squirrels, other wildlife. Nothing useful. At the edge of a clearing in the woods, I stopped the RV, killed the engine, and tilted my head to listen. Underneath the rustle of wind through the canopy, there was faintly something else moving. I pushed the door open and got out, touching down as lightly as I could, then glanced back and signaled Han Xiang to stay in the vehicle before crouching low and slipping toward the brush ahead. Squatting behind a stand of ferns, I parted the fronds and looked out. A dozen-plus dense lines of text instantly flooded the upper left corner of the lens. Race, Goblin. Level 1. Race, Goblin. Level 2. I narrowed my eyes and counted. Roughly 26 goblins in the clearing, all level 1 or 2. Short, squat, pale green all over, carrying wooden clubs, stone axes, rusty short. Translation: blades. A few hide tents sagged crookedly in the middle of the camp, flimsy things that wouldn't survive a stiff breeze. There was probably more gear inside, but judging by what was lying around out here, I doubted anything in there was worth much either. A while back, a pack like this would have cost me some effort. Now, it'd be like mowing grass. I backtracked to the truck, climbed into the driver's seat, and told Han Xiang, "Found something. Pack of goblins. You want to come down and get some practice in?" She nodded and hopped out. I handed her a Meow Dao, then lifted the orc brother's blessing off her neck and put it on myself. From now on, I wear it when there are enemies around. You wear it when there aren't. This time I summoned 35 regular orc shadow soldiers in one go. Add an old pig, Wu Erlang, and Hong Wanshan, all equipped with Meow Dao, plus the red-eyed orc and the orc chieftain, and that made 41 total. I split them into 5 squads, 1 leader per squad. Against this bunch of goblins, calling it slicing melons and chopping vegetables was giving them too much credit. I stood at the back of the formation and pointed forward. Go. Leave none of them standing. The mass of shadow soldiers formed up 5 ranks deep, 7 across, their footsteps as even as a metronome. The little green things in the clearing had been horsing around by the fire. The nearest one suddenly jerked its head up, raised a stone axe, and let out a hoarse roar. The whole camp erupted. Right then, the flaps on several tents were thrown back, and 5 green figures ducked out, taller than the rest, with unusually long arms. Bulging hide packs hung across their shoulders, stuffed with stones the size of a baby's fist. Throwing ammunition. Race, Goblin. Level 2. Race, Goblin. Level 3. I stared at the 5 long-armed silhouettes and muttered, Goblin throwers. I raised a hand and pointed. Chieftain, take a squad and deal with the throwers. Everyone else, strangle the regulars. The Orc chieftain immediately peeled off from the main formation with 7 shadow soldiers and charged straight at the 5 throwers. The rest fanned out into 2 long serpentine lines that stretched clear across the clearing, advancing like a pair of black walls, cutting the regular goblins off from the throwers completely. About 8 goblins slipped through the line, then panicked at the sight of the shadow soldiers and bolted back the other way, right into the flank of the chieftain's squad. The chieftain didn't slow down. Its warhammer swept left and right, and wherever the head passed, goblins went flying like scraps of paper, splintered bone, and dark green blood spraying out in a fan. The 7 shadow soldiers behind it finished off the survivors. Inside a minute, all 8 were down. But at that exact moment, 5 stone balls left 5 hands almost simultaneously, all aimed at the chieftain. It had no time to dodge. It could only turn sideways and raise the hammer to block. 2 ricocheted off the hammerhead. 1 struck the shoulder of a shadow soldier behind it, kicking up a puff of black mist. The soldier staggered, its outline noticeably fainter. The other 2 hit the chieftain square in the chest and the side of the waist, forcing it back half a step. Watching from the rear, I frowned. These throwers hit harder than I'd expected. I gave the order immediately, spread out and attack. The squad scattered at once, the 7 shadow soldiers swinging wide into a fan-shaped encirclement. The throwers were well coordinated too, backing up while pulling out more stones and throwing on the move. They were faster than I'd figured. The second volley came inside of 2 breaths. That round was even worse. The shadow soldier on the far left took 2 stones at once, 1 in the chest and 1 in the face. Its body burst like a clay jar and dissolved straight into black mist. But the trade bought distance. The remaining shadow soldiers closed in, and the thrower's advantage dropped to 0. The chieftain reached striking range first and brought its hammer down overhead, catching 2 throwers who hadn't scattered in time. The head crushed one's waist. The crack of a snapping spine was as clean as breaking dry kindling, and sent it flying sideways into another. The 2 of them tumbled into a heap. The chieftain's second swing burst both skulls at once. The last 3 throwers tried to draw short blades for close combat, but those blades were nowhere near long enough to matter. 2 shadow soldiers pressed in from either side, 1 strike each, blades in under the ribs, out through the shoulder blades. The final one had barely lifted its knife over its head before the chieftain's hammer shattered the arm holding it. 3 dull thuds later, the throwers were wiped out. On the other side, the main engagement had reached its conclusion too. The 2 serpentine lines had compressed the regular goblins inward from the edges until they were packed into a single mass, and every direction they turned held a blade. When word of the throwers' annihilation reached them, whatever fight they had left collapsed entirely, and they started scattering wildly across the field. I raised my hand. Free pursuit. The lines broke apart in the middle, and the shadow soldiers spilled out like hounds that had caught the scent of blood, cornering targets in 2s and 3s, hammers and blades coming down together before they moved straight to the next one. Screams overlapped one another. The mud turned a wet red. 2 goblins, too frantic to watch where they were going, backed up to within 5 paces of Han Xiang. She didn't hesitate. She raised the saber in both hands and brought it down on one's back with everything she had. The edge lodged in the seam of its shoulder blade, and dark green blood sprayed across her hand. The thing shrieked and pitched forward, and a shadow soldier caught up and finished it. She didn't stop. She leveled the blade and swept it across the second one's throat. That cut was much faster. The head hit the ground. She glanced over at me, breathing hard. I gave her a thumbs up. That was all the encouragement she needed. She tightened her grip on the hilt, her footing noticeably steadier, and moved off toward the edge of the fight to hunt down the stragglers. The last goblin tried to dive into the brush and got run through from behind by Old Pig. It dropped and didn't move again. The shadow soldiers came to a halt one by one, gradually pulling back to the center of the clearing. A system notification chimed at the same time. Congratulations, player. Goblin encampment cleared. Reward, bronze treasure chest ×1. A dark bronze chest appeared out of thin air at my feet. I bent down and lifted it. Heavy, with wet mud still clinging to the corners. I set it on the ground and flipped the lid open. E-rank blacksmith class, change manual ×1, electronic components ×6, bulletproof steel ×15, bulletproof glass ×3. I stared at the leather-bound booklet and my mouth twitched. An E-rank blacksmith class change manual. If I used it, I'd be overriding my SSS-Rank class with an E-rank blacksmith. Completely useless. Han Xiang planted her Meow Dao in the dirt and came over to look at the contents. Her gaze lingered on the booklet. This class change manual. Could your shadow soldiers use it? That one sentence snapped everything into focus. She was right. I couldn't use it, but… Translation. That didn't mean a soldier couldn't use it. I grabbed an ordinary shadow soldier at random and slapped the class change tome onto it. A system prompt popped up immediately. Eligible unit detected. Confirm class change to Ranky Blacksmith. I hit confirm. The soldier's body shuddered faintly, then went still again. I pulled up its info panel. Sure enough, there was a blacksmith class listed now. Fitted out with a forge and a smithing hammer, and blacksmith number 2 would be up and running. I opened the chat channel and posted, buying forges and smithing hammers. DM me if you've got one. The message had barely gone out when a dozen sets of footsteps, not even trying to be quiet, started closing in from the edge of the clearing. A sultry female voice drifted over. Nice work, handsome. A figure stepped out at an unhurried pace. Tall, with black boots that came up over the knees, a sliver of black stocking showing at the top, there and not there. A low square-necked leather bustier hugged her frame, tracing every generous curve, the hard matte leather radiating pure queen energy. Her thick, wavy hair was pulled back in a no-nonsense knot, a few loose strands falling at her temples. Her features were striking and sharp, and that streak of blazing red lipstick was almost frightening, seductive, and like she might swallow you whole. A longbow was slung across her back, a willow leaf saber at her hip. Behind her came 20-odd people, all outfitted the same way, longbow and saber. Their eyes swept over the goblin corpses littering the ground and the ranks of shadow soldiers, and most of them registered visible surprise. But the woman out front barely changed expression at all. Her gaze just slid over the bodies without lingering. She stopped about 5 paces from me and extended her right hand. Hi, let's get acquainted. I'm Zhu Jia. My eyes couldn't help drifting over her, and the impact of that chest short-circuited my brain for a second. It wasn't until she spoke that I snapped out of it. I pulled my gaze back in a hurry and shook her hand. Hi, Qin Xiao. Oh, so you're the Qin Xiao. There was a trace of surprise in her voice, but her eyes stayed flat and calm. I gave a small nod. The next second, her gaze went past me, landing on something behind me. Hong Wanshan. You killed him. I did. So what? I didn't bother denying it. She suddenly laughed, and there was something playful in it. I'm the vice president of the Iron Cavalry Guild. So tell me, shouldn't I be avenging him? The words weren't even out of her mouth before I threw myself back a step and swung my arm. Surround them. Shadows surged instantly. The shadow soldiers rushed out and formed an airtight ring in the blink of an eye, pinning Zhu Jia and her people in the middle. Her subordinates immediately stepped up to shield her, eyeing the shadow minions warily. Zhu Jia raised a hand and rested it on one man's shoulder. Hold on. She looked up at me, her expression back to indifferent. Honestly, I never liked Hong Wanshan much to begin with. I came here today to hand you a fortune. I didn't drop my guard an inch. You and I have never met. Why would you hand me a fortune? The corner of her red lips curled. Because you're good looking, obviously. One look at you, and I was smitten. I didn't believe a single syllable of that garbage. I'm well aware of what I look like, and it's not enough to make a gorgeous stranger show up out of nowhere offering me gifts. Cut the crap. What do you actually want? Seeing that I wasn't buying it, she dropped the act. She knew perfectly well that with someone like me, straight talk worked better than sweet talk. I found a storm eagle nest. Storm eagles fly. There are a dozen plus of them in there. We can win the fight, but we can't finish them off. I frowned slightly. You're the vice president of the Iron Cavalry Guild. Why not mobilize your own people? She let out a cold snort, contempt undisguised. Ask them? I'd rather not go at all. That pack is nothing but greedy hyenas. I wouldn't dare turn my back on them. She paused, then went on. Wipe out that flock and the nest drops at least one silver treasure chest. The chest is yours. All I want are the storm eagle corpses. How's that deal sound to you? What do you want the corpses for? I pressed. She smiled faintly. Handsome, the trust between us hasn't reached the show each other our cards stage yet. I shrugged. If we don't trust each other, then why come to me to team up in the first place? Aren't you worried I'll backstab you halfway through and take you all out along with them? Zhu Jie's expression was completely open, with a flicker of something unhinged behind her eyes. In a world this brutal, death is coming sooner or later anyway. Better to gamble everything on a sliver of a chance than spend every day terrified. I was quiet for a moment, then nodded slowly. For the sake of that silver chest, I'm in. A rare smile surfaced on her face, and on features that severe it came off unexpectedly soft. Shall we head out now then? I nodded. As soon as I finished dealing with these goblins. With that, I turned and walked toward the pile of corpses. Zhu Jia watched my back for a moment, glanced over the shadow soldiers again, and didn't ask any follow-up questions. She turned and headed for a flat boulder at the edge of the clearing. She'd taken barely 2 steps when the young woman who'd been shadowing her the whole time hurried forward, pulled a white cloth folded into a neat square from inside her jacket, and briskly spread it over the stone before Zhu Jia could sit. Zhu Jia sat down like it was the most natural thing in the world, then raised a hand and beckoned to Han Xiang, who was still standing where she'd been. Sis, come sit. Keep me company. Han Xiang's eyes moved from Zhu Jie's face down to that neatly spread cloth, and she adjusted her mental assessment of the woman up a notch. Before the transmigration, she'd held a position that involved giving orders year-round, and she was used to being waited on. She walked over and sat down on a rock beside Zhu Jie, leaving about an arm's length between them. Zhu Jie turned toward her and lowered her voice, like a girlfriend sharing gossip. That trick of his, summoning shadow soldiers. I've been pretty curious about it. How many times have you seen him use it? Han Xiang smiled. I've seen it, sure, but the whole system of his is way too complicated. I don't get it either. I just do whatever he tells me to. Zhu Jie studied her for a couple of seconds. The curiosity in her eyes didn't fade, but she didn't push. Instead, she started probing from other angles. Han Xiang answered every single question, and not one answer left a loose thread to pull on. After a few rounds, Zhu Jie gave up and patted her shoulder with a laugh. You've got a real way with words, sis. Meanwhile, I'd finished converting all the goblins. 7 tier 2s, 4 of which had in their class slot. Marked Slinger, 23 of them at level 1, plus 1 level 3 Slinger. Meanwhile, the buy order I'd posted got a bite. A seller was asking 250 highway coins for a black iron grade forge bench and forging hammer. I confirmed the trade, and the second-hand bench and hammer materialized on the open ground in front of me. I scooped them into the shadow barracks. Zhu Jie stood up off the rock and reached up to smooth back the hair that had slid over her shoulder. Done cleaning up those little things? Her tone was a little softer than before. I nodded. She didn't ask about the shadow soldiers again, just said casually, "Let's go then." She turned sideways, patted the rear door of the ride she'd upgraded from a Hummer, and tilted her head at me. "Want to ride in my car for a change? If you get tired on the road, you can even sleep in the back." With that, she walked around the front of the car, ducked into the back seat, crossed her legs, and cocked her head to look at me. I stayed where I was, my throat working once. Blood was heading south right now, and I didn't need to look down to know that another minute of standing there, and I'd be busted. I turned and headed for my own RV, my stride a good half step faster than usual, and kept my back to her as I pulled the driver's door open. "No thanks. Let's move out." "Fine." There was a trace of disappointment in her voice. The black Hummer pulled out first, swinging onto the dirt road leading out of the woods. I fired up my engine and followed, with the 10 other vehicles falling in line behind the RV. Once we left the woodland, the vegetation on both sides thinned out fast. The shrubs got lower, the weeds grew sparse and patchy, and more bare gravel and pale gray rocks spread across the ground, like something had been peeling the skin off the land layer by layer. The road went from dirt to gravel, then to bare rock ground smooth by tires. Through the windshield, a pale gray stone mountain was rising slowly from below the horizon ahead. Its rock face was completely exposed, the surface cut by the wind into dense vertical grooves, like row after row of blade marks. There wasn't a single tree on it, not even a decent tuft of grass, just jagged rock and powdered stone dust tumbling in the wind with a dry hissing sound. The peak looked like it had been sheared off partway down by some enormous knife, leaving a broad, oddly regular plateau. The convoy stopped at the foot of the mountain. I pushed my door open and the wind rushed straight in. I squinted up at the summit. All I could hear was wind whistling through the crevices, like the low howl of a demon. Zhu Jie glanced up at the peak, then turned and raised her voice. "The storm eagle's nest is up top. There's only one way up, on the backside. It's climbable." She jerked her chin toward the right side of the mountain. A narrow path was just visible there, zigzagging up along the rock wall, maybe wide enough for 2 people, covered in gravel and fine sand, winding up until it disappeared beyond the blind angle near the summit. She reached up to fix the loose strands the wind had blown across her face. "The plan's simple. Once we're up there, my people handle range damage. All you have to do is protect us. Don't let the storm eagles get in our faces." "So the whole reason you wanted to team up with me was to get yourself a meat shield?" She met my eyes without flinching. "I already agreed to give you the silver treasure chest. What's wrong with playing meat shield? Nothing in this world comes free." "Fine. You're the boss." I stepped back half a pace and spread my arms out to either side. The shadow barracks portal tore open silently behind me, dark light spilling out, and figures filed out to stand before me in silence. 5 more goblin slingers than last time, plus the great wolf. The ordinary orc shadow soldiers were up to 27 now. Zhu Jie's gaze settled on Hong Wanshan's face, now completely expressionless, then came straight back to me. "If I ever die, don't you dare turn me into one of those things. Otherwise," I was curious. "Otherwise what?" she said suggestively. "Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll end up malnourished." I looked at that smiling face of hers, my expression darkening, then grabbed Han Xiang and swung up onto the great wolf's back, tossing out over my shoulder without looking back. "Enough talk. Lead the way." That forced note of coldness made Han Xiang, beside me, cover her mouth and laugh. Zhu Jia looked at the two figures on the wolf's back, and there was undisguised envy in her voice. That SSS grade class of yours is really handy. Sitting on the wolf, I turned my head and said flatly, my class is E grade. She shook her head, smiling. Quick on your feet. She didn't probe any further. She turned and started up the narrow path snaking along the mountain's backside. I patted the great wolf's neck and followed. I muttered as we climbed. No wonder you were willing to hand over the silver chest. This trail is brutal, winds howling, dust everywhere. The higher we went, the steeper it got. Loose stones kept sliding underfoot. Every step had to be tested first. I raised my voice toward Zhu Jia. We're practically at their front door, and we haven't seen a single sentry. Are these storm eagles really that lax about their own territory? She didn't even turn around. She just threw back, just keep it down. The words had barely left her mouth when the sound of enormous wings came beating through the air. An adult storm eagle came flying in from the distance. Wings spread flat, wingspan close to 7 meters, talons tucked up under its belly, tips curved like hooks. You son of a… Zhu Jia whipped around to glare at me, and for once she couldn't keep her face straight. I gave a sheepish laugh and hunched my neck, about to say something to salvage the situation. The storm eagle acted like it hadn't seen a thing. It ignored us completely, gained altitude, and flew off toward the summit. I watched the shrinking black dot and grinned. That bird's nearsighted. Zhu Jia turned and shot me a look. I shrugged and let it drop, patting the great wolf's neck to signal it forward. But just as I was about to look away, a shriek came down from the summit. A thunderous beating of wings came crashing down from above. I looked up. The adult storm eagle that had just flown off was circling back, clutching a rock the size of a car tire between its talons. Another one about the same size followed behind it, and behind that came 4 smaller figures in a loose formation, each with a wingspan of roughly 3 meters, every one of them gripping a head-sized stone. I stared up at that formation in silence for 2 seconds, then slowly lowered my gaze until it landed on the face a few steps ahead of me, the one staring coldly back. Everyone had stopped walking. All dozen plus of them turned to look at me at the same time, their expressions so uniform it was like they'd rehearsed it. Now don't. That's when you blame me. Now run. Get up the mountain. Get to the summit. I shouted. Zhu Jia's face was ashen, but she didn't slow down a step. 2 adult storm eagles dropped boulders the size of wagon wheels. Both slammed into the middle of the formation, killing 4 shadow soldiers on the spot. Right behind them, 4 head-sized rocks hammered down onto the mountain path, covering the front, middle, and rear of the column. I heard a crisp snapping of bone, then 2 short, shrill screams that cut off like someone had crushed their throats. Both came from 7 or 8 meters behind and to my side. When my eyes flicked over, all I caught were 2 figures knocked off balance by the rocks, tumbling off the path, followed by 2 dull thuds as they hit bottom. Zhu Jia was at the very front. She glanced back to count heads, and her expression darkened another shade. 20 people had set out. We hadn't even reached the edge of the summit, and we were already down 2. Everyone else had seen their comrades fall, too. Some unconsciously picked up the pace, terrified of being the next one to go over. A young guy stepped on a patch of loose gravel and lurched forward half a step, barely catching himself on a jutting rock ridge. He hissed through his teeth, "Climb. Move it. You in front, climb." But the mountain didn't care. The slope wasn't going to flatten out just because someone was yelling. A middle-aged man missed his footing coming around a narrow bend. His center of gravity swung outward, and he dropped toward the gray-white rock face below. 3 or 4 meters down that face, a natural stone column jutted out at an angle, weathered to a point, the tip as sharp as a stone knife set in place. His body came down on it dead center. The point went into the small of his back and out through his abdomen. Dark red blood pooled at the tip and ran off in a thin stream, dragging a wet crimson smear across the pale stone. He hung there above the column, limbs dangling uselessly, torso tipped slightly forward by gravity, like a specimen pinned to a board. His fingers curled once in midair, then went slack. A garbled wheeze came out of his mouth. Ha ha ha. A comrade a short distance ahead of him stopped walking. His face cycled through several expressions before he finally pulled an arrow from the quiver on his back. Knocked it. Aimed. Released. The arrow buried itself precisely between the man's eyebrows. The storm eagles came again. They adjusted position briefly in the air, then released their talons in unison. 6 rocks of varying sizes came down wrapped in howling wind. 1 boulder the size of a wagon landed right in the thickest cluster of people. 2 went down at once. One of them cracked his head against the rock ridge at the edge of the path and never moved again. The other was shoved backward, knocking over the man behind him, and the 2 of them rolled into the cliff face together with a heavy, muffled impact. At the same moment, 3 smaller rocks hit the shadow soldier ranks. 3 ordinary orc shadow soldiers took direct hits and burst into black mist on contact. That was when the column suddenly stopped. The people up front halted mid-stride, like something had blocked the way, and those behind couldn't break in time, piling into the backs of the ones ahead. Why'd we stop? Someone in the middle of the line snapped, anger barely contained. You want to stand here and get flattened? He looked up toward the front and froze. An enormous boulder sat squarely across the narrow path, sealing it off completely. I studied the massive slab of limestone blocking the middle of the trail and said, perfectly calm, "Here, I thought we had a real problem. It's just a rock." Zhu Jie's eyes lit up. She turned to me. "That thing's 20 tons, minimum, and it's plugged the entire path. From the way you're talking, you've got a way to deal with it." I didn't answer. I hopped down off the big wolf's back, walked over to her, and gave her backside a pat. "Scoot. Make me some room." Her body stiffened slightly, and the corner of her eye twitched, but she knew this wasn't the time. She stepped aside. I moved forward, spread my fingers, and held my palm out toward the boulder. A pitch-black shadow portal split open in my palm without a sound. It started as a seam barely half a man's height, then stretched in an instant into a black-purple curtain of light 10 meters tall and 4 meters wide, standing rock-steady in the middle of the path. The anticipation in Zhu Jie's eyes deepened. "You're summoning something strong enough to smash it." "No," I said flatly. Her brow furrowed. "Then what are you planning?" I didn't bother explaining. I just walked forward. The curtain of light advanced with me, and the moment its edge touched the stone, that solid limestone behaved like ice dropped in boiling water, dissolving, annihilating, silently. 3 seconds. 20-plus tons of rock swallowed whole by the shadow dimension. Not so much as a pebble left behind. Where it had been wedged in tight, there were only a few scrape marks on the stone. The line behind me erupted. Someone shouted, "Chin's a freaking beast." I couldn't tell who, and the cheering rolled back down the trail in waves. I closed the portal and looked up at the steep summit, keeping the smugness off my face. 10 meters left. Don't ease up. The Storm Eagles haven't set up their next volley yet. Push now. Don't give them a window to dive and drop rocks. He's right. Get up there. 70-some people sprinted through loose gravel and grit, and in moments the last 10 meters were behind us. The full summit opened up in front of us. Compared to the choked path below, the top was wide open, big as 2 soccer fields. Gray-white rock, blanketed in broken stone and mottled dry bones. Off-center in the clearing stood an enormous nest built from withered branches and the bleached bones of animals, 10 meters across. The Storm Eagle's home. The tension in everyone's shoulders eased a fraction. Zhu Jie didn't relax at all. Her voice went sharp and loud. "Everyone spread out. Take up firing positions around the perimeter. Keep your spacing. Don't bunch up. We're not actually safe until these Storm Eagles are dead." She turned her head toward me, speaking fast. "Put your shadow soldiers right on top of my archers. Focus on air defense. Stop the dive attacks. Don't let those things snatch anybody." "Got it." I gave a slight nod. The portal opened at my side, and every shadow soldier that had been killed earlier stepped back into formation. I set the arrangement up fast, shadow soldiers in pairs, each pair glued to one archer. 5 goblin throwers for ranged damage. The remaining elites clustered around me and Han Xiang. The moment the mold form was complete, 6 piercing eagle shrieks exploded over the nest. Those cries were pure fury, the rage of a home invaded. 6 massive storm eagles spiraled up into the air, wings blotting out the sky, their savage pressure smothering the entire mountaintop in an instant. My eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, I chugged the mana draft, and my mana shot from 9 points straight to 90. At the same moment, several archers loosed in unison, poison-tipped arrows tearing through the air. But the gale at the summit was brutal. The ordinary arrows twisted and veered the second they left the string, not so much as brushing a feather. Every last one missed. Zhu Jie was the only one on the field the wind couldn't touch. Her stance was rock steady. Knock, draw, aim, release, one smooth, unbroken motion. The howling wind didn't throw off her shot at all. If anything, it pushed the arrow faster. Dark gray fletching sliced through the air current, and the arrow punched precisely into the chest of the nearest juvenile storm eagle, sinking in a full hand's depth. Dark red spread through the gray-white feathers. The second arrow followed instantly, no gap at all. It struck true at the base of the juvenile's left wing, slipping into the joint where wing bone met body. The young eagle lurched midair, its huge frame pitching hard to one side. It thrashed desperately and barely righted itself, but its flight was completely crooked now. It wasn't dead yet, but Zhu Jie knew it wouldn't last long. The juvenile's cries of pain sent the adult storm eagles in the nest into a blind rage. 2 of the giant adults snapped their wings once in dove, wind screaming around them, talons locked into hooks, straight at the 2 archers closest to the front. Two orc shadow soldiers charged to meet them head-on. No dodging, no flinching, taking those talons with their own bodies. The two adult storm eagles hauled the shadow soldiers up in a low sweep. And because that dive had brought them down so low, they were now fully exposed to everyone's fire. The group seized the opening. For poison arrows landed in succession, 2 in each bird. But the adults were enormous. The arrows only tore through skin and muscle, nothing vital. The venom could only seep in slowly through the flesh. Meanwhile, high above, the other 3 juveniles clenched stones in their talons and hurled them down. Chunks of rock came whistling into the thickest part of the crowd, shattering on impact and spraying shrapnel everywhere. The shadow soldiers on the perimeter threw themselves in the way, and with the summit being wide open, there was plenty of room to scatter. Nobody took a direct hit. A few archers just got their clothes shredded. The wind kept raging, and the ordinary archers' arrows kept getting blown off course. The only consistent damage on the field, from start to finish, was Junky. She drew again. The arrow cut through wind and mist and buried itself in the side of another circling juvenile's neck, dead on vital. A shrill scream ripped across the mountaintop. The juvenile's wings faltered, it dropped fast, its body convulsing violently, and then it plummeted straight down out of the sky. I read the moment instantly and slapped Big Wolf on the flank. Big Wolf shot forward like black lightning. One clean stroke, and I took the eagle's head off, finishing it for good. The other juvenile, the one that had taken 2 arrows and a full dose of venom, finally lost its fight with the poison, hit the ground, and went stiff. 2 juveniles down, back to back. The 2 adult storm eagles lost it completely. Their shrieks cut clean through the gale. They abandoned the rock throwing and both dove straight for Junky. The perimeter shadow soldiers ran the same play, immediately throwing themselves in front of her. Then both adults snapped their beaks forward, and 2 razor-thin, tightly compressed wind blades formed and shot out, punching clean through the necks of both shadow soldiers. Black mist burst apart. Both soldiers dissolved on the spot. Junky's pupils shrank. Her expression went absolutely grim. This was nothing like the intel she'd gathered. Storm eagles had a ranged wind blade attack. The 2 adults condensed fresh wind blades and aimed straight at her. The blades were too fast. At her speed, there was no dodging them. Junky stared up at the sky, refusing to accept it. "Hey, dummy, you just gonna stand there?" Before the words were even out, I came tearing in from the side on Big Wolf, leaned down, hooked an arm around her waist, and scooped her clean off the ground. Junky hadn't even processed what happened before she was slung over my shoulder upside down. A split second later, a wind blade shaved through the exact spot we'd been standing. Its edge clipped Big Wolf's hindquarters, and his massive body burst into black mist and vanished. With nothing holding us up, we both hit the dirt hard, and my head landed square in something soft and remarkably springy. It felt like face-planting into 2 dinner rolls fresh out of the oven. Warm, soft. I took a deep breath without thinking. The next second, 2 hands shoved me out of all that softness. Junky glared at me, stone-faced. I gave her a sheepish grin, scrambled up fast, and reached down to haul her to her feet too. I'd barely gotten my balance when the wind overhead closed in again. The 2 storm eagles had finished their second dive, wind element already gathering in front of their beaks. I gripped the dragonflame mountain cleaver tight and looked up at the 2 shapes bearing down on us. "You can shoot wind blades? I can shoot fire ones." Both hands on the hilt, blade held horizontal at my left side, charging up. The wind blades had already left their beaks, 2 of them, one arcing toward me, one toward Junky, so fast they were barely more than afterimages. Now, I twisted at the waist and swung. A crescent of flame ripped off the blade tip and slammed straight into both wind blades. On contact, everything collapsed and dispersed at once. Both storm eagles felt the threat and beat their wings to climb out of range. And in the exact instant they started to rise, a barbed arrow left Junky's bow and punched into one eagle's leg, a taut rope trailing from its nock. "Pull!" Junky shouted, voice raw. I grabbed the end of the rope, veins bulging in both arms. But that eagle's upward force was monstrous. The pull coming down the line nearly took me into the sky with it. My heels plowed 2 shallow furrows into the rock, and my feet were already lifting off. At the last possible second, a thick shadowy arm reached in from beside me. The orc leader clamped down on the middle of the rope, dropped into a wide lunge on those tree trunk legs, and brute forced that upward pull to a standstill. I caught my breath, mind racing, then immediately opened the shadow barracks portal and summoned back out the limestone boulder I'd stored inside earlier. The gray-white slab crashed down hard enough to make the whole summit shudder. The orc leader and I worked together to loop the rope twice around it and tie it off dead. Seeing the boulder holding the line steady, Junky let go and pulled a second rope arrow from her quiver. The second barbed arrow drove precisely into the other leg of a storm hawk. The storm hawk thrashed like a fish caught on two hooks, beating its wings in a frenzy. The gale from them sending broken rocks skittering across the ground in every direction. But both ropes were anchored fast to a boulder weighing over 20 tons, and no matter how it fought, it couldn't tear free. "Drag it down," I shouted to the people around me. Every shadow soldier and every member of Zhu Jie's team who had a free hand rushed in at once, both fists locked around the two ropes, feet braced against the ground, bodies leaning back, hauling toward themselves like a tug of war. The ropes snapped taut as rods. Inch by inch, the storm hawk was dragged lower. Its struggles grew more violent, but every flail burned through its own strength. Beside me, Zhu Jie called out in a low, steady voice, "Don't reel it in too fast. Treat it like fishing, wear it down slowly." I stood by the boulder with my blade in hand, ready to shatter any wind blade the moment it came. The hooked storm hawk's cries brought its companions to the rescue. The remaining three dove toward their trapped kin, beaks wide open, clearly meaning to bite through the ropes. Zhu Jie and I moved at the same instant. She raised her bow and loosed a single arrow, taking a juvenile storm hawk through the head just as it went for the rope. The fledgling let out a shriek so shrill it cracked, then plummeted from the sky, rolled twice on the ground, and went still. An adult storm hawk spat out a wind blade that came streaking straight at the ropes. I whipped my blade around and sent a slash of fire out to meet it head-on, shattering it in midair. At the other end of the rope, the hooked adult watched another of its young die before its eyes. A warped, keening cry tore out of its throat. Then it folded its wings and dove straight into the cluster of people. The crowd hauling on the ropes suddenly felt one end go slack, the line turning weightless in their hands. They looked up, faces drained white in an instant. Someone screamed, "Run!" Everyone let go at once and threw themselves flat in every direction. But they were packed shoulder to shoulder. There was no time to open up any distance. The adult storm hawk slammed into the densest part of the crowd. 3 shadow soldiers were crushed into black mist on the spot. 2 men were hurled through the air by the impact and lay motionless where they landed. One more didn't get clear in time. A wing swept sideways as the hawk crashed down and pinned his legs. By the time they dragged him out, his shins were bent at angles no leg should bend. Seeing this, the last 2 storm hawks let out a short, mournful cry in midair. They broke off the attack, wheeled around together, and fled into the distance. Zhu Jie stared after the 2 receding shadows, then whipped around to me. "Urgent. Hurry. Convert that downed adult into one of your soldiers. Otherwise you won't get the silver chest." I didn't hesitate. A few strides took me to the dying storm hawk. One clean stroke ended its last struggle. Then I crouched, pressed my palm to its forehead, and let the black mist pour in. Summoning a storm hawk cost 24 mana and 10 points of my spirit allocation, enough to sting. But this wasn't the moment to wince over numbers. I confirmed the conversion. The storm hawk rose again out of the shadows, then lowered itself quietly, waiting for orders. Zhu Jie crossed over in a few steps, swung up onto its back, and reached a hand down to me. "Get up here. They'll be gone otherwise." I took her hand, pulled myself up behind her, slid both arms past her waist, and gripped the feathers on either side of the hawk's neck. The storm hawk beat its wings once and launched off the mountaintop, chasing the 2 dark shapes shrinking into the distance. The wind-up high was far worse than on the summit, pouring in from both sides without let-up, hard enough that we could barely keep our eyes open. Zhu Jie drew her longbow and tried to aim, but every wing beat sent us pitching violently up and down. She turned her head and shouted, "Hold on to me, tight." I froze for a beat, and a reflex answer came out of my mouth. "There are people watching down there." Whatever patience Zhu Jie had left snapped right then. She twisted around and slapped me across the face, quick and clean. It wasn't hard, but the crack of it carried sharply through the wind. She glared at me, equal parts frantic and furious. "What is all the filthy garbage rattling around in your head? I told you to hold on to me, so I can steady myself and aim. Stop wasting my time." That slap left half my face burning. My mind hadn't caught up yet, but my body reacted before my thoughts did. My arms tightened. I brought them around her waist and locked her against me, my chest to her back, my chin resting on her shoulder, steady as a mounted stand. Her body went noticeably rigid for a moment. My guess was that not even the husband she'd been married off to through her family, the one in name only, had ever held her like this. Her heartbeat skipped. I felt it, but she got it back under control quickly. She drew the bow again and aimed at the smaller juvenile storm hawk in the distance. The arrow left the string with almost no drift, entering through the eye socket and punching out the back of the skull. The fledgling stiffened in midair, then tipped and dropped like a stone. One left, and it was the toughest one. Zhu Jie held her breath. I watched wind element gather in her palm and coil around the shaft, wrapping the whole arrow in what looked like a transparent film. She was aiming for the storm hawk's back, the weakest point in its defenses. The instant the arrow left the string, that layer of wind element swelled into a spiraling vortex, accelerating the shaft as it drove in. The head sank into flesh, and then the wind burst outward from the inside, shearing through muscle, tearing open a wide, pulped wound with pale gray bone showing beneath it. The Stormhawk's speed collapsed. Its flight path began to wobble. At the same time, I commanded the Stormhawk beneath us to use its skill. A wind blade shot from its beak and cut cleanly into the base of the target's left wing, deep enough to expose bone. After those 2 blows, the thing was slow enough that we barely had to push to keep pace. Zhu Jie knocked another arrow and drew to full, aiming at the hawk's neck less than 2 meters ahead. The last arrow went straight through. Dark red blood welled out along the shaft, tracing an arc through the pale gray daylight. The Stormhawk gave one final cry, wings splaying wide, and fell away at an angle. I patted our hawk's neck. It folded its wings and dove after the falling body. "You can let go now." Zhu Jie kept her tone as level as she could manage. I didn't. Instead, I leaned in close to her ear. "Apologize first. Then I'll let go." My breath brushed the curve of her ear. Her body stiffened, then softened for an involuntary instant before she turned her face away. 2 breaths passed before she said, quietly, "S." Translation: "Can't." I'd had a few lines prepped for the haggling I expected, but she agreed so readily that none of them were needed. A little reluctantly, I loosened my arm and pulled back from her waist. The wind poured back into the space between us. "Zhu Jie, looking at you like this, you must have been somebody before you got transported here, right?" I shifted into a more casual seat, turning sideways to look at her. She adjusted her posture too, a not-quite smile curving her lips. "Little brother, what counts as somebody?" I held up 2 fingers. "Either you're worth 10 figures, or one word from you makes an entire city tremble." She laughed softly and shook her head. "You're giving me way too much credit. So what does your family actually do?" "Rigging. Rigging. You know, really thick cable." She sketched it in the air. "Except our cable isn't for tying things down. It's for stopping aircraft carriers. Well, planes on carriers. When a jet lands on the deck, the hook catches the cable and it breaks. Specially made wire that can bring a plane weighing dozens of tons to a full stop in 3 seconds." I was quiet for 2 seconds. "You're telling me your family manufactures parts that go on aircraft carriers?" "More or less. Our main customers are navies. Several countries' worth." I stared at her for a few seconds, then said seriously, "And that's nothing special? It's just a factory." "Sis Zhu, I didn't get much of an education, but in an urban fiction novel, you'd be the hidden big shot whose background scares people to death the second someone looks into it." The Sis Zhu caught her off guard for a beat, then she broke into a laugh. All right. Stop making me sound like the final boss." She tipped her chin toward the gray-white ground below. "Last one's down there. Kill it, and the silver chest is yours." I squeezed the Stormhawk with my legs. It folded its wings and dove. I leapt off its back, and the Dragonflame Mountain Cleaver traced an arc through the air, slicing clean through the side of the Stormhawk's neck. A silver treasure chest appeared at my feet in the same instant. "Go on, open it." Zhu Jie tilted her head, her tone deliberately syrupy. "Maybe there's an engagement ring in there, from big sister to you." I shot her a look. "If there really were a ring in here, you wouldn't be saying that." I flipped the lid open. "Congratulations, player. You have obtained electronic components times 10, bulletproof steel times 23, ring of brute strength, silver grade, times 1. A silver gray ring lay quietly at the bottom of the chest, no decorative work on it at all, just a faint band of dark patterning circling the inside of the band. Zhu Jie's smile froze on her face. I fished the ring out. "Sis Zhu, your connections really are something. You've even got the system bought off." I held the ring out toward her. "Since you're being so sincere about it, I'll give you the honor of putting it on me. Let's skip the marriage part, though. I'm a traditional guy. Can't move too fast." She drew a deep breath and forced the words out through her teeth, one at a time. "Fine, I'll put it on you." She took the ring, pinched the band, grabbed my right hand with her other hand, lined it up with my index finger, and jammed it down, hard enough that it felt like she was trying to take the skin off with it. I sucked in a breath through my teeth and rubbed the reddened finger. "Gentler." She pretended not to hear and turned toward the Stormhawk's corpse. She circled around to the other side and crouched, gripped the base of the 4 longest feathers on the crown of the hawk's head, and yanked them out with a twist of her wrist, then brushed the dust off her hands. "Once I'd converted the corpse and stored it," she said, "let's go." I extended a hand and made an after-you gesture. "Please, Sis Zhu." She raised a hand to fluff her hair and gave me a sidelong glance. "Smart of you." I swung up and settled in behind her. "Respecting your elders is a time-honored virtue." The words were barely out when her fingers found a soft spot on my inner thigh with pinpoint accuracy, not hard, but at such a wicked angle that I bared my teeth. I hastily revised. With you it's the cherish the young part, not the respect the elderly part. Enough talk. She let go. Move. Let's find that storm hawk that went down earlier. I patted the storm hawk's neck, its shadowy wings beat once, and we lifted off again. Sis Zhu, what do you want those feathers for? Arrows. For killing people. She sat ramrod straight. Killing who? You. Her voice dropped a degree colder. I didn't take it seriously. I lifted a hand and gave the full, round curve of her hip a light but not that light smack. Liar. Liars get spanked. The impact tipped her forward slightly. She glanced back, swatted my wandering hand away, and said with a smile, well, you did steal Big Sister's heart. We chatted on and off, and soon found the juvenile Stormhawk's body on a low rock shelf. Landed, processed it, took off, and flew back the way we came. By the time we reached the summit, Zhu Jia's subordinates had already bundled the head feathers of the Stormhawks into a single bunch and presented it to her with both hands. She took it and turned to me. Don't touch my subordinates' bodies. I nodded. A few low-level corpses. If she didn't want them touched, fine. I walked straight over to the Stormhawk carcasses. Zhu Jia, meanwhile, headed for Han Xiang, who looked like she was braced for war, and warmly took her by the hand. After converting the last corpse, I stood up and took inventory. First, the silver-gray ring of brute strength. Name, Ring of Brute Strength, silver. Value, 2,000 highway coins. Description, the ring of Dietrich, ruler of the city of Halland. Stolen by his vassal von Gerdam and subsequently lost. Grants plus 10 physique when worn. My eyes stopped on the words City of Halland. That made 3 times now that I'd seen the name. The first was in the Orc White's letter, which mentioned that the zombies in Halland have already begun spreading outward. The second was in the description of the empty string crossbow. The third was this ring. Slowly, a guess took shape in my mind. Halland was probably the origin point of the zombie outbreak. I still didn't know where that city was or what condition it was in, but I had a feeling. Sooner or later, I'd end up walking through its gates. I pulled my thoughts back, slid the ring on, and checked the info panels of the 6 Stormhawks. No wonder the goggles hadn't been able to read them earlier. All 4 of the juvenile Stormhawks were level 6, beyond the level 1 to 5 identification ceiling of a tier 2 chip. Race, Stormhawk. Level, 6. Spirit, 7. Physique, 36. Summoning cost, 18 mana, 3 points of spirit occupied. A tier 6 physique already hits 36. I raised an eyebrow and kept scrolling. The 2 adult Stormhawks were even more absurd. Race, Stormhawk. Level, 8. Mental power, 10. Physique, 48. Skill, Windblade, costs 5 points of Shadow Essence. Summon cost, 24 mana, occupies 10 points of mental powered. The one Zhu Jia and I had chased down was even higher level. Race, Stormhawk. Level 9. Mental power, 11. Physique, 54. Skill, Windblade, costs 5 points of Shadow Essence. Summon cost, 27 mana, occupies 11 points of mental powered. I read that skill line twice over. This was the first time I'd gotten a Shadow Soldier that came with a skill. I'd just seen what Windblade could do with my own eyes. Those 2 adult Stormhawks had cut down several ordinary Orc Shadow Soldiers in a matter of seconds with that one move. Terrifyingly efficient. There was also something new on the panel, Shadow Essence. It took me a while to work it out. Shadow Essence was just the mana I spent summoning Shadow Soldiers, converted over. 1 point of mana equaled 1 point of essence, and it doubled as both the Shadow Soldier's health bar and its energy bar. Windblade burned 5 points of essence. Once essence hit 0, the Shadow Soldier dissipated. The good news was that essence slowly regenerated while they rested inside the Shadow Barracks, roughly 10 points an hour. A thought popped into my head. It'd be great if my own mana regenerated automatically like that. Right now, after every tough fight, I had to keep myself going on Han Xiang's brood mana potions, and once those were gone I had to wait for the next batch. And there was a hard limit on how many she could brew in a day. I shook my head and pushed the annoyance out of my mind. I took off the glasses, slid the tier 2 chip out of the slot, pushed the tier 3 chip in, and put them back on. The question marks over the Stormhawks' heads were gone. Their exact race and level were displayed now. Then my gaze drifted to the Goblin Throwers, bouncing back and forth between them and the Stormhawks. Goblin Throwers, small, light, easy to carry. Stormhawks, big, fast, and able to fly high. If I put Goblin Throwers on a Stormhawk's back and had them hurl rocks straight down from the sky, wouldn't that be a makeshift bomber? Even if the accuracy was limited, the kinetic energy from that height plus the impact of the fall would be more than enough against ground targets. The more I thought about it, the more workable it seemed. I waved a Stormhawk and the Goblin Throwers over at the same time. The Stormhawk crouched low, and 3 Goblin Throwers climbed up one after another for a test fit. An adult Stormhawk's back held exactly 3. Tight. but with enough room to swing their arms and throw. I backed up a few steps, pulled a Stormhawk corpse out of the shadow barracks, and laid it flat on the open ground. Then gave the order to my new bomber crew. Get up there. Aim for that corpse and drop your rocks. Let's see what it does. The Stormhawk spread its wings, snatched up a rock the size of a wagon wheel in its talons, rose smoothly into the air, and circled twice overhead to settle into the right altitude. The talons opened. The rock plummeted and slammed dead center into the corpse's chest and abdomen. The flesh caved invisibly, and feathers and chunks of meat sprayed across the ground. Right behind it came the goblin's rocks. One struck the bird's head square on and pulverized it. The other two landed at the base of the wings, twisting the wing bones off to one side. I couldn't stop grinning. From now on, whenever I ran into enemies, I'd send the bomber formation up first, break their lines, and soften them up with 2 or 3 rounds of aerial bombardment, then push in with ground troops. The people around me stared at the mangled corpse, their expressions turning grim. If those Stormhawks had thrown rocks with that kind of speed and accuracy back then, at least half of them would have died. Zhu Jie stood at the edge of the crowd, her face darkening too. I could tell she was recalculating the gap in strength between us. Han Xiang, standing off to the side, looked at the corpse and let out a long, heavy breath of relief. As far as she was concerned, anything that benefited me was good news. The moment the test was over, I hauled the 3 goblin throwers off the Hawk's back one by one, waved a hand, and swept them all back into the shadow portal, shadow soldiers included. The only thing left on the entire hilltop was that one biggest adult Stormhawk. I waved at Zhu Jie and Han Xiang across the clearing. Get on. Time to head down. The two of them exchanged a glance from a few steps apart, and Zhu Jie politely gestured for Han Xiang to go first. Han Xiang steadied herself on Zhu Jie's arm as she climbed onto the Hawk's back, and Zhu Jie swung up after her. I waited until they were settled, took 2 steps back, and jumped up in one stride. The impact of me landing rocked the whole Hawk, and inertia tipped both of them backward at once. Zhu Jie, sandwiched in the middle, took the brunt of it and let out a short yelp. Watch it. Once I'd settled in, I rested my hands on either side of their waists, steadying my center of gravity like it was the most natural thing in the world, then turned and raised my voice at the dozen-odd people still waiting at the edge of the clearing. Wait here. Once I'm down, I'll send the Stormhawk back for you. Yes, sir. The answer came back in unison, so neatly it sounded rehearsed. I shot a glance at Zhu Jie. I could tell something complicated was stirring in her, something she couldn't quite put a name to. The Stormhawk glided down along the slope, wind pouring in from both sides, dragging all 3 of our hair and clothes in the same direction. About 2 minutes later, it touched down solidly on the gravel at the foot of the hill and folded its wings as it crouched. After we jumped off, I spent another 27 mana summoning a second Stormhawk and sent them both back to pick up the others. Han Xiang watched me with a helpless look on her face. All 3 of us could have ridden down in perfect comfort, but no, I'd sacrificed both of theirs for my own. Zhu Jie glanced up at the sky. The clouds were rimmed with pale orange. She tilted her head toward me. It'll be dark soon. Too many trees here, visibility's bad. Let's drive up ahead and find somewhere more open to camp. I scanned the dense wall of tree shadows and underbrush around us. It looked harmless in daylight, but come nightfall all that scrub would be natural cover for zombies. I had no interest in repeating the whole, didn't notice them until they were right on top of us experience. Sure, let's go. I pulled open the door and dropped into the driver's seat. Zhu Jie followed smoothly after me. I turned to look at her. Translation. With a hint of surprise in my eyes. She met my gaze, the corners of her eyes crinkling slightly, and put on a deliberately coquettish tone. What? Big sister isn't welcome up here for a visit. I shook my head immediately. Of course you are. Having you aboard, Sis Zhu, is an honor for my beat-up little rig. The convoy rolled slowly out of the woods along the dirt road. Zhu Jie looked around the RV and said softly, "It's so cozy in here. You 2 lovebirds have got a pretty good setup." Then she sniffed lightly and frowned. Did somebody spray expired perfume in here? I've never smelled anything like that. Her eyes swept the cabin and finally landed on the sloppily folded bedding beside the bed, the exact source of the smell. My hands paused on the steering wheel. Han Xiang's hand froze halfway to the storage cabinet. My mouth twitched. Sis Zhu dropped the act. There's no way a woman your age has never smelled that before. Han Xiang was even more embarrassed. Please stop, Sis Zhu, she mumbled. I'm dying here. Zhu Jie only looked more confused. She genuinely had never smelled that particular, life-affirming aroma before. So why were both of them so convinced she had? Before she could get an answer, I slammed on the brakes. There's a vehicle up ahead. Zhu Jie looked out the windshield, and sure enough, a bus packed with people was parked in the clearing in front of us. Before we could even get out, the bus door swung open and a burly, honest-looking guy hopped down with a long whip in his hand. He watched us warily, tense, but not hostile. I spoke first. Hey, man, we're not looking for trouble. It's getting dark and we were hoping to camp here for the night. The guy visibly relaxed. Sure, place is big enough. Extra company means extra eyes. I thanked him, then turned and signaled the convoy behind me to stop. One by one, the engines cut out. I pushed open my door, jumped down, and stuck out my hand. Name's Chen Xiao. You. He shifted the whip to his left hand, wiped his right on his pant leg, and then shook mine, grinning sheepishly. Zheng Songming. Zheng like the hero Zheng Qingdong. Songming like clever. The second he said it, his eyes went wide. Hold on, you're that Chen Xiao? The one who got the gold treasure chest. I scratched the back of my head awkwardly. Guess my name's gotten around. His posture instantly got more respectful, back bending halfway into a bow. Brother Chun. Good to meet you, Brother Chun. Watching a guy old enough to be my dad do that made my skin crawl. I waved my hands frantically. No, just call me Chen Xiao. I glanced past him at the bus. Vague shapes moved behind the windows, but not a single person got off. How come nobody on your bus comes out? I asked casually. Isn't it stuffy in there? He waved it off, matter of fact. Those are slaves I caught. Let him out, and if even one runs, I'm out of fortune. Slaves? My brow furrowed. Sensing the shift in mood, he hurried to explain. Not like that. They're all monsters, not players. My class is slave tamer. Everything I catch and break in is goblins, kobolds, that sort of thing. I put on my glasses and scanned the windows. Race, goblin, level 1. Race, kobold, level 1. Line after line of text floated up. All monsters. Not a single human. I took the glasses off, a little embarrassed. My bad. I jumped to conclusions. He scratched his head with that same guileless grin. No worries, no worries. Comes with the job. Then his tone shifted and his eyes lit up. Oh hey, you interested in buying a few? Today's my grand opening, and you're my first customers, so 20% off. 80 road coins ahead. I've got 4 breeds on board: goblins, kobolds, frogmen, and ratmen. Goblins are good with their hands. Kobolds are great at digging and mining. Frogmen produce venom on their backs every day. Ratmen are small and nimble, perfect for scouting tunnels. All of them will do the dirty, back-breaking work. Curious, I asked. Sounds pretty versatile. Why not keep them for yourself as muscle? His face fell. Because they slack off the second I'm not watching, and I've only got 2 eyes. As for fighting, forget it. Unless somebody's got a blade at their backs, they run faster than anyone. I nodded in sudden understanding. Zhu Jia, who hadn't said a word until now, spoke up. How many total on the bus? How many of each? He perked right up and started counting on his fingers. 20 even. 4 frogmen, 8 kobolds, 3 goblins, 3 ratmen. Buy in bulk and we can talk numbers. Zhu Jia's tone was flat. 20 off each. 60 ahead. I'll take all of them. The smile froze on his face. He rubbed his hands together. That's a pretty brutal cut. Zhu Jia went on, unhurried. You've got 0 cost in them to begin with. And the longer you hold them, the more they cost you. They eat, and somebody has to watch them. Drag this out, and you only lose more. Also, let me guess. You're not selling online because the system doesn't support trading live goods, right? He nodded with a bitter smile. You nailed every bit of it. He really couldn't hold out. Feeding that batch of monsters alone ate up a serious amount of rations every day, and the next person he ran into might not be nearly this reasonable. He sighed. Fine. 60 ahead. 1,200 total. Zhu Jia transferred the money without hesitating. He let out a breath like he'd set down a load he'd been carrying for miles. I'll bring them out right now. I stood there watching the whole thing. My gear was worth a decent amount, sure, but my liquid cash amounted to exactly 999 road coins. Zhu Jia dropped 1,200 without so much as blinking, expression completely unchanged. Rich ladies are rich ladies, no matter where you go. She caught me staring, tilted her head, and tugged at my collar, teasing. If you can survive the steel wool test, Big Sister might consider keeping you as a kept man. I pulled her hand off and straightened up. A real man never lives off a woman. A pause. Then, a few notches quieter. If the steel wool's off the table, I could think about it. She rolled her eyes at me. So you want the free ride, just on your own terms. Right then Zheng Songming brought all 20 monsters over, produced a brand new long whip, coiled it twice, and handed it to Zhu Jia. Whip's yours too. They belong to you now. Zhu Jia took the whip, but didn't say anything right away. I'd already opened a shadow portal and had my shadow soldiers hauling out logs, stacking them in the middle of the clearing. Perfect chance to test how efficient they are, I suggested. Have them use these logs to build a wall around all the vehicles, and we'll see what these guys can actually do. Zhu Jia nodded and in Orcish issued. Translation. The order. The 20 monsters lifted their heads to glance at her, then lowered them again in unison. Zheng Songming frowned and stepped forward. His whip landed dead-on across a kobold's back. Crack. The kobold's body seized up. It let out a short yelp, then then bent down, picked up the log at its feet, and started hauling it out. Only then did the other monsters begin to stir, one after another, moving as slowly as if they were trying to shift a mountain. Zhu Jie's face darkened. Her right hand snapped up. The long whip came alive in her grip like a snake. One lash across a frogman's back split the skin open on impact. Not a single one of the monsters that hadn't been hit dared keep standing after that. The log started moving at more than double the speed. She coiled the whip back up in 2 loops and said to me coldly, "Get to work." I looked at her, and 2 words popped into my head: the Queen. I swallowed. Then I realized my stare had gone a little glassy. I reached out and clamped a hand around her wrist. "Cut it out, sis Zhu. You keep that up and all my blood's gonna rush south." She froze for a second at the grab, her ears going red, and glanced down at what she was wearing today. Okay, it was a little sexy. She turned to her waiting subordinates and said, a bit awkwardly, "Keep an eye on them. Don't let them slack off." I let out a quiet breath of relief and changed the subject fast, before that heat could turn into anything. "Sis Zhu, do you have any Tier 3 vehicle upgrade materials? I'm only 14 electronic components short of hitting Tier 3. She looked apologetic. "I don't have many electronic components myself. No way I can scrape together 14. I can spare you some of the other stuff, though." I shook my head. "It's fine, I'll figure out the rest. Worst case, I clear a few more monster strongholds." Then she shifted gears. "I can't hand you 14, but I know someone who's got them." "Who?" "Lin Zihai, the Iron Cavalry Guild leader. His younger brother, Lin Ziyang. After Hong Wanshan died, he took over the vice president slot. Lin Zihai gives that brother of his pretty much anything he asks for, and Ziyang gets the biggest share of Tier 3 upgrade materials out of all the vice presidents. If he weren't such a useless piece of trash, he failed to get a Tier 3 chip on the last mission. His vehicle would have been upgraded ages ago." She paused. "And because he failed, none of the other guild higher-ups respect him. But he doesn't think there's anything wrong with him at all. He just figures he had bad luck, so he's still running around trying to find a Tier 3 chip to prove himself. All I have to do is let him know you've got one, and he'll come knocking on your door himself." I raised an eyebrow. "So you want to lure him over, then swallow him whole?" She nodded without a flicker of hesitation. "And everything on him becomes ours." I was taken aback. "Damn, you'll even screw over your own people." She scoffed. "Own people, my ass. Lin Zihai treats everyone in that guild like free labor for his family. The rest of us vice presidents have wanted to move on him for a long time. We just couldn't, because of how strong he is personally." She looked up at me. "You in?" "I'm in." No hesitation. "How do we split it?" She thought for a moment. 70-30, your favor. All I do is lure him into your ambush. I don't lift a finger myself. And I can't let him walk out alive and tell his brother that you and I teamed up to kill him." I nodded. I ran the numbers in my head and had no complaints. Then I switched tracks. "Since you want out of the Iron Cavalry Guild anyway, why not just come over to my side? I'm not any weaker than Lin Zihai. You wouldn't have to grind anymore. You could just sit back and enjoy life." She tilted her head, the corner of her eye lifting. "So you want to be my sugar daddy? Can you even afford me?" That stopped me cold. I opened my mouth and realized I had absolutely no way to answer that with a straight face. My entire net worth was tied up in gear and materials. My liquid assets wouldn't have covered the deal she'd just closed. In those 2 seconds of silence, she'd already put her smile away. "If all I wanted was somewhere warm and safe to hide, I could have climbed into your bed the day I met you. But that's not what I want. Zhu Jie, don't live by leaning on anybody. When people hear my name, I don't want them thinking about whose woman Zhu Jie is. I want them thinking about what Zhu Jie has done, what Zhu Jie is worth as a person." I looked at her, and suddenly I got it. She wasn't a canary in a cage. She was an eagle. She belonged to the sky. Zhu Jie looked at me with a smile loaded with meaning. "Relax, it's normal that you want to conquer me. But your big sister here? Nobody's conquered me yet." My brain overheated, and it just fell out of my mouth. "You're still a virgin." The smile froze on her face. She stared me down, grinding her teeth. "Very shocking, is it?" I caved instantly. That was out of line. "I'm sorry." My cowering made her laugh. She cupped my face in her hands, bit her lip, and said in the most seductive voice she had, "The day you get tired of working so hard, you're welcome to come let your big sister take care of you." With that parting shot, she turned and went off to contact Lin Ziyang. I watched her walk away and made a silent vow. Sooner or later, I'll show you I'm a real man. I turned around and found Han Xiang off to the side, covering her mouth, giggling. I teased her. "What kind of useless wife are you? Your husband just got hit on, and you're laughing." Han Xiang's face went flat. "You're sleeping alone tonight." She got into Zhu Jie's car without looking back. I hurried after her. I was kidding. I'll punish myself. I'll be on the bottom tonight. You wish. Tonight you can spend it with your left wife and your right wife. I smacked myself on the mouth, full of regret. Meanwhile, at the Loners Alliance base, the scene had changed completely. Nearly 100 vehicles were parked in the open yard. The players who'd once been shouting about helping each other out had either become zombies with smiles plastered on their faces or had already become food. Goodemu stood at a stone operating table, 8 arms hovering in the air, each holding a different blade. He was modifying a zombie that had just finished turning. A razor edge opened up the abdomen. A flick of the wrist peeled off a large slab of flesh and tossed it into the furnace, where it hit with a sizzling hiss. Lee huddled in the corner, hands pressed stiffly to the seams of his pants. His throat convulsed on its own, and he quickly looked away. But even with its belly cut open, that zombie was still smiling. "Go get 5 hands out of the tank." Lee shuddered, then hurried over to the water tank, taller than a man. It was packed with soaking limbs. Human arms, storm eagle talons, goblin fingers. He rolled up his sleeves, reached into the cloudy, ice-cold liquid, and felt around. He dug around forever and only came up with 5 intact arms. Gotham grabbed one in each hand, pressed them against the zombie's abdomen, then snatched up a clay jar and poured a dark brown, viscous liquid over the contact points. It hissed. A moment later, 4 of the 5 arms fell off. Only the Tiger Man arm held fast. Damn that Dietrich, Gotham cursed inwardly. Volunteers to turn himself into one of those grinning freaks just to be my raw material, and then every single formula he gave me is wrong. Still, he glanced sideways at Lee trembling in the corner, and his mood improved a little. With him around, materials would never run short. He flipped open his notebook and wrote, "Potion number 86 successfully bonds Tiger Man arm to zombie torso." The next afternoon, mountaintop. Lin Xiang, hair dyed a full head of white, sat cross-legged on a boulder, squinting down at the riverbank below. Zhu Jie stood beside him. Both of them had their eyes fixed on the figure down there tangling with 3 kobolds. That would be me. Lin Xiang flashed Zhu Jie what he clearly believed was a devastatingly suave smile. Vice President Zhu really does have my back. Not like those other guys. Every last one of them's got ambitions. Zhu Jie's smile was neither warm nor cold. The guild's only been able to grow this big because President Lin's been holding it up. Everyone pulling in the same direction. That's the only way we get a real foothold. Lin Xiang ate it right up. He jerked his chin toward the base of the mountain. Here I thought anyone who could pull a gold treasure chest and a tier 3 chip must have some actual skill. Turns out he's just a lucky piece of trash. Can't even handle 3 kobolds. And I went and borrowed all these people from my brother for nothing. Zhu Jie's brow twitched, almost imperceptibly. "You told President Lin about this?" "Told him. Didn't say what for. Said I'd give him a surprise. And to keep it a surprise, I made a point of telling all 30-something guys I brought today. Not one word to my brother." The smile on Zhu Jie's face grew even brighter. Vice President Lin really does think of everything. One measly Qin Shao. You could handle him single-handedly. Lin Xiang shook his head and wagged a finger. "Vice President Zhu, haven't you heard? Even a lion goes all out when hunting a rabbit. I may not have much going for me, but I never underestimate an opponent. Otherwise, why would I borrow a dozen plus tier 2 experts from my brother, plus 2 who've broken through to tier 3? A flicker of surprise crossed Zhu Jie's eyes. The Lin Xiang she knew was all talk and no substance. Hearing that come out of his mouth was genuinely unexpected. He noticed and smugly patted the dog-eared book at his waist. Been buying a bunch of novels off the system shop lately. So many villains lose because they don't take the protagonist seriously, and then they get turned around and killed. I'm not making that mistake. Understanding dawned on Zhu Jie, so that's where it came from. Novels. She sneered inwardly. Too bad you never considered that I, Zhu Jie, would be joining forces with Qin Shao. Once this job's done, you get 10% of the spoils. Lin Xiang stood up. Greedy as his brother, of course. Zhu Jie cursed inwardly. Out loud she said, "President Lin is truly generous." She deliberately dropped the vice dashed. Sure enough, his step hitched. He glanced back at her, satisfaction practically spilling out of his eyes. "President works just fine. That vice only gets in the way. I'll mention it to my brother one of these days. Have him drop it. We're brothers anyway. What's his is mine." On my end, the outline of the convoy was getting clearer. A tier 2 off-road vehicle in the lead, crash bars welded to the frame, with 30-some vehicles trailing behind. I kicked over the kobolds who were still throwing the match with me, 1 boot each, and walked up grinning. "About time you showed up." Lin Xiang hopped down from the vehicle, white hair whipping in the wind, and kindly reminded me. "Still smiling? You know you're about to die, right?" My expression froze. Inside the RV, Han Xiang burst out laughing, and Zhu Jie turned her head away, unable to keep the corner of her mouth down. Lin Xiang caught the girl's laughter. "Oh, got yourself a little love nest in there, huh?" Then he hooked a thumb back at the convoy. "See that? Nearly 50 people, all lined up for you. Be smart about it. Hand over the tier 3 chip and whatever was in that gold chest, and I'll let you die quick." I didn't so much as blink. And if I don't hand it over? That threw him for a second. Then he laughed. Oh, hell, I give you option A, and you go and invent an option B. Not bothering with any more talk, he threw out an arm. Get him. Beat the crap out of him. Then beat him into the crap. 30-plus people surged forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Zhang glanced back and saw Zhu Jie's people hadn't budged, but couldn't be bothered to make an issue of it. 30-some men to grind one of me into the dirt was more than enough. What he didn't know was that I was standing perfectly still because the Shadow Barracks portal had already split open silently above my head. 2 adult storm eagles dove out of it, each with several goblin throwers crouched on its back. Lin Zhang looked up, throat bobbing, and bluffed. Those things don't look so tough. A second later, that assessment was shattered completely. 5 stone spheres the size of an infant's fist dropped simultaneously from high above, landing dead-on atop the heads of the 5 men in front. 5 figures went down at once, dark red blood welling up through their hair. Right after, 2 boulders the size of car tires released from the Storm Eagle's talons, howling down into the thickest part of the crowd. The first punched clean through a man's upper body, spraying shrapnel that opened up the throats and cheeks of several people around him. The second rolled over 2 bodies before bursting, driving fragments deep into the backs of knees, the bellies, the shoulders of the men nearby. 2 wind blades shot from the Storm Eagle's beaks, slicing laterally through the crowd. 2 men were split from head to toe, the cross-sections as smooth as a hot knife through butter. The third volley of stone spheres came down right on its heels, and 3 more men hit the ground and stayed there. From the first stone falling to the last sphere of the third volley, under 30 seconds. Lin Zhang's 30-plus men had been cut down by nearly half. The survivors stopped in their tracks. The hands holding their weapons started to shake. Lin Zhang's face changed completely. He shouted at Zhu Jie, "Get your people to shoot those 2 birds down now." Zhu Jie nodded gravely, drew an arrow, knocked it, pulled to full draw. The shaft grazed past a storm eagle and dropped into the grass in the distance. Lin Zhang slapped his thigh. So close. Just barely. He spun on the others. What are you standing around for? Shoot. A dozen-plus men scrambled to draw their bows, but the arrows either flew wide or lost all their force midair, tumbling crookedly into the dirt. Lin Zhang's face went dark enough to. Demo, you're all fucking useless. Does the guild feed you just so you can come out here and embarrass us? Every one of the men he'd just cursed out lifted their eyes at once, looking at him the way you'd look at a dead man. That silence made Lin Zhang's skin crawl. Instinctively, he turned back to Zhu Jie, hoping she'd fire off another volley. The instant he turned his head, a shriek tore through the air above him. 2 storm eagles folded their wings and dove out of the sky, plunging straight at Lin Zhang and Zhu Jie. Lin Zhang's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Shit, they're coming for me. The talons were inches away. He threw himself sideways to the ground, clamped both hands onto the undercarriage of the off-road vehicle, and rolled underneath it. A second later, the eagle's claws raked across the vehicle's body, throwing up a shower of sparks. The strike had missed. Under the car, Lin Zhang had already made up his mind to run. It hadn't been easy getting transmigrated into this world and clawing his way to power and influence. There was no way he was dying here. Once things went completely quiet overhead, he cautiously poked his head out, held his breath, and crept toward the door. All he wanted was to get behind the wheel and go. Planning to run? Zhu Jie's cold voice cut in out of nowhere. Lin Zhang wasn't about to waste breath answering. He yanked the door open and got half his body inside. And in that exact moment, Zhu Jie drew the willow leaf blade at her waist backhand and, without a flicker of hesitation, drove it deep into his body. Agony ripped through him. Lin Zhang's face went blank with shock. He looked back, disbelieving, mouth open, but no sound came out. Zhu Jie's expression didn't change. She pulled the blade free, then put a second, precise cut across his throat. One kick shoved the corpse into the car, and she swung the door shut. Clean, efficient, not a wasted motion. The moment I saw Lin Zhang go down, I summoned the orc chieftain and 36 orc warriors and sent them charging into what was left of the enemy. Their morale had already been falling apart. Seeing that many shadow soldiers bearing down on them shattered the last of their nerve. Someone screamed, "Run! Run for it!" They scattered in every direction. In the chaos, one man shouted, "Vice Guild Leader Zhu, cover us with arrows." Zhu Jie raised her bow and knocked an arrow, her voice ice cold. Loose. The fleeing men felt a surge of hope, and in the next second a sky full of arrows came screaming down, aimed dead on at them. One survivor took a shaft straight through the neck. He clutched at the wound and dropped, eyes full of disbelief. Only then did it finally click for all of them. This had been an ambush from the very start. Zhu Jie and Chun Xiao had been working together the whole time, but there wasn't time to get out another word. The orc warriors were already on them. The man out in front tripped over loose rock and stumbled. The chieftain's massive hammer swept in from the side and launched him through the air, slamming him into another man behind him. The two of them went down in a tangle. One man turned and swung his blade in a desperate defense. An orc caught his wrist and wrenched it the wrong way. Bone snapped with the crisp sound of dry kindling, then buried a blade in his flank, dragging out a length of dark red intestine as it came free. Another tried to scramble up the hillside. An orc that had circled around cut him off and took his head with a single stroke. In under 30 seconds, no one was left standing. When it was over, I walked over to Lin Xiang's off-road vehicle to meet up with Zhu Jie. She'd already popped the trunk, and she stepped aside to give me a clear view. I took one look. Damn. 100 units of ballistic steel, 25 units of electronic components, 10 units of bulletproof glass. All Lin Xiang's ride had been missing was a Tier 3 chip, and he could have upgraded it to Tier 3. I clicked my tongue, but didn't reach for anything yet. First I looked at Zhu Jie. Same split we agreed on. 30 for you, 70 for me. You take 30 units of steel and 3 units of glass. The odd half unit of electronics goes to you. So I take 17 and you take 8. You killed Lin Xiang, after all. Zhu Jie nodded and had her people start loading. Then she straightened up and pointed toward the back seat. There's a bronze-grade two-handed sword in there too. I just appraised it, worth 1,000 road coins. I'll pay you 700 and keep the sword. That work? I didn't hesitate. I nodded. I wasn't short on bronze weapons. I gestured at the vehicles scattered around at every angle and the weapons strewn across the ground. Strip the vehicles. Materials, 3070. Any high-quality weapons, 3072. Zhu Jie agreed with a nod and cut her eyes toward her men. Several of them moved in immediately to break down the vehicles and appraise the weapons. Market price on a Tier 2 chip is 500 road coins. I'll pay you 350 and keep the chip. That work? I nodded. The second she transferred the 1,050 road coins over, I headed straight for my RV. 2 days of fighting goblins, battling storm eagles, and killing Lin Xiang. This was the moment it had all been for. I called up toward the vehicle. Teacher Han, come on down. I'm upgrading the vehicle. Han Xiang pushed the door open and hopped out, hurrying over to my side. Her eyes went to the RV, and the anticipation on her face was impossible to hide. I pulled up the upgrade screen and paid out 500 road coins, plus 100 units of ballistic steel, 25 units of electronic components, and 10 units of bulletproof glass. The RV shuddered violently for a few seconds, and then its brand new form was standing there in front of everyone. Matte pure black from end to end. 46 feet long, 16 feet wide, riding on 8 sets of tires, with an American-style heavy truck nose and a conical ram bar mounted up front. The whole thing radiated menace. The roof was covered in solar panels, plenty for day-to-day self-sufficiency. Both sides of the body could slide out to expand the interior even further. Inside was modern luxury light, cream-colored soft furnishings over light natural wood flooring, with skylights letting daylight in at several points. Front to back, 5 zones: cockpit, living and dining area, kitchen, full bath, and master bedroom. The cockpit had 2 wide, plush cream leather seats. One side of the living area held a big L-shaped sofa, with a solid wood dining table in the middle that raised and lowered. The kitchen had floor-to-ceiling cabinets and a counter with its own sink and built-in oven. The bath had a proper wet/dry separation, divided by black tempered glass. The master bedroom had a big upholstered bed facing a wall-mounted TV. Tier 3 vehicles also came with a self-driving function. Vehicle Tier 3, physical defense, 100, durability, 100%, fuel, 100%. This is our new home. It got so much bigger. Han Xiang walked a full circle around it, unable to keep the delight out of her voice. Go take a look inside. I smiled and tipped my chin toward the door. Han Xiang nodded, took Zhu Jie by the hand, and headed in. I settled into the driver's seat, looked down at the new row of buttons beside the center screen, and pressed expand. A fine mechanical whirring ran along both sides of the vehicle. The bedroom slid out to the right. The kitchen and living area unfolded to the left, and in under 2 seconds the 16-foot width had stretched to 26, smooth and quiet. This isn't just making do anymore, not even close. Translation. Already. Better than the crappy little walk-up I rented before I got dropped into this world, I muttered to myself. Zhu Jie sat on the living room couch, running her fingers along the armrest, her voice tinged with envy. I'm honestly jealous your vehicle is an RV. Most of us are living in what basically amounts to a thatched hut. I didn't bother being modest, just smiled and nodded twice, taking the compliment. Han Xiang had already walked over to the bed in the master bedroom. She sat down and patted the mattress. Finally, I don't have to squeeze in next to you anymore. This bed could sleep 3. I followed as far as the doorway and said, offhand, bathroom's a lot bigger too. We can shower together from now on without bumping elbows. The words were barely out of my mouth before Han Xiang flushed slightly and shot a glance at Zhu Jie, a silent reminder that we weren't alone. Zhu Jie couldn't have cared less. 30-some years on this earth. There wasn't much she hadn't heard of. She turned her head toward the bathroom. Mind if I borrow it for a shower? It's been forever since I washed up in a real bathroom. I nodded. Knock yourself out. She stood and headed for the door. I'll go grab a change of clothes. Han Xiang, want to take a look at my closet? I bought a ton of clothes from the system store. Pick out a few for yourself. Han Xiang's eyes lit up. Really? Sis Zhu, you're so nice. Zhu Jie smiled, took Han Xiang by the hand, and led her off toward the pickup truck she'd converted into a mobile wardrobe. I stood in the doorway watching the two of them walk away and shook my head. I will never understand friendship between women. One night together and they act like they've known each other for years. Meanwhile I, her actual partner, am suddenly the outsider. Nothing better to do. So I turned and walked over to the corpses still lying at the edge of the clearing, crouched down, and started converting them one by one. 32 in all, 2 tier 3s, 14 tier 2s, 15 tier 1s, and 1 tier 5. Lin Xiang. I skimmed Lin Xiang's info panel and raised an eyebrow. Underclass, it read, clown/grady. That told you everything about how good his brother Lin Zihai had been to him. A class rating that pathetic, and he'd made it this far entirely on his brother's back. I finished converting the last body, stood, and headed back to the RV. The instant I pulled the door open, the black glass door of the bathroom swung outward. Zhu Jie walked out barefoot, wearing nothing but a champagne-colored lace slip, a matching robe draped loosely over it, the sash untied so the hem swayed with each step. Her head was tilted as she toweled the ends of her hair, water beaded and slid down now and then, running along her collarbone and disappearing past her neckline. I looked at her, and for a second my brain just didn't catch up. The woman in front of me and the Zhu Jie I had in my head were two completely different people. The hard edge in her eyes was gone. She looked like she'd been steamed soft. The angles were still there, but every line had gone gentler, and even from a few steps away you could feel that air of money on her. She glanced up, saw me, and looked like she'd just found herself a free pair of hands. Perfect timing. Dry the back of my hair for me. It's a pain reaching it myself. She didn't wait for an answer. She pushed the towel into my hands, turned, and sat down on the couch, grabbing bottles and jars off the table, squeezing them into her palm and dabbing at her face with her head bowed. I took the towel, moved behind her, gathered up her damp hair, and blotted the water out of it bit by bit. When I bent my head, my eyes drifted downward on their own. She was leaning forward slightly, the collar of her robe hanging open, the outline of the lace straps flickering in and out of the light. I made an effort to pull my gaze back up, but some things don't stay down just because you want them to. Zhu Jie registered an unnatural warmth at her back. She tilted her head slightly, assumed my hands were wandering, and reached back reflexively. Try that again, and I'll break your. She got halfway through the sentence before her fingertips brushed something they shouldn't have. She froze. I looked down and watched the roots of her ears go from pale pink to deep red in a heartbeat, the heat spreading down to that small patch of skin at the back of her neck. I didn't back off. I leaned in a little instead. You hungry? I bought crab sticks. She turned her face away and didn't answer. I looked at that flushed nape and those slightly tense shoulders, tossed the towel over the back of a chair, and, ignoring her struggling, bent down, scooped her up off the couch, and carried her toward the bedroom. In the small hours of the morning, Han Xiang, camped out on the couch, listened to the racket coming from the bedroom, and clamped her hands over her ears in agony, thinking, Sis Zhu has some serious stamina. The next morning, when I pushed open the bedroom door and stepped out, my face was absolutely wrecked. Dark circles under my eyes, lips dry, several red welts of varying depth striped across my arms like something small and feral had clawed me over and over. My steps were unsteady, and everything below the waist felt like the muscle had simply been removed. Zhu Jie came out behind me, one hand on the wall, knees a little bent, her back not as straight as usual, but there wasn't a trace of exhaustion on her face. If anything, she had the dewy glow of someone who'd just been thoroughly nourished. She looked up and saw Han Xiang sitting at the dining table. 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks were laid out, steam curling up from the porridge. Zhu Jie gave her a slightly apologetic smile. Han Xiang shook her head and smiled back. It's fine. Zhu Jie let out a small breath of relief. But the moment she gripped the chair back and sat, her heel hit the floor and jolted certain places that were not feeling great, and her brow pinched. She turned her head and kicked me hard. I glanced at her, said nothing, picked up my porridge, took a sip, and quietly took stock of the lessons of the previous night. My original plan had been to wrap things up fast. Zhu Jie's reactions were too violent. I'd taken more damage in one night than in all my time since arriving in this world. But once she got a taste for it, her attitude flipped 180 degrees, and she dragged me into round after round until the sky went light. like a tigress who'd never had meat before finally getting hold of a carcass and eating it to death. A woman at 30 is a wolf, at 40 a tiger. Turns out that's not just talk. I glanced over at Han Xiang, quietly picking at her food beside me, and sighed inwardly. Teacher Han's still the best. She goes along with anything I want. Zhu Jie swallowed her last mouthful of porridge, wiped the corner of her mouth, and said, "My people have finished the inventory on the materials and weapons. 200 units of bulletproof steel, 70 units of glass, 50 units of rubber, and 10 black iron weapons. Your share is waiting for you. Go collect it." I nodded and jumped on the opening. "I've got blueprints for forging black iron and bronze weapons. I don't want the black iron gear. Just pay me out in highway coins at appraised value." Zhu Jie did the math. "Averages out to 50 apiece. I'll give you 350. I set my bowl down, wiped my mouth, and turned to her. "Sis Zhu, do you have a lot of steel on hand? If so, I'll buy some off you at market rate." "What do you need that much steel for?" "Making weapons. Then selling them," I said flatly. She nodded. "I can spare you 2,000 units. Market rate, 2,000 highway coins." She paused. "Going forward, when you sell weapons, how about you sell to me F? Translation, and then sell off the rest?" I didn't even have to think about it. "Of course, sis Zhu." I leaned a little closer to her. "Also, I've got 13 black iron weapons I can't use. 30 apiece, what do you say?" Zhu Jie set down her tissue, amusement flickering in her eyes. "You treating your big sister here like a scrapyard kid?" I gave a sheepish laugh and laid on the flattery. "Well, that's what happens when a woman's as gorgeous and kind-hearted as you, sis Zhu." She chuckled. "I don't believe a single word of that. Who was it that said he was just going to look? And then just a couple bites of the bun? And then just 2 laps around the entrance to the water curtain cave? And how did that end up?" I scratched my head. "Hey, that's just how irresistible you are." She glanced up. "I'll take them. 25 each. We've had that deep an exchange, and you're still haggling? Your big sister needs a little cash for some supplements to build her strength back up." That not allowed. I had nothing to say to that, so I just nodded. "Fine." Something occurred to me, and I set my bowl down. "Oh, right, sis Zhu. We've also got a batch of potions to move. Teacher Han brewed them. 50 a bottle. Interested?" Zhu Jie's eyes lit up. "The same kind you two were selling in the chat channel last time?" Han Xiang nodded. Zhu Jie barely hesitated. "I'll buy. However many you've got, I'll take them all." I turned to Han Xiang, signaling her to give the numbers. Han Xiang ran through the inventory in her head. "Setting aside the mana drinks and what we're keeping for ourselves, we can spare 10 bottles of stamina tonic, 6 of wound cleanser, and 8 of soothing water." Zhu Jie made the call on the spot. "I'll take all of it. Walk me through what each one does." Han Xiang rattled it off like she was reading from a list. Stamina tonic restores physical energy, good for catching your breath fast after a long fight. Wound cleanser treats external injuries. It stops bleeding and prevents infection far better than ordinary bandaging. Soothing water targets basic ailments, brings down fevers, dulls pain, relieves fatigue. Zhu Jie nodded. Han Xiang dug out a few dried herb samples and handed them over. "Sis Zhu, if you run across any of these out there, gather them for me." I chimed in beside her. 5 highway coins per plant. Standing order. Zhu Jie bent her head and studied them closely, then looked up and nodded at Han Xiang. "Got it. If I find any, they're yours." She set the herbs down and turned to me. "I'm going to stay here a couple more days." My stomach dropped. "Why?" "Lin Xiang is dead. Lin Zihai is going to hunt for the killer like a madman. If the trail leads back to me, I'm not walking away clean." She leaned back in her chair, then gave me a wounded look. "Besides, I just gave you my first time, and now you want to throw me out?" I waved my hands frantically. "Never. It's an honor to have you here. Stay as long as you want." She nodded, satisfied. "At least you've got a conscience." The next 2 days were the most absurd 2 days I'd had since arriving in this world. Ever since Zhu Jie discovered that particular kind of pleasure, she wanted to run duo queue with me every single day. Around noon on the first day, she asked me to keep her company and chat. I figured a little conversation couldn't hurt, so I sat down on the couch. Somewhere along the way, she ended up pinning me flat against it. I tried to fight back, only to find Han Xiang munching fruit and enjoying the show, cheering Zhu Jie on with shouts of "Beat that lousy man to death." Heartbroken by Teacher Han's betrayal, all I could do was let 2 silent tears roll down my face, as proof that I hadn't wanted any of this. That night, Zhu Jie dragged me into the bedroom again, claiming she'd come up with a new position and wanted to discuss its theoretical feasibility. Before I could get a word of protest out, the door was already shut. When I opened my eyes the next morning, my legs weren't really taking orders anymore. I braced myself along the wall on my way out of the bedroom, and as I passed Han Xiang frying eggs, I muttered, "You couldn't have stepped in and stopped her yesterday." Han Xiang didn't even turn around. I tried. She told me to leave the room. I went quiet for a couple of seconds, then walked to the dining table, sat down, and said nothing more. Zhu Jia got up even later than I did. She came out wrapped in one of my shirts, walking a lot steadier than she had on the first day, except now there were a few red marks on her neck. She sat down and took a sip of water first. After today, I'm leaving. So keep me company today. I looked up at her and didn't argue. That night, she kissed me contentedly and drifted off to sleep in my arms. The next morning, just as the sky was starting to lighten, Zhu Jia rolled onto her side, wrapped her arm around mine, and tucked her chin into the hollow of my shoulder. You really won't come with me? Your big sister could keep you, you know. The words snapped my foggy brain wide awake, and I shook my head on instinct. She sighed. All right, just remember to take care of yourself. Don't let your body fall apart. I'll come see you when I get the chance. Try not to disappoint me when I do. She sat up and smoothed back her tangled hair, then tilted her head to look at me. Her gaze passed over the marks on my neck, and the tips of her ears went hot before she could stop them. She knew perfectly well she'd gone a bit too far these past 2 days. I was in decent shape, but no one could hold up under 2 days and 2 nights of nonstop duo Q with her. By the end, winning and losing didn't matter anymore. What mattered was who called it quits first. And she never once called it. She reached under the pillow, pulled out a folded piece of purple fabric, and pressed it into my palm. Take good care of yourself, she said seriously. You're Zhu Jia's first man. Then she leaned down and left a kiss on my lips. She straightened up, pushed open the door, and walked out. 2 steps down, she glanced back at me once, then kept going. At the vehicle door, she pulled her boots on, then gave Han Xiang and me one last wave. I'm off. See you next time. Leaning against the door frame, I watched her step out of the trailer and finally said the first words I'd spoken all day. Goodbye. I watched the convoy disappear down the riverbank, then looked down and opened my hand. A scrap of purple lace lay quietly in my palm, a small patch of dried, darkened blood along one edge. Han Xiang stood beside me. Her eyes lingered on the fabric for a moment, and she asked pointedly, sad to see Sis Zhu go? I tucked the fabric into my pocket and turned toward the bedroom. If 2 hearts are in it for the long haul, what need is there to be together morning and night? With that, I pushed open the door and collapsed straight onto the bed. That evening, I opened my eyes feeling completely refreshed, like I'd been rebooted after a long hibernation. I pushed up off the mattress, stood on the bed, and stretched, my spine letting out a string of soft cracks. Han Xiang was sitting on the couch. Hearing the noise, she turned her head. If you're up, come eat. I rolled out of bed. My feet came down on a few scattered scraps of cheap nylon, gear that had dropped during the little games Zhu Jia and I had been playing. I paid it no mind. Barefoot, I walked over to the couch and sat down, pulling Han Xiang into my arms and resting my chin on her shoulder like a man who'd just survived. Translation. I sighed appreciatively. Teacher Han really is the best. She knows how to take care of me. I looked up at the dining table. Grilled kidneys, grilled oysters, chives scrambled with eggs, and right in the middle, a plate of stir-fried bull's pizzle. I froze for 2 seconds, then turned my head toward Han Xiang. You made all of this? She nodded. Sister Zhu texted me and specifically told me to. I looked down at that plate of stir-fried bull's pizzle, then back up at the smirk on her face, and reached over to pinch her side, not hard, but not gently either. Han Xiang let out a soft her voice trembling. That hurts. Only then did I let go. I sprawled out on the couch and shoved the chopsticks into her hand. Teacher Han, feed me. She took the chopsticks, picked up a piece of grilled kidney, dipped it in the sauce dish, blew on it, and brought it to my lips. Chewing, I slid my fingers slowly toward her inner thigh while opening the chat panel with my other hand. The screen lit up, and the DM list unfolded into a dense wall of unread messages, most from Sun Wenjie, the earliest dated 2 days ago, with a handful from Wei Qing. I scrolled through Sun Wenjie's first. Mostly everyday nothings. Ran into the ugliest pheasant today. Made a pot of soup tonight. Burned it. Look at this tree. Doesn't it look exactly like you when you're mad? Scattered between the messages were a few photos, random scenery shots, badly angled, ugly, cute selfies, and one close-up of her pouting straight into the camera after she'd crouched down to play with a stray cat and gotten swatted for her trouble. I stared at the messages, my finger hovering above the screen without moving. All of a sudden, it felt like I was back in high school, firing pointless nonsense back and forth with Sun Wenjie through a screen. Without thinking, I pulled my hand back from where it had been resting on Han Xiang. She noticed and turned to look at me. SSSS. What's wrong? Not in the mood tonight. I gestured at the screen. She read through the unread messages, then glanced up at me. She asked me about it. I told her you were busy and couldn't get back to her. I looked at the selfie on the screen, Sun Wenjie with her hair in braids, pointing at the camera, and a wave of guilt hit me out of nowhere. I felt like I was Pan Jinlian. Zhu Jia was Ximen Qing, Han Xiang was Granny Wang, and Sun Wenjie was poor Wu Dalong. It's this world's fault for turning me into this kind of person. I patiently worked through those few dozen unread messages, replying to them one by one, then opened Wei Qing's DMs. Wei Qing's were a completely different flavor. The first batch were all about chasing me on the delivery deadline. I swiped down through them one at a time, and finally, in the last few, found something different. Our guild found out that the Loners Alliance is actually zombies in disguise. I took a team out to check it out quietly, and it triggered a system quest. It's a group quest, rewards distributed by contribution, and the cap is a gold treasure chest. Our guild probably can't chew through it alone, so I wanted to invite you in on it. My eyes stopped on those 4 words, gold treasure chest. One gold treasure chest could take me from complete unknown to a household name. Chests at that tier were still a scarce resource. Every one you missed was one fewer in the world. I barely hesitated. I'm in. Send me the location. Wei Qing replied fast. First the coordinates, then, after a line break. By the way, how many Meow Sabers have you finished? I ran the numbers in my head. Ever since I'd added a second orc blacksmith, Black Iron Meow Sabers had gone from 1 every 2 hours to 1 an hour. But Bronze Meow Sabers hadn't budged, since I only had 1 bronze forging station. Counting from the day Wei Qing placed the commission, it had been almost 5 days. 56 Black Iron Meow Sabers, stockpiled, enough to fully re-equip the regular orc shadow soldiers. As of tonight, I also had 14 Bronze Meow Sabers, which covered the 10 she wanted with 4 left over for inventory. I replied, 10 Bronze Meow Sabers are ready. I'll have Sun Wenjie come make the trade. After Sun Wenjie completed the trade with me, using her empty string hand crossbow, she found out she'd be coming along to the Loners Alliance tomorrow too. She sat in the back of the driver's cab, digging through her clothes, held up her usual gray jacket, looked at it, hung it back up, pulled out a dark green one, held it against herself, shook her head, and folded it back up. Outside, Wei Qing watched Sun Wenjie in the throes of new relationship giddiness and put a hand to her forehead, speechless. Early the next morning, at a temporary staging point less than 20 kilometers from the Loners Alliance base, a man named Lu Yao leaned against a car door, adjusted his collar, and flashed Sun Wenjie what he clearly believed was a flawless smile. Miss Sun, you look really good today. Sun Wenjie leaned sideways against the car, arms crossed over her chest, eyes fixed on the road in the distance, and squeezed out one ice-cold through her nose. The handful of fans trailing behind Lu Yao instantly detonated. Ms. Sun, before the apocalypse my big bro was the biggest star in the country, full-line brand ambassador for AR Money, Bulgari, and Annie Chanel, all 3 luxury houses. If it weren't for the apocalypse, you wouldn't even be qualified to be in the same room as him. Exactly. What's she got to be so stuck up about? Bro talking to you at all is him doing you a favor, okay? Lu Yao was thoroughly pleased on the inside, but he set his face into a stern look and turned around to scold them. Enough. All of you, shut it. One more word, and you're out of my guild. Far from being upset, the fans covered their faces and squealed. Oh my god, bro's even hot when he's yelling at us. Lu Yao turned back and cleared his throat. Miss Su, he didn't get the last syllable out. Sun Wenjie's eyes suddenly lit up, and she snapped upright off the side of the car like she'd been flicked, then went jogging toward the intersection. A matte black motorhome was rolling up. I hopped down out of the driver's seat in a plain white t-shirt and blue jeans. Sun Wenjie was wearing a white ball cap today, a length of silk smooth hair spilling out from under the brim, pink t-shirt with sky blue denim shorts, white sneakers, makeup so light it looked like she wasn't wearing any. Yet her whole face was more than a notch more polished than usual. Looking at her, fresh and bright as she was, I couldn't keep the smile off my face. How come you look so good today? She tilted her head, and beneath the brim her eyes curved into 2 crescents. So I didn't look good before? I shook my head quickly. You look good every day? It's just that every day you look better than the day before. She landed a light punch on my chest. Smooth talker. Han Xiang came down from the passenger side and stood behind me. Miss Sun must have spent a long time on that makeup. Teach me sometime. Sun Wenjie glanced up at her. I wouldn't know how to teach you. Han Xiang smiled faintly, as if she'd expected exactly that answer, and let it drop. Wei Qing walked over, short hair crisp and neat, black. The original text cuts off here. A form-fitting outfit traced out a lean, wiry frame. Her steps were steady and quick, and her eyes swept across my face. Chen Xiao, I've heard a lot about you. Sun Wenjie's been talking about you nonstop. She tilted her head toward a long-haired young man squatting by a wheel while reading a book, his face a mess of creases. This is Zhao Shuheng, vice president of our guild. Zhao Shuheng set down his copy of Xiaolin Guangji, brushed the loose hair off his forehead, and nodded with a smile. Apparently that counted as a greeting. Wei Qing hadn't even finished the introductions before Lu Yao came striding over, one hand thrust out in front of me, his smile a few degrees too warm. Hey there, I'm Lu Yao, president of the Xinyao Guild. Wei Qing added, the Xinyao Guild is one of the allied teams on this operation. I stared at his face, a little taken aback. Wasn't this that famous celebrity, the one the whole country knew? I reached out and shook his hand. A second later, I nearly lost control of my expression. His grip was ridiculously, absurdly strong. I pulled my hand back a beat faster than usual, took half a step back without letting anything show, and eyed that overly enthusiastic face of his with suspicion. Some vague, unnameable wariness was slowly rising in me, and a thought surfaced that even I found ridiculous. This guy, he isn't into me, is he? Liu Yao saw me edge back slightly and read it all wrong. Convinced his commanding presence had cowed the other guy, a smug little smile touched the corner of his mouth, and he puffed out his chest. Watching that expression, I felt something crawl up my tailbone. Wei Qing continued. Besides those two, our Glory Society currently has 386 official members. Aside from special E-rank classes like blacksmiths and apothecaries, every single one of them is D-rank or above. She glanced sideways at Liu Yao. President Liu, why don't you tell them about your guild's strength as well? Liu Yao cleared his throat and straightened up. My guild has a full 400 plus members, and most of them are women. Then he stopped, waiting for us to look impressed. I waited 2 seconds. When nothing else came, I had to prompt him. And their class ranks? Liu Yao's expression froze for a fraction of a second. In his guild, he was the only B rank. The vast majority were E rank, and scraping together a handful of D and C ranks was already a stretch. A guild of 400 plus people with exactly one B rank class obviously wasn't much. Most of the people who'd flocked to him were fans he'd accumulated before the crossover, and hardly any of them could actually fight. He coughed drily and answered vaguely. We don't put much stock in class ranks. We care about combat strength. That threw me for a second. Class rank basically was combat strength. Not caring about rank, while caring about combat strength didn't hold up as a statement at all. Wei Qing stepped in right on cue to change the subject. Let's leave the small talk there. We need to reach our destination before dark. Visibility's bad at night, and that just gets in the way of the job. I nodded, no objections. Wei Qing clapped her hands. Everybody load up. The group scattered toward their respective vehicles. Sun Wenjie walked over to a gray SUV in a few strides, bent down, and tapped the rear door. Andy Wong, could you drive my car over for me? I'm going to ride in that RV for a bit. The window rolled down, revealing a middle-aged woman with an indulgent, matchmaking sort of smile. She nodded. Sun Wenjie turned and trotted toward my RV, her steps light, like she'd had this whole thing planned from the start. Liu Yao stood where he was, hand still resting on his door handle, watching her disappear up into the RV. His face darkened. He had no choice but to swallow the invitation he'd been about to offer her. He yanked open the door, dropped into the back seat, and slammed it shut with a dull thud. Up front, the fan driving snuck a glance at him in the rearview mirror, went starry-eyed over his cold, chiseled profile, then pulled up the system's camera function, threw a peace sign at the mirror, and hit the shutter. Sun Wenjie's hand shot in at the very last instant before the RV door closed. Aren't you going to invite me up to hang out? I looked at her, pushed the half-shut door back open, and slid over to make room. Come on in. She stepped up onto the running board and ducked into the cabin, her gaze sweeping quickly over the completely redone interior. She couldn't help a small whoa. A few days without seeing it, and it's gotten this much bigger. I shut the door and tapped a few times on the center console screen, pulling up the autopilot interface. Han Xiang waved at her. Sun Wenjie, come sit on the couch. Sun Wenjie gave a flat, non-committal nod, waited until I'd sat down, then planted herself right up against me, like she was staking a claim in front of Han Xiang. Han Xiang watched her do it without taking any offense. If anything, she found her earnestness kind of cute. Sun Wenjie had barely settled in when her nose twitched a couple of times. Then she stood up, pointed at the spot she'd just been sitting in, and frowned slightly. Why is there a weird smell here? My expression stiffened, just a little. 2 days ago, Zhu Jie had pinned me down right there for a whole afternoon of duo Q. And last night, I'd pinned Han Xiang down in that same spot for a whole night of it. Han Xiang spoke up for me. Some soup spilled there yesterday. We haven't had a chance to clean it up. Sun Wenjie's brow furrowed. Soup you made, Teacher Han? Does it really smell that bad? Han Xiang's face went faintly pink. My cooking isn't very good. Please don't laugh. Sun Wenjie nodded haughtily. Mine definitely tastes better than yours. One of these days I'll make some for Chun Xiao to try. Han Xiang gave her a strange little smile. I hurried to change the subject. That Liu Yao, do you know him well? He seems a little off to me. The mere mention of the name visibly set her off. Ugh, don't get me started. He will not leave me alone. It clicked instantly. The crushing handshake, the sizing up stare. None of that had been aimed at me at all. It was aimed at the girl beside me, sitting bolt upright in a pink t-shirt and denim shorts, leaning back against the couch and complaining. Once I worked that out, I only got angrier. Then why did Wei Qing invite him along? Sun Wenjie made a face. He came to us himself. No idea where he got wind of it. Sister Wei didn't want to bring him, but Zhao Shuheng kept pushing for it. Something about not being soft-hearted like some woman. I added calmly. So they're cannon fodder. She nodded in silence. I made a mental note. This Zhao Shuheng was bad news. As we were talking, the convoy came to a stop about a kilometer out from the Loner Alliance. Up ahead, the first crude roadblock stood on either side of the road. A man was posted in front of it, feet slightly apart, chest thrown out, arms spread wide to the wind. He threw his head back and laughed. Welcome, everyone, to the Loner Alliance. Translation. I got out of the car and looked at this Li Yi and couldn't help thinking, you really can't judge a person by appearances. Clean-cut looks, polite speech. Who would have guessed there was an animal underneath? He came over, grinning warmly. That's a lot of people you've got. Almost half of everyone who's shown up these past few days. Well, you're here now, follow me. He pointed toward a distant clearing packed with parked cars and pitched tents. Wei Qing looked past his shoulder at that camp, which was unnaturally quiet. Chairmanly, where are the people who came before us? Why don't I see a single one? His smile froze for an instant, then snapped back. Resting in their tents. They just cleared out a wave of zombies yesterday. They're worn out. Zhao Shuheng leaned half his body out. Mind having them come out to say hello? We're all new here. Might as well get to know each other. Of course. Li Yi clapped his hands and shouted toward the camp. Everybody out. We've got new friends. Tent flaps lifted one after another, and people crawled out. Every one of them wore a scarf or a mask, wrapped up tight, nothing showing but their eyes. They all waved at us in perfect unison. I narrowed my eyes. If we're all on the same side, and we're going to be fighting shoulder to shoulder, why not take the masks off so we can see your faces? Li Yi's smile locked up. He didn't answer. He kept clapping as he backed away. Everyone come on over and let them get a look at you. That's what his mouth said, but his feet were very clearly picking up speed in reverse. Liu Yao saw his chance to show off in front of everyone. He whipped out his dagger and shot forward like an arrow off the string, the point aimed straight at Li Yi's throat. The blade raked across his neck and threw off a spray of sparks, like it had bitten into granite. The recoil sent Liu Yao stumbling backward. He stared down at the dagger in his hand, his face an absolute picture of horror. Li Yi didn't press the attack. He just turned and ran. Wei Qing raised her arm, and a round blue metal shield snapped up. Ripples spread outward from its rim, and a pale blue arc of barrier unfurled in an instant, 20 meters wide, 3 meters high, spanning the space in front of us. Formation, she barked. The Glory Guild moved as one. Within a few breaths, the formation had taken shape. The front two rows were 60 shield bearers, tower shields, kite shields, heater shields, and round shields interlocking into a wall of iron. Rows 3 and 4 were 60 blades, long swords, sabers, and Miao Dao angled toward the ground. Rows 5 and 6 held 30 each, armed with spears, pikes, and halberds. Zhao Shuheng stood in the 5th row, the butt of his spear planted in the dirt, the tip a full meter above his head. The next 2 rows were the insecticide and torch throwers. The last row was the mages, faint light of every color gathering at their fingertips. Sun Wenjie was among them. Looking at those 360-odd people arrayed in ranks, I had to swallow. Shields up front, blades in the middle, polearms anchoring the rear, ranged in back, like a precision machine that had been tuned 1,000 times over. Just standing there, they had you beat. No wonder they were one of the 4 great guilds. Most scrapped-together crews couldn't come close to that kind of discipline. Then again, Chen Xiao, wasn't exactly lacking either. The portal to the Shadow Barracks split open silently 3 meters above and behind me. A full-grown storm eagle poked its neck out first, wingtips grazing the frame as it slid through and touched down without a sound. It crouched low and spread one wing, the surface sloping into a gentle ramp, like a plane lowering its stairs to wait for me to board. I walked up over the thick feathers at the wing root, settled into my seat, and pulled Han Xiang up off the ground. A light squeeze of my knees, one beat of its wings, and we rose smoothly into the air. A second adult storm eagle came through right after, carrying 3 goblin throwers. 4 juveniles followed in sequence, 2 goblins on each. 6 eagles strung out into a loose column high above. Once we were airborne, the whole battlefield opened up beneath me, so much clearer than it had been from the ground. Zombies were pouring out of the tents in an endless stream, in sheets, like an ant nest that had been kicked over. The ones that came out first looked more or less normal. The ones behind them started sprouting limbs that had never belonged to them. An orc arm jutting from a shoulder here, a length of snake tail grafted onto a waist there, one with its whole head replaced by an insect's, complete with compound eyes. The stitched-on parts flailed and grabbed at empty air like a swarm of starving infants. Some had extra legs crammed onto their lower bodies, dense as bristles, scuttling across the ground like spiders. The grafted animal heads shrieked and roared in every register, all of it mixing together like a pot of soup boiling over. I looked at nearly 2,000 zombies covered in that crawling patchwork of limbs, at all those split-open, rigor-frozen grins, and my stomach turned over. On the ground, the new Radiance Guild was already collapsing en masse. Some were dry heaving where they stood, some clapped hands over their mouths and backed up, and a few just squatted down, hugging their knees and shaking, weapons tilted uselessly against the dirt like they'd forgotten what they were for. Zhao Shuhing's voice came from inside the formation. "Lu Yao, get your people under control. Don't let them fall apart." The shout yanked Lu Yao out of his own fear. He swept a glance over his panicking subordinates. His face darkened, and he raised his voice. "Don't be afraid. The Glory Guild is covering us. Those things can't touch us. Just charge." His people looked back at that handsome, resolute face of his, and their feet started moving forward again. Someone in front started the chant. "Charge. Protect Big Brother." The rest picked it up, weapons lifting again, a pack of devout believers throwing themselves at the heretics. But a few weren't swept along. A young man in round-framed glasses pushed his way to Lu Yao's side and lowered his voice. "Big Brother, charging in like this makes us cannon fodder. We should pull back into the Glory Guild's formation, or get Qin Shao to send Storm Eagles to carry us." Lu Yao turned his head and looked at him, his gaze sliding from the glasses down to the man's chest. He lifted a hand onto the man's shoulder, as if to draw him closer and keep talking. His other hand was already reaching for the dagger at his belt, and the moment the man leaned in toward him, the blade went into his heart. Lu Yao covered his mouth and waited a few seconds. Once he was sure the body in his arms had gone completely still, he let go, and it slid to the ground. He glanced down at the twitching shape, his face utterly blank, and nudged the corpse aside with the toe of his shoe. He muttered under his breath, "If you people don't play cannon fodder, how am I supposed to earn a spot on this mission? So lift me up with your lives one more time." Then he raised his head and looked toward the new Radiance members who had already made contact with the zombies. Screams came rolling back from the line. Wei Qing's voice cut across the field from the center of the formation, short and crisp. "Torches and insecticide, throw." Behind the shield wall, countless arms went up at once, hurling torches and aerosol cans forward. Some of the torches were blown out mid-flight and hit the ground, trailing a single wisp of white smoke. But plenty of them stayed lit, dropping right onto the heaped-up cans of bug spray. The heat set off the compressed gas instantly. Cluster after cluster of orange-red fireballs bloomed open. Wei Qing shouted again right after. "Fire mages! Blow the big insecticide piles." A few fireballs streaked out from the back rows and landed in the stacks that hadn't caught yet. Bigger explosions lit up one after another, turning the front row of zombies into running balls of flame. From up high, I could see all of it clearly. Earlier, I'd had the goblins throw rocks to break the zombies' limbs, but the severed limbs kept squirming on the ground and crawling back toward their torsos. Rocks were basically useless on them. Torches plus insecticide were a completely different story. Once one of them caught, the fire spread along the flesh and just kept burning. I opened the system shop immediately and bought 500 bottles of bug spray at 1 highway coin apiece, storing all of it in the shadow barracks. I signaled, and the 5 Storm Eagles flew back to the barracks. The goblins hopped down, dumped every rock out of their packs, and loaded up on insecticide instead. The Storm Eagles launched again. I pushed the lead one down low, until we were about 2 meters off the ground. That way the wind wouldn't snuff out the torches, and the zombies wouldn't be able to grab us. I glanced down at the horde pushing forward beneath us and shouted to the goblin throwers on both sides. "Throw to the sides. Not straight down. Don't blow us up." The goblins leaned out on both flanks and started firing left and right. Torches tumbled down, cans right behind them. The second a torch touched a can, the heat ignited the compressed gas, and a searing fireball burst open. Orange-red flames churned and swelled in midair, swallowing the zombies still flailing their limbs nearby. Tongues of fire licking over those Frankenstein patchwork appendages. Confirming it worked, I squeezed the eagle's flanks, and it climbed back up to around 10 meters. From that height, the burning patches on the ground had already merged into several irregular bright blotches, edges still creeping slowly outward. I stopped having the goblins throw torches. Dropped from 10 meters, they'd burn out before they landed. I changed the order, insecticide only. The goblins pulled out the spray cans and lobbed them at the edges of the fires already burning below. The cans split open on impact, and the gas hit the flames and burst into fireballs. Every explosion pushed out a ring of hot shockwave, driving the fire farther out. I circled the center of the horde on my Storm Eagle while the goblins dropped a can at intervals on my command, steadily dragging the unburned areas into the sea of fire, piece by piece. Watching that huge swath of burning zombies below, I couldn't keep a grin off my face. I'd figured this mission would be one setback after another. I never expected it to go this smoothly. I did a rough tally of the damage I'd racked up. A gold treasure chest was pretty much in the bag. The corners of my mouth kept curling up. I was already thinking ahead. What pose should I strike when I opened that gold chest to look coolest? The next second, the support under my butt vanished without warning. The storm eagle dissolved right out from between my legs. It didn't leave me a fraction of a second to react. Han Xiang and I dropped into free fall, wind screaming past my ears, the burning field below swelling in my vision. No time to wonder why. My body moved before my brain did. Mid-fall, I hooked one arm around Han Xiang's waist and resummoned the dead storm eagle. Its wingtip grazed the soles of my feet. We both slammed down hard onto its back. I lay there gasping a couple of breaths, then sat up fast. I needed to see who'd done that. At the edge of the fire below, close to 100 figures stood there in silence, watching it all happen. A thing with 8 arms lowered its bowstring, looking almost disappointed that I was still alive. Li stood just behind and to the side of him, bowing slightly. Magnificent shot, my lord. The thing didn't bother answering him. It just spoke to itself. These people showed up at the perfect time. I was just wondering what to do with this batch of spent experimental material, and they've gone and burned it for me. Let the little bird keep cleaning up for me a while longer. The rest of them, though, they can die. He slung the bow across his back, and all 8 hands raised 8 weapons at once. My servants, dinner is served. Haha food. These outsiders smell delicious. From up high, I looked over the squad that had appeared out of nowhere. They were nothing like the sloppily stitched zombies from before, the ones whose limbs fought each other. This batch had clearly been assembled with care. They spread out slowly behind the 8-armed thing, and the way they moved didn't look like they were coming to fight. It looked like they were coming to eat. I pushed my glasses up. After the RV upgrade, the chip had been swapped for a tier 2, which only let me read info on creatures below level 5. Almost 2/3 of the squad in front of me showed level 5 overhead. The rest were all question marks. Li E was among them. Also a question mark, right behind the 8-armed thing's flank, weapon in hand. And the one walking at the very front had 8 hands, each gripping a different type of weapon. I made a quick call, squeezed the eagle's flanks, and swung back at full speed to the airspace above the Glory Society's formation. I leaned down and shouted to Wei Qing. Front left, almost 100 elite zombies, most of them level 5 or higher. These aren't in the same class as the ones out front. Wei Qing looked where I was pointing, her body tensing slightly. She wore a tier 3 chip, so she could read higher levels than I could. Mixed in among those figures were level 6S, level 7S, even level 8S and 9s. And the marker above the 8-armed figure at the front made her fingers tighten around her blade without thinking. Level 10, the same level as her. She turned to look at me. Leave them to us. You go finish clearing out the rest of the low-level zombies, then come back. I nodded, wheeled the eagle around, and dove toward the part of the horde farther out that hadn't been lit up yet. Insecticide cans flew from the goblin's hands, and new flames burst and spread across the far side of the battlefield. The gap between Gedam's force and the Glory Society's line was closing visibly by the second. What was left of New Radiance's defensive line was like an earthen dike hit by a flood. It collapsed completely the instant they made contact. Those neatly stitched. The figure barely slowed as it cut through the scattered crowd, driving straight at the Glory Society's front shield wall. Zhao Shuheng, get up front and stab them back. Wei Qing shouted. On it. Zhao Shuheng rushed to the edge of the shield wall, raised his spear to shoulder height, leveled the tip at the middle of the approaching pack, and thrust hard. The instant the spearhead cleared the shield wall, a gray-white column of wind exploded off the tip, 10 meters long, nearly a meter across, sweeping outward with a core of screaming, high-speed air. The column slammed into the elite zombie horde. The level 5S, SIXS, and 7s were flipped straight off their feet and skidded back almost 10 meters, skin scored with cuts of varying depth. The 8s and 9s stumbled a few steps before catching their balance. Gedam, out in front, caught the backlash and gave 2 steps before he steadied, all 8 arms adjusting at once to rebalance, tightening their grips on his weapons. He stopped and turned his head to glance at Zhao Shuheng, who was already pulling his spear back. Looked like this was going to be a little harder than he'd figured. Stop rationing the bug spray, throw all of it. Wei Qing's voice climbed higher. From behind the shield wall, canister after canister of aerosol arced forward, and the fire mages detonated them with precision. Explosions came one after another, and a wall of flame went back up in front of the line, swallowing nearly 10 more elite zombies. Gedam realized this group wasn't like the ones he'd run into before. He didn't stop, though. All 8 hands shifted their grips at once, and he accelerated toward the shield wall with the rest of the horde behind him. Zhao Shuheng, how many more wind columns have you got? Wei Qing asked, turning her head. 2. Save them for that 8-armed freak. Wait until he's close, then thrust. Don't waste them early. Zhao Shuheng didn't argue. He lowered the spear tip again and settled into a steadier stance. The first wave of zombies had already reached the shield wall, weapons of every kind hammering down on the wall of light Wei Qing was holding up. With every blow, the edges of the barrier faded a little more, like a transparent membrane being slowly worn away. Wei Qing gritted her teeth and shouted to the people around her, "Push me." Everyone beside and behind her shoved at once. She used the momentum to hurl the light barrier forward, blasting every zombie clawing at its surface into the air. Gidam planted himself a few meters off and didn't rush in. He'd noticed something. When Zhao Shuheng fired a wind column, Wei Qing had to briefly drop the section of barrier in front of him. And Zhao Shuheng's spear had been tracking him the whole time. Clearly, they were saving it for him. Gidam let out two strange laughs, raised all 8 weapons high, and launched himself into the air, hacking straight down toward Wei Qing. Zhao Shuheng loosed his second wind column the moment Gidam jumped. Midair, Gidam saw the column rushing at his face, and his body suddenly dropped like a brick with the floor yanked out from under it, plummeting straight down, perfectly clear of the column's path. The instant he landed, all 8 hands hit the ground, and he scrambled forward flat against the dirt like a spider's legs, closing on Zhao Shuheng. In barely a second, he was less than 2 steps away. One hand closed precisely around Zhao Shuheng's throat, fingers tightening like a vice, and hauled him bodily out of the formation. "Got you, little mouse." "Zhao Shuheng," Wei Qing cried out. Zhao Shuheng was an A-rank classer, a core combat asset of the Glory Society. Losing him here would hurt the guild worse than losing 100 rank-and-file members. "Hold the line. I'm getting him." Before the words were out, the light barrier vanished. All of her energy pulled inward, condensing into a dense spherical shield that wrapped her from head to toe. She charged straight at Gidam, the sphere plowing into every zombie in her path, sending each one flying. In that moment, Wei Qing was a human bulldozer, brute-forcing a road through the horde. The instant she reached Gidam, she leapt high, dropped the sphere for a heartbeat, and funneled every scrap of remaining energy into the shield clenched in her right hand. Using the force of the fall, she drove the shield's point into Gidam's face, the same face that had been leaning in toward Zhao Shuheng's throat. A dull crunch. Gidam was hammered backward through the air, and Zhao Shuheng came loose from his grip, arcing toward the ground. Wei Qing landed and caught him in the same motion, her energy reforming into the sphere around them both, sealing out the zombies surging in from every side. "Stay close. We're pushing back." She set Zhao Shuheng down and leaned forward. Gidam climbed to his feet, touched the side of his face where the shield had hit, and said coldly, "Hold them there." The zombies around them threw themselves at the sphere at once, arms, tails, claws, blades piling layer over layer against its surface. The shield was pinned, immobile, a stone ball nailed in place halfway to nowhere, buried under bodies with no room to breathe. Wei Qing could feel her energy draining far faster than she'd counted on. "How long can you hold it?" Zhao Shuheng asked from behind her. 5 minutes. Her teeth were clenched. She hadn't finished the sentence when an enormous force crashed down on top of the shield. Wei Qing looked up through the thinning barrier. The 8-armed thing was standing right there in the mass of zombies. All 8 arms hammering down in alternation, each strike leaving a web of fine cracks across the surface. "Let's see how long you last." Gidam's voice bored in through the edge of the shield. The cracks were spreading much faster than she'd expected. She looked at Gidam, still pounding away. She looked at the Glory Society's line, where zombies had already broken through. And for the first time, despair rose up in her chest. Zhao Shuheng tightened his grip on his spear, waiting for the moment the shield shattered to make one last stand. That was when an arc of fire fell out of the sky. A crescent of flame dropped vertically and landed dead center among the zombies hammering on top of the shield. Everything it touched ignited instantly, flailing arms and tangled limbs curling and blackening in the fire. Gidam stopped the second the flames hit the ground, rolled sideways, and used all 8 arms to push himself clear of the burning zone. He looked up, his eyes fixed on the figure riding a storm eagle high overhead. Wei Qing and Zhao Shuheng looked up too, and when they saw me in the sky, their faces lit up. Help was here. Wei Qing seized the opening while the zombies were peeling off the shield and immediately ran for the Glory Society's line, ready to shore it up again. Seeing my attack had missed, I pulled up fast and kept a wary eye on Gidam. No way was I letting him put another arrow in me. Gidam glanced up at me, climbing higher, eyes locked on him, and gave up on the shot. He turned and took off after Wei Qing and Zhao Shuheng. He'd finish off this first batch, then come back and deal with the rest. Wei Qing and Zhao Shuheng were 20 paces from the Glory Society's line. At that distance, she could see what was happening at the edge of her own formation. The shield wall had been torn open in several places, and zombies were pouring through the gaps. The front-rank shield bearers were fighting enemies to the front and the flanks at once, The blade and polearm users behind them were already engaged. The line hadn't broken, but it had been split into several isolated pockets, each fighting on its own. She couldn't just run straight back. That would drag the zombies chasing her right into an already chaotic formation, catch her people from both sides, and choke off the one section that was still holding. She didn't slow down. She just turned her head mid-stride and shouted, "Zhao Shuheng, knock the ones behind us back. I need to set the shield up again." Zhao Shuheng checked his stride and spun around, spear held level at shoulder height, point aimed behind him, and thrust out his last wind pillar. A gray-white column of wind burst from the spear tip and swept along the ground, blasting the pursuing zombies back all at once at a spot 5 paces behind Wei Qing. The instant the wind pillar detonated, Wei Qing stopped, turned, and raised her shield. Every scrap of energy she had left converged into a single broad wall of light that covered Zhao Shuheng and the whole area behind her. The shield had barely gone up before the zombies she'd knocked back were on their feet again, slamming into its surface. "Zhao Shuheng, watch my back. Everyone else, hurry up and clear the zombies out of the line." Zhao Shuheng took position behind her, spear held crosswise. Wei Qing raised her voice toward the sky. "Chen Xiao, clear the zombies off my shield. I can hold 2 minutes, tops." I nodded and signaled the other 5 Storm Eagles. All 5 folded their wings at once and dove at the pile of zombies stacked above Wei Qing's shield. I didn't descend. I stayed circling high up, eyes fixed on Gotham, ready to dodge at any second. The 5 Eagles had almost dropped to throwing altitude when an arrow punched clean through one of their necks. The body dissolved into a cloud of black mist without warning. Gotham had fired it. My eyes flicked to the 2 goblins, already falling. I barked, "Hold on to the torch and the bug spray." Both goblins clamped down on the canisters and torches in their arms. The moment flame touched canister, they went off in midair. 2 balls of orange-red fire bloomed at low altitude, engulfing nearly 10 of the zombies clawing at the shield below. The remaining 4 Storm Eagles were shoved off course by the blast wave, then steadied themselves. The goblins on their backs seized the moment and hurled every canister and torch they had, laying down a fresh line of fire in front of Wei Qing. Once I saw the fire catch, I went straight back to the old routine, climb, and drop nothing but insecticide. The canisters landed at the edge of the burn zone and blew the instant they touched open flame, pushing the firebreak another ring outward. The blaze spread. The pressure on Wei Qing eased, bit by bit. Zhao Shuheng stood at her back, flicking away the occasional zombie that got too close. Behind Wei Qing, the Glory Society's line was slowly closing up, and the zombies that had broken through were being cleaned out group by group. The stretch in front of her, the one that had taken Gotham's charge head-on, was blanketed by my bombing runs. Most of the zombies there were burning now, gradually losing the ability to move. Gotham took one look at the tide slowly turning against him and made his call. He ran. I'd been watching him the whole time from up high. The second he turned, I'd already adjusted the eagle's heading. I left 3 juveniles to keep bombing and went after him with 1 adult eagle. Gotham glanced up as he ran. The Storm Eagle was closing on him far faster than he'd expected. If it pinned him down, he wasn't getting away this time. He cut sharply and sprinted for a large gray tent. Inside was a half-finished piece, a limb he'd been planning to attach to himself once it was done. But he still underestimated my speed. Just as he was about to reach the tent flap, a crescent of fire came down out of the sky. Gotham didn't try to take it. He threw himself backward and to the side, all 8 hands hitting the ground, scuttling away like a startled arthropod. The flames exploded where he'd been standing. Gravel and scorched grass sprayed in every direction, leaving a black scar in the dirt. He crouched a few paces off and looked up, gaze cutting through the rising heat haze to the figure standing in front of the tent's entrance. I sat astride the great wolf, dragon-blazed mountain cleaver in hand, blocking his path. The blade rested level at my side, its edge throwing back a cold gleam in the firelight. Behind me, 5 shadow soldiers stood in a row, Old Pig on the left, saber angled toward the ground. Wu Erling on the right, saber held crosswise at his chest. The red-eyed orc in the center with a forging hammer on his shoulder. The orc chieftain beside him, hammer propped on his shoulder, glinting cold. Hong Wanshan at the end, saber-shouldered. Overhead, 2 adult Storm Eagles circled, sealing off the escape routes on both his flanks. I raised my blade and pointed it at him. Cut him to pieces. The words had barely left my mouth when all 5 shadows moved at once. Wu Erling was fastest. His saber swept up off the ground at an angle, the tip driving for the burn on the right side of Gotham's abdomen that still hadn't healed. Gotham didn't even look. The lower left hand came up and brought a hand axe slashing down, striking the sabers flat with perfect precision. In almost the same instant, his abdomen split into a huge mouth and bit down at Wu Erling. It was too fast. Wu Erling couldn't get his feet back. He dissolved into black mist where he stood. Before the mist had even finished dispersing, his figure reformed, picked the saber up off the ground, and rejoined the fight. I watched it from behind without a flicker of surprise. I'd never expected these shadow soldiers to actually hurt him. Their job was to tie him up. The orc chieftain and the red-eyed orc pressed in from both sides at once, their two massive hammers converging on his skull, leaving no room to dodge. Gotham had to bring up both arms, hammer in one hand, shield in the other, and take the hits head-on. Sparks burst between hammer face and shield rim on impact. His remaining 6 hands all came up at once, parrying the strikes coming in from every direction. Translation: the attacks coming in. 3 shadow figures cut in at once from his flanks and from behind, blades driving toward his waist, the spot over his heart, and the back of his knee, and all 3 were caught cleanly by the 6 hands, each gripping a different weapon. His defense was like a shield under a steady hammering. Every blow he took, and right as he was pouring everything into the encirclement on the ground, 2 wind blades came slicing down from overhead at different angles. The first sheared off the right arm he was using to block the orc chieftain's hammer, separating it neatly at the elbow. The severed limb dropped to the ground, hammer and all. An instant later his head took a heavy hit, and half his skull tumbled away. The second wind blade followed right behind it, cutting toward his left shoulder. At the last possible moment, he twisted his body. The blade grazed him, shaving off a layer of skin and muscle without taking the whole arm. The same instant the wind blades fell, I swung my saber. A crescent of flame peeled off the tip of the dragon flame mountain cleaver, skimmed low across the ground, and slammed into Gidam's chest. The flames caught the moment they touched his skin, but they didn't spread fast the way they did on an ordinary zombie. They just gathered into a small patch of slow-burning fire on the surface of his chest. My eyes went from that little patch of fire to the dark red tint of the skin across his body. So his hide had been treated. Small as the flame was, it wasn't going out. Gidam glanced down at the fire on his chest, then at the severed arm lying by his foot, and suddenly exploded into motion. His remaining arms shoved outward in every direction at once, like a spring compressed to its limit snapping free. The orc chieftain and the red-eyed orc, who had just closed in, were both blasted back by the force. The other shadow soldiers were flung outright, tumbling twice through the ash and rubble before they could get back up. Gidam used the opening to bend down, one hand reaching for the severed arm and the still twitching fragment of his skull, the other beating at the flames on his chest. I didn't give him the chance. The shadows he'd knocked back hadn't even fully steadied themselves before they were charging in again. Wu Erlang cut in from the left. The orc chieftain and the red-eyed orc pressed him from the front, both Gretimers coming down at his knee and shoulder at once. Old Pig and Hong Wanshan swung around from behind and the flank, sealing off every line of retreat. The hand Gidam had stretched toward the ground had to come back up to defend. In that brief instant as the ring closed again, I already had my saber raised. A second crescent of flame slid off the blade, skimmed the ground, and cut precisely into his chest. And then, a dozen-plus cans of insecticide came pouring straight down from the goblin, scattering messily across the ground around Gidam. Most of the canisters bounced and rolled away at his feet and behind him without hitting him at all, but one of them landed square on the flames on his chest. The can burst the instant it touched that superheated skin, and the explosion set off a chain reaction that swept out along the ground. The scattered canisters blew one after another, shock waves and tongues of fire churning into a sustained deflagration zone that swallowed him completely. Every shadow soldier came apart in the blast at once, dissolving into wisps of black mist. I stood at the edge of the explosion, eyes locked on the center of the firelight. The bursting went on for several breaths before it finally tapered off, and as the last echo faded into the dusk, a figure slowly emerged from the flames. Gidam was still standing, wrapped head to foot in fire, like he was wearing a burning coat. Of his 3 remaining arms, 2 hung at his sides. One was raised in front of his chest. He looked down at the flames spreading over his body and knew that if he didn't get into that tent, he was going to die. He opened the enormous mouth in his abdomen, reached a burning hand inside, and pulled out a prism-shaped crystal. He gripped it in his palm, then hurled it at me like it physically hurt to let it go. The crystal struck the ground about 2 steps in front of me and shattered. The moment it broke, a piercing shriek detonated out of it. That sound was like a hand reaching straight down my ear canal and into my skull, slamming again and again against the inside of the bone. The pain was so sharp my whole body convulsed. I barely managed to lift a hand and slap the side of Big Wolf's neck. Run! Gidam didn't pursue. He turned and bolted into that big gray tent. Inside, he didn't hesitate for even a second. He jumped straight into the large water vat in the middle. Steeping in the murky, dark red blood water was a headless centipede body, over 4 meters long, a fusion of severed beast limbs and insectal segmented legs, countless mutated appendages drifting in and out of visibility beneath the surface. the stitching in the flesh plainly visible. He sank down into the water, each of his 3 remaining hands tightening around a weapon, and swung them down hard against his own body below the waist. The blades cut through flesh and spine, clean, decisive, all the way through in a single stroke. Everything below the waist came free of his torso and sank to the bottom of the vat. Without pausing, he seized the cut end of the centipede body with both hands and pressed it up hard against his own severed midsection. Once the seam was aligned, he reached into the split down the center of his abdomen and pulled out a bottle of dark red liquid, yanked the stopper, and poured it in a ring around the joint. The liquid hissed faintly the instant it touched flesh, and the seam knitted together at a visible rate, those mutated appendages beginning to stretch out as if a current had just brought them to life. Geetum burst out of the vat in an explosion of water and dark fluid, tore straight through the tent flap, and came at me like a freight train. Wei Qing saw him come out with a question mark practically floating over his head and immediately shouted, "Qin Xiao, run!" Still dazed, I turned to look, and a mantis blade was already coming down at my forehead. My pupils shrank. At the very last instant, I brought the Dragonflame mountain cleaver up in both hands, holding it crosswise in front of me to block. The moment the mantis limb hit the blade, an enormous recoil traveled up through the steel into both arms and rang through my bones all the way into my chest cavity. It felt like being hit head-on by a speeding truck. A sweetness rose in my throat, and blood came pouring straight out of the corner of my mouth. There was no time to wipe it. In the brief gap as the mantis limb pulled back, a shadow portal tore open behind me. I had Big Wolf carry me through it, and at the same time threw out 15 ordinary orc shadow soldiers to hold him off. The orcs hacked at the segmented legs on both sides of that centipede body from different directions, trying to form a makeshift blockade at close range. Their sabers struck the carapace and left nothing but shallow white scratches. And then, from both sides, the segmented limbs struck back at the same instant. In less than 2 breaths, all 15 shadow soldiers were skewered or swatted aside one by one, dissolving into puffs of black mist. The whole thing took about a second, but that second was more than enough for the great wolf to carry me into the shadow barracks. I braced one hand on the ground and used the other to tip a stamina potion down my throat. My breathing gradually steadied. I lifted my head and looked through the portal at the figure that had chased me all the way here. Geetum stood right outside the entrance, the segmented limbs along both sides of his centipede body probing inward, and every time they touched the edge of the light curtain, an invisible force snapped them back, like they'd slammed into a wall no one could see. I sat on the ground, the empty vial still in my hand, tilted my chin up, and crooked a finger at him. "Come on in." Geetum let out a furious shriek, gave up on me, the guy who was clearly cheating, and wheeled around to charge at Wei Qing and the others, who were just arriving. Wei Qing brought the Glory Society to a stop about 100 meters out from him. She raised a hand and signaled. Fireballs, earth spikes, water arrows, and insecticide all launched at Geetum from different directions at once, seemingly boxing him in completely. But the limbs along both sides of his centipede body moved at an insane frequency, dodging every single attack with pinpoint precision as he kept driving toward the Glory Society. He'd gotten bigger, and somehow that had made him more agile, faster. As Geetum bore down on them, Wei Qing and Zhao Shuheng both stepped forward, meeting him from the left and the right. Wei Qing raised her shield, every scrap of energy she had left converging into a broad wall of light across her front. Zhao Shuheng held his spear crosswise, standing one step behind and to her side, hugging the edge of the light shield. Geetum didn't slow down. He rammed straight into it. Wei Qing was driven back nearly 2 meters, her feet plowing 2 deep furrows in the ground before she barely managed to stabilize. Zhao Shuheng thrust his spear out, the tip sinking precisely into a joint seam on the centipede's flank, about a finger deep. But the moment he pulled the spear free, the wound sealed itself. The two of them were forced to give ground again and again, and after 2 thrusts Zhao Shuheng pulled his spear back into a defensive stance. Wei Qing shouted over her shoulder. "Fire mages, hit him." A frantic answer came back from the formation. "Guild leader Wei, we're out of mana." Her expression darkened. Geetum was too fast, too agile. Thrown insecticide and torches couldn't track his changes in direction at all. And the fire mages, the only real hope, were tapped out. She had no choice. "Scatter. This isn't something you can hold." The Glory Society members broke apart instantly, but there was no way they could outrun Geetum. He tore into the crowd like a missile and started slaughtering. The limbs on both sides of his centipede body attacked different people simultaneously. The mantis blade opened up one member who couldn't dodge in time, from shoulder to hip. Another hand, gripping an axe, chopped into the gut of a retreating swordsman from the side and dragged the corpse back several steps with it. The scorpion stinger at the end of his centipede tail lashed out from behind, punched through the back of one member's knee, and slammed him into the ground. Geetum right now was a freight train. Anyone he touched was as good as dead. I watched the Glory Society being butchered, and the idea in my head came together fast. Geetum could predict where damage would land and react ahead of time. But could he dodge an attack that tracked him? Fireballs and arrows flying along fixed trajectories. Sure, he could calculate those. But Storm Eagles came with their own mobility. They could adjust angle and heading mid-flight, and they could carry goblins, torches, and insecticide, changing course at the very last moment before reaching the target. There was no way for him to calculate the final point of impact in advance. I stood at the edge of the portal and shouted down, "Everybody get away from Geetum." In 10 seconds, Storm Eagles are hitting him. The figures scattering below heard me and picked up their pace. I downed a few bottles of mana drink, and my mana bar snapped back to full. Then I raised a hand and flashed 2 signals at the 3 juvenile Storm Eagles circling overhead. The first folded its wings and dove, a dark gray missile plunging toward Geetum. He flickered to the left, all the limbs along his centipede body firing at once to shove himself 2 meters sideways. The Storm Eagle grazed the spot he'd just vacated and hit the ground, detonating on contact. The goblin thrower had clutched the torch and the can of insecticide to his chest right up until impact. Flames bloomed 3 meters off Geetum's flank. Not a direct hit, but enough to set part of him on fire. I didn't stop. The second came in from the other side, made a sharp last-second turn at the bottom of its dive, and corrected its impact point 2 steps ahead of him. He flickered right, avoiding a direct hit, but the spreading wave of fire still scraped across his left flank. The third dropped straight down from directly above. He didn't dodge, he sprinted forward instead, and that trajectory blew apart behind him. All 3 missed, but each one landed closer than the last. The instant the third dissolved, I summoned 4 more juvenile Storm Eagles. This time I didn't stagger them. All 4 accelerated at once, converging on that moving figure along 4 different paths, forming a closing ring that kept shrinking. Geetum slid into the gap between 2 of the trajectories, centipede limbs shoving off the ground, trying to squeeze out through the seam before it closed. As the first eagle neared his flank, it made a micro-adjustment and pushed its impact point forward. He cut the opposite direction and dove straight into the first one's blast radius. The Storm Eagle hit the ground and detonated, fire washing out along the dirt and swallowing half his body. The third and fourth closed in from front and back the instant he regained speed, angles crossing, spacing locked, like 2 dark gray blades folding shut in perfect sync. He looked for a gap to slip through, but the 2 paths kept tightening, and the gap was no longer wide enough for his whole body. Both impacts landed almost simultaneously, the fire surging in from front and back to meet in the middle, catching him dead center between 2 expanding blooms of flame. That treated outer hide of his was fully alight now. At this moment, Geetum was like a wick burning end to end. His limbs began curling up and dropping off. I still didn't stop. Another round of mana drinks, mana bar full again. For fresh juvenile Storm Eagles came sweeping out of the shadow barracks, straight at the figure still burning inside the flames. He couldn't dodge effectively anymore. The first slammed into the left side of his torso, tearing open a new gap. The second came down vertically from overhead, flattening him along the center line of his body, and the centipede half snapped clean off at the joint under the impact and the heat. The third and fourth hit both sides of his chest at the same time, and the flames leapt higher still. Translation: Geetum was completely engulfed in flames, every stitched-on limb blackening and sloughing off. But he was still standing. His centipede body had been severed, his segmented legs were gone, and only 2 arms remained, propping up his upper body as he dragged himself forward, inch by inch. I didn't hesitate for a second. Another mana potion, MP maxed out again, and 4 fresh Stormhawks launched at once. The first slammed into what was left of his right torso. The explosion threw up a wave of fire and blew the last stump of his right arm clean off. The remaining 3 strung themselves into a diagonal line high above, evenly spaced, driving straight down at him. No course correction needed. There was no dodging this. Geetum lifted his head and stretched out his one remaining hand, as if that ruined limb could somehow block what was coming. From that mouth that never stopped smiling, he forced out a few words. I still have a score to settle. I haven't made it back to Halland City. I haven't killed Dietrich yet. I can't die. The Stormhawks weren't in the sympathy business. 3 explosions went off almost simultaneously and tore him apart for good. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a golden treasure chest. An instant later, a server-wide announcement popped up. Notice: a player has completed the prerequisite quest for unlocking the Halland City questline. The Halland City quest is now active. The direction has been marked. Reach Halland City within 7 days and slay good Dietrich. If the quest fails, all players will remain here forever. The comments section went off like water dumped into a vat of hot oil. What prerequisite quest? Who did it? Which guild pulled this off? Somebody talk. Check the video Glory Guild just posted. It was them. Wei Qing's that strong? She's gotta be #1 in the server region. Are you blind? The one swinging the blade in that video isn't Wei Qing, it's a guy. That's Chen Xiao, the solo player. The one who opened a golden chest. Chen Xiao? The guy who went off on every single guild in the chat channel. That's him. He's the one who told everybody to burn the zombies. Nobody believed him at the time. Well, they believe him now. As the flames died down and the smell of char spread slowly through the air, every pair of eyes turned toward the same spot. I stepped out from the edge of the Shadow Barracks portal, bent down, picked up the chest glowing gold at my feet, and flipped the lid open in front of everyone. Congratulations, player. You have obtained Highway Coins ×5, 000, Velen Staff, Gold Tier, ×1, Introduction to Shadow Magic ×1, Velen Staff, Gold Tier. Value, 6,000 Highway Coins. Description, the staff wielded in life by Velen, the mage who unleashed the zombie catastrophe upon Halland City. Each enemy killed by a spell cast from this staff restores 3 MP casting time, reduced by 10%. So this was the source of the whole zombie apocalypse. I cursed the guy under my breath. Of all the hobbies to pick, he had to go tinkering with zombies. And not just any zombies, the self-aware kind that never stop evolving. Then I read the effects again, and the cursing turned straight into delight. 3 MP back per kill, 10% faster casting, and kills from my shadow soldiers counted as mine, too. That meant clearing trash mobs and holding the line against the zombie tide would turn my mana into a self-sustaining loop that ran on the rhythm of the fight itself. It'd save me a fortune in mana potions. I cracked open Introduction to Shadow Magic next. 10 basic shadow spells inside, each page laid out with a detailed walkthrough and its effects. As a Shadow Sovereign, I could pretty much grasp all of it at a glance. I ran through all 10 spells in my head and decided to try Shadow Tentacle first. Following the book's instructions, I aimed the staff at the ground and channeled 3 MP, waiting for a tentacle about as thick as a grown man's arm to sprout up. The next second, a pitch-black, absolutely massive tentacle burst up out of the dirt. Over 2 meters long, with a base close to half a meter across. I stared up at this thing, which was not remotely in the same weight class as a grown man's arm, and honestly didn't know what to say. The illustration in the book showed a slender tentacle coiling like a vine. Compared to the load-bearing column in front of me, that was a chopstick next to a support beam. I watched the tentacle slowly retract into the ground, and the grin on my face kicked up like an AK on full auto, no holding it down. A Shadow Sovereign really is a Shadow Sovereign. Even the low-level spells come out at a whole different scale. Chen Xiao, what are you standing around for? Get me down from here. Han Xiang's shout snapped me back. Only then did I remember she was still hanging up in the sky. I quickly brought a Storm Hawk down and reached up to lift her off its back. She hopped down off the edge of the portal, straightened out the collar the wind had messed up, then fell into step beside me as we walked over toward Wei Qing. Wei Qing watched me approach with envy written all over her face. My guild busts its back all afternoon, and the golden chest still ends up in your hands. Can't help it. Big bro's just that strong. I answered with my hands behind my back. That shut her up for a second. Not knowing what else to say, she settled on. It's almost dark. Stay and eat with us. I glanced up at the dimming sky. Sure. Perfect timing. I'm starving. She nodded, then turned and raised her voice at the Glory Guild members behind her. Carry out every brother we lost and give them a proper burial. Lay the new Radiance people to rest too. Don't leave a single body behind. I swept my gaze across the battlefield. Bodies sprawled everywhere. Glory Guild had lost maybe 100. New Radiance had been wiped out almost to the last man. Next stop was Halland City. Today's fight had made one thing obvious. My current shadow soldiers weren't leveled high enough anymore. Put these corpses to good use, and my old unit could get a serious upgrade. I offered a silent apology to the dead, then took a step forward and said to Wei Qing, "Let me handle the burials. You've been fighting for hours. Your people are exhausted. Let them rest. My shadow soldiers don't eat and don't sleep. They're perfect for this." Wei Qing looked up at me and nodded. The people nearby heard it too, and most of them sighed appreciatively. Chen Zhao's a stand-up guy. I lifted my fingers from the neck of the last corpse and slowly straightened up. I ran through the spoils in my head. 5,000 highway coins in, 2,300 spent, just barely pushing my level to 10. Name, Chen Xiao. Class, Shadow Sovereign. Level, 10. Spirit, 101.2. Physique, 51. MP, 120. I'd figured I could ride the momentum straight to 11, but the panel spelled it out in plain letters. Going from 10 to 11 cost 5,000 highway coins, nearly 5 times what 9 to 10 had run me. I pulled back without hesitation and saved the rest of the money to get Han Xiang to level 6, for one thing, so she'd Translation. So I could brew more potions these next few days, and 2. Give myself a little more of a cushion to fall back on. Then I ran the numbers on this batch of shadow soldiers. 536 total, 384 at level 1, 135 at level 2, 15 at level 3. That was enough human shadows to push every last one of my orc shadows up a level, with some left over. Add in the stock I hadn't burned through yet. An old pig, big wolf, and Wu the second wolf could all be hauled straight to level 5 in one shot. But it still wasn't enough. To handle Heron City, my orc shadows needed to start at level 4 minimum, and the orc chieftain, old pig, big wolf, and Wu the second wolf all had to hit level 6 before they'd look respectable. I wasn't planning to upgrade Red Eye. That last fight made it obvious. The guy had dumped every last talent point into smithing. Better to leave him at the anvil swinging a hammer than to throw him onto a battlefield. If anyone else had overheard me thinking like this, they'd probably cough up blood. Level 3 already made you an ace among ordinary players, the backbone of a guild, and here I was calling it weak. The rest of the shadow soldiers would have to go grind monsters in the wild to level up. But the Heron City quest deadline was only 7 days out, and I didn't have time to go hunting for spawn sites one by one. The best move was obvious: find Wei Qing. The second my shadow soldiers patted down the last shovelful of dirt, I clapped the dust off my hands and went looking for her. Wei Qing was standing at the edge of camp with her arms folded, staring off into the distance. I got straight to the point. Wei Qing, does your guild have intel on monster spawn sites? If you do, I'll trade you for it. She raised an eyebrow. We do. Perfect. Name your price. She didn't answer right away. I could see the calculation running behind her eyes. The guild was relocating to Heron City any day now, so all that spawn site intel was about to become waste paper. Taking my money was a one-time payout. Putting me in her debt, though, one favor for me down the road would be worth a hell of a lot more than a handful of coins. Mine made up. She shook her head. I don't want anything. Consider it a gift. I blinked, caught off guard by the generosity. Then it clicked, and I understood the angle. But the words were already out of her mouth, and it would have been rude to refuse. Come with me. She turned and walked over to a Tier 3 vehicle built out of a modified pickup, pulled a stack of files from the rear bed, and handed them to me. Catalog of sites we've scouted but never cleared. Every point that can drop a black iron chest or a bronze chest. 100 plus, big and small. I took them and casually stashed them in the Shadow Barracks storage space. Wei Qing watched me do it, envy plain on her face. That skill of yours is seriously convenient. Your class has to be at least SSS rank, right? I shook my head. Not that high. Then what is it? I pinched my chin, smiled, and changed the subject. Let's eat. She didn't push it, but I knew those 3 letters, SSS, were now nailed to me in her mind. On the way to dinner, I spotted Zhao Shuheng squatting in a corner again, engrossed in a copy of Xiaolin Guangji, that old joke anthology. Was the book really that good? My curiosity got the better of me. I put a finger to my lips at Wei Qing, softened my steps, circled silently around behind him, and looked down at the open page. 2 men of that inclination were deeply devoted to each other, and swore a pact to be buried together after death. Later generations inscribed their tomb, a matched pair. A passerby, not understanding, asked what a pair meant. The answer: 2 of them, fitted together. I couldn't help it. I laughed out loud. Unbelievable. Zhao Shuheng, with his long flowing hair, walking around all day with a book in his hands playing the sensitive artistic type. And in private, he's flipping through smut like this. He heard the laugh behind him, reflexively snapped the book shut with a clap, and whipped his head around. When he saw it was me, he exhaled in relief first. Thank God it wasn't Wei Qing, or the whole persona he'd built in her head would have collapsed on the spot. Then his face couldn't hold it. He shot to his feet and glared at me. How the hell do you walk without making any noise? I grinned and clapped him on the shoulder. We're both men. I get it. Right then Wei Qing wandered over, looking concerned. What's going on? Why are you 2 arguing? Zhao Shuheng waved his hands frantically. It's nothing, nothing. I gave him a sidelong look and said slowly. Wei Qing, have you ever read that book old Zhao's holding? Wei Qing shook her head. Joke collections aren't my thing. Borrow it from him sometime. The stories are pretty entertaining. Chen Xiaoyu. Zhao Shuheng jabbed a finger at me, fuming. But Wei Qing just waved him off. Really not interested. Zhao Shuheng let out a breath and hurried to change the subject. Everybody's waiting on dinner. Come on, let's go, let's go. At the table, I sat down next to Zhao Shuheng. He was still sulking at first, but the moment I steered the conversation below the belt, his mouth wouldn't stop running. Before long the 2 of us were drinking with our arms slung around each other's shoulders, howling with laughter. Wei Qing, Han Xiang, and Sun Wenjie sat off to the side watching, dumbfounded, probably unable to figure out how the 2 of us had become blood brothers that fast. As the party broke up, I said, red-faced, see you tomorrow, old Zhao. See you tomorrow, Xiao Xiao, he replied affectionately. The nickname got a laugh out of me. I let it go and headed for the RV. I'd barely pulled the door open when I saw Han Xiang lying on her side on the couch, propped up on one elbow, the back of her head resting in her palm, all that long black hair spilling loose. Her right hand was raised lazily, a small square plastic packet held between two fingers. A sheer black nightgown was wrapped loosely around her, the half-transparent fabric tracing every line, the collar hanging open, the hem draped across her thighs, feet bare. The moment she saw me walk in, her wrist flicked, and the thing came flying straight at my liquor-soaked face. 2 days of sweeping, and the last cave rat died under my palm and turned into a shadow. Every monster sight Wei Qing had given me, cleared out, all of it. I stood at the mouth of the cave and let out a long, stale breath. 2 days, and my entire Shadow Legion had been reborn. Every orc shadow soldier was now level 4. A level 4 orc stood nearly 2 meters tall, shoulders as wide as a door plank. Just standing there, it was a wall. 10 of them I'd fed separately all the way to level 5, a full size bigger than their level 4 counterparts, hands so big they could swallow the entire hilt of a Meow Dao. The 5 goblin throwers also hit level 5. Their frames hadn't changed, but their arms had thickened, muscle cording all the way from shoulder to wrist. I had them hurl rocks at a tree. A fist-sized stone punched a crater the size of a rice bowl into the trunk on the first throw. My 4 core units, Old Pig, with the second wolf, Big Wolf, and the Orc Chieftain, were all pushed to level 7. At level 7, Big Wolf was as big as a full-grown warhorse. When I climbed on, my feet hung more than a foot off the ground. Old Pig was closing in on 3 meters, his back and shoulders too thick to belong to anything humanoid, more like a tower squashed down. Wu the second wolf hadn't changed much in height or build, but his thighs had bulked up noticeably. The second he put out force, you could see the tendons standing up under his skin. The Orc Chieftain's appearance hadn't changed much at all, and these 2 days weren't just about leveling. 20 bronze chests, 9 black iron chests, 13 of them. Out of those crates came 11 bronze weapons, 121 electronic components, 66 sheets of bulletproof glass, and 453 units of ballistic steel. I threw the ordinary glass and rubber up on the trading board while I was at it, and cleared 2,562 road coins. The 2 blacksmiths back at the base hadn't stopped for a second. In 3 days they cranked out another 18 bronze Meow Dao and 36 black iron Meow Dao. I took those 18 bronze blades, plus the 11 bronze weapons from the crates, and handed them all out to the level 5 orc soldiers. The black iron weapons they'd been carrying, together with the 36 new ones, went out the door at 60 road coins apiece over the next little while. Another 2,189 road coins in the bank. Between those 2 hauls, and what I'd already saved up, I pushed my personal level to 11. I hadn't set foot any closer to Heron City these past 2 days, but Zhu Jia kept feeding me intel, and I already had a pretty solid picture of the place. First, no vehicles allowed in Heron City. You go in on foot. There's an invisible boundary outside the city wall. The moment a vehicle gets close, it gets bounced right back. Every scrap of supplies and equipment has to be carried in on someone's back. Second, the zombie density inside the city is beyond describing with numbers. Zhu Jia's report was 1 sentence. Every single building is packed full. On top of that, a lot of the structures in the city have already collapsed. You can see where you want to go, but you can't get there. Somebody has to build bridges and lay down paths first. The only thing that counted as good news was that most of the zombies can't leave the city. Back away past the wall, and they stop dead at the boundary, like there's a line drawn there that they can't cross. But what everyone else saw as obstacles actually worked in my favor. The Storm Eagle could scout most of the area for me. And that staff. Every kill restores 3 mana, and kills by my shadow soldiers count toward my total too. In a place with zombie density that high, that staff was going to be worth a fortune to me.